let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire, burn. ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find the light. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
G2, the perfect teammate. They take it all. Here comes the Crow's storm. Knocked back, instant coma, puts it. What? This people, my God. Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final day of our road trip here in week 5 for the LEC. The atmosphere has been electric here in Madrid. Dude, don't break the immersion. You ruined everything!
I was waiting, we gotta go.
But it was so good and
Look, we'll
and they
get there next time.
and
It'll
they
be
forgot
okay.
about us. It was so
Don't
good.
worry.
Like
No,
the XPK with Fnatic failing in the end, and
know.
Jisoo wasn't really good. Like kind of looked like international,
Yeah,
honestly,
and it's
to be
like-
honest. And like and the trumpets, not the whistle. We
No,
don't
the
want
whistle we
again.
don't talk
but
about. But
everything
I know,
was
it'll
so
get better.
good.
Cares
It'll be
about
okay.
that? We're back in Berlin, and that's what's important. Hype.
Everything was hype. Everything
Really
was
sold it
amazing,
there.
and I know that everyone enjoyed this little
I was
road
really mad I
trip.
wasn't there.
You were mad you weren't there?
I was mad I wasn't there.
I mean,
But it was the whole time to
Yeah,
throw
I'm
something.
just glad I'm out of that room, to be honest. I'm happy to be here.
Oh, you're
12
from the
games.
Euphoria studio.
12 games stuck in that room. Honestly,
Yeah.
you're the MVP of this weekend, if anyone asks me. Welcome back here in the studio, and we know a lot has happened this weekend in Madrid, but we also want to take some time and give some aura points for everything that did not happen in game. So every walkout, every trip, every fall, everything that made the broadcast extra this weekend, we're gonna rank. So let's take a look at the first one, and it feels like teams had issues in games, but team had issues getting on stage as well. Here, oh, a lot of tripping.
Hey,
from
okay,
Oscar.
don't blame it on the stage managers or whoever was in charge because I tripped like that many times.
Yeah, I blame it on the players. I know you guys can walk straight.
The only thing we can do is just play video games. That's the only thing we're bad at walking.
I love how Razork also just went the completely wrong way. And this was day 2 as well. He'd already gone through the first step.
You would think they would know.
Yeah.
Oh, Jackie's with the wombo combo. That
the
was
back-to-back from
that was
Jackie's
crazy.
All right, how many aura points for that?
Ooh.
I think it goes into negative.
Yeah, it kind of has to, right? Like,
All
you
right.
can't even manage the stairs, so.
300 each.
300?
Each? Yeah. Yeah.
It's got to be like at least 2K.
I wear heels all the time, and I don't trip on stage, so I expect more discipline
For
coming
me, it
from
was
players.
plus 100 because it's right on brand with what I expected from all of them. Like, none of them disappointed me. It's perfect.
How did you spell aura?
Aura. O-R-A.
Like Kiora.
Alright.
Yeah.
Anyway, second one, and I think we have to listen to this one this time, so let's roll the clip right now.
Kilómetros, superamos obstáculos, solo por ti. Conquistaste. Un aplauso, sí, señor. Vamos.
So, I would not invite Grabs to karaoke, let's
I
say
would.
that,
Oh.
but I
Well, you need
appreciate...
something to make you look better. You know,
Yeah,
that's-
true, actually. We should sing a duet. But I appreciate, honestly, like, doing it in the end, especially after this loss, I feel like
I
it's
think
really
it kind of
good, so-
sucked.
Why? You're just
He could have
jelly.
sang more. For me, his aura minus 100 just because he didn't sing more. I was already getting into it. I was starting to get hyped, and then he's like, oh, okay, I had enough, and he leaves. Like,
Yeah.
come on, there's a crowd
See,
there.
I'm kind
Yeah.
of the opposite because, like, you lost the bet and you did kind of leave early, so you do lose points. But you also did the thing in front of what 9,000 people. Like that is way worse than your local karaoke bar. So you kind of end up with added points by the end of it, right?
Is your mathing?
I
Like,
don't
did
want
you
to
double
know.
check?
Well,
What it
nobody
is?
will ever know. Is it? Did I do it?
Positive
Yeah, they
aura
did, they
points?
did.
I used to work in finance once, so I know my numbers.
Surely.
I mean, Grabs did
sir.
better than G2. Grabs did do better than G2, you know, in front of 9,000 people, so that's that.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is true. Next one, I put like, wait, no, plus 1,000. Sorry, Grabs. Sorry, Grabs. I appreciate the effort. And this is Qmon walk-in.
Well, that's a copycat. That's the starter pack for I'm not creative, you know? So the thing is when you're a player and they go there and they say, oh, make a pose, you just try to copycat whatever you see on TV.
But it's, I don't know, it feels like it's a
It's over 9,000
Real.
for me. That was sick.
It's
The
a cultural
entire crowd was
reference.
going with them. That is so cool. How
I
often
agree.
do you get the entire crowd to just go see at the same time?
I mean, he just did a meme.
And it worked.
I guess.
Success. Success plus plus. There you
Yeah,
go.
I agree. I vote Dagda is right on this one. Do we have more? Do we have more? Because I feel like there's... Oh my god, yeah. That... Listen to this guy.
¡Vete de aquí, gilipollas!
Azure can tippy top.
¿Pero quién te crees? ¿Quién te crees?
Where's Vi? Where's Vi?
Go ahead. ¡No! ¡Calma una p***! ¡We win the shit!
Bro, I was the most useless.
Let's go!
There is something special with the confidence boost you get when playing on stage and the floral language that Mirvin was using here. Honestly, man, like, I don't know, he got me hyped. He gets the 10,000 for me.
Yeah, I'm going to say
10,000 aura
plus
points.
9,001 because it was sick. And also voice crack diff because I feel like I'm going to do that
It made
today.
it special.
So I want to set the bar. The voice cracks are normal and we should embrace them.
Only have 900 because my pen ran out, but I was not a Merwin enjoyer. Can you add it? Okay, thank you. So I was not really a Merwin enjoyer, but seeing the sort of passion, especially from him, which I feel like he's kind of more of the reserved, quiet guy. Every time we have him here, he's like, oh, you know, just chilling. A lot of times to just pop off like that, it was crazy.
A lot of aura and a lot of momentum, I feel, grabbed from some teams that were struggling entering into the weekend. And you can imagine how much of a confidence boost, but how much of a help it's going to be for them in the rest of the split. Let's take a look at the standings, because things were crazy before. It's even worse now. What is this? What is our league even?
It's a little silly.
I felt like a lot of the questions were going to be answered from this Madrid road trip, but not in the way I expected them, because I didn't really expect G2 to go 0-2, Movistar to go 2-0, GX picking up a win as well. It did shake up things in a very interesting way leading up to playoffs.
it's also just everyone's on 3. Like G2, BDS, Heretics, SK, Team Vitality. Someone is going to end up on 3 wins over here as well. So it just feels like everyone is just fighting still for that 6th spot. And it's kind of sick, but it just feels like our league's in turmoil.
And some teams managed to grab momentum, and you can think about the teams that are going to be playing today, the middle of the pack. You cannot do more middle of the standings than this. This is the schedule for some of them. Today is the day to turn things around, Odo.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone was hyping that Madrid was the main part of this weekend, but for me, today is the main part of the weekend because it's literally, it doesn't get more exciting for the middle of the pack teams. Everyone's battling each other. These wins are going to be huge. And again, bringing it back to confidence, momentum. Today is going to be a decider for a lot of these teams when it comes to their mental state leading up to the end of the split.
I believe you have a message for your past self, is what I'm said.
Oh, yeah, true. Where's my camera? That one? That one? That one? This one. Okay. Oro is going to sit down with Sheo in the past or in the future, and he's going to talk to him about the creativity and a lot of the cool things he's been doing with Team Heretics because I'm a fan. So, Odo, take it away. Thank you, past me or future me, I guess. Anyway, I'm here today with Sheo, the heart and the brain behind Team Heretics, because to be honest, when I think of Camillus' dastardly smile, he's probably the soul of Team Heretics. How are you, Sheo? Welcome. Thank you for joining me. Okay, so Team Heretics find themselves at this 3-3 position, which I feel like you also have one of the easier schedules when it comes to going to playoffs, because you have SK today, very important game. You have Fnatic later on, and then GX. And I feel like this is probably one of the best positions that Team Heretics has been in recent times. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think we are doing pretty good right now. As you said, you are 3-3, and we won against team like BDS, and against KC, we should have won, I think. So we are pretty confident, but we need to respect the opponents.
Now, to dial it down a little bit, let's talk about you. You had a lot of success in BDS, sure. Maybe you didn't win LEC, but you made finals. You were consistently top 3, finding a lot of success. But now you found yourself in this transition phase, going into Team Heretics. And I feel like every time you switch teams from a team that was extremely dominant to a team that is, you know, in the more construction phase, you need to build yourself up. You kind of have struggles as a player, but I feel like you cemented yourself now as probably, you know, one of the most important players on Team Heretics. So can you tell me a little bit more on how that transition has been for you? Maybe some of the struggles or the successes that you had?
But since in our team we have 3 rookies, I think it's important for me and Flacket to perform well and lead them. Otherwise, I don't think they can do good if you don't do good. So I think we have a lot of responsibility on us, but I like it. And I went from like the one who is like following the leads to now leading the team. So I think it's pretty good. And I think if the team is doing well, it's kind of thanks to me because I'm teaching Camilo and stuff. But yeah, I'm happy how it is right now, and I'm still looking forward.
I'm happy to see that you like this sort of responsibility. But now, even going into this year, especially with Team Heretics, I feel like if you can bring up the graph right now, there's been a very interesting shift. So the way this graph works, the more to the right you look at, the more Drakes you have. And I just want you to look at the comparison between BDS and Team Heretics, with or without you, because I feel like everything has completely changed, has been completely stopped. Because before you joined here, Team Heretics wasn't really doing a lot of Drakes, and after you left BDS, BDS is now not doing a lot of Drakes. So do you feel like this is something that you are actively contributing to? Is this some of your philosophy or some of your strengths that you've been bringing from BDS over to Team Heretics?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think Drakes are OP because if you stack them, enemy team will need to fight you, right? They can't just give soul. So yeah, I think for me Drakes are OP. I don't think in Europe, especially, we don't use grubs really well. So
yeah, it requires you to have a little bit more proactivity, hit some towers and stuff. But with Drakes, it's just good safety net.
Every 5 minutes you have to fight, and if you don't come, then you will lose the game.
Okay, and if you can bring up the replay right now, I have something for you to break down because I think it's one of the more impressive plays that you guys have been doing. Is just this vision take, and the whole way you hold control was just great. Is this something that you have been calling, or is this something that you guys have been practicing together?
I think this is just a play that we are practicing together. I think it's when Drake is up or not?
Drake is up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's just we have like our steps or what we want to do. And for example, there is midwave right now. So we just play for midwave first. And if someone is trolling because they see nothing in their jungle, they will have to contest it. But they need to go through mid, but we get the midwave. So they can checkmate.
Yeah, because this was really impressive to see, because this is something that you don't really see from the teams that are middle of the pack. This is something that I would have probably seen from you in the BDS days. This is probably how you guys would be just winning games all the time, stacking the Drakes and finding this fix. So Yeah, good luck today, leading up to SK. I'm really excited. I'm a fan of Team Heretics. And yeah, Genie also had a chance to check in with one of Shio's opponents, Genax, in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game lobby.
Thank you, Jeannie here, and I'm joined with Gen X from SK ahead of your game against Heretics. Now, the weekend so far has been absolutely incredible in Madrid, but we're here in the Berlin studio, so we got to deal with that. How are you feeling in regards of going up against Heretics when it's a team that you don't always know what you can expect?
Yeah, I think this match for us is very important because we feel like Heretics is a direct competitor for the playoffs. And we need to beat them to make it. And I think they will feel similar, that they feel like they need to beat us to also make it to playoffs. So the match is, has very high stakes, in my opinion. And in terms of what to expect from them, like we scrimmed them a lot and we kind of know what they want to play. And we know their players well. I think they know us well too. So we'll see, like we probably both have something funny prepared.
Okay, now I'm intrigued. But last week specifically, I spoke to Rieker and he mentioned that, you know, the team is now able to step up more and be more themselves because the team environment has become shifted more towards where you can give feedback and you don't feel like you have to hold back. Would you agree with that? And if so, how has this week looked like after last week's games?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, last week I think we were pretty sad about our loss to Rogue, but we had some unfortunate circumstances going into the match. Like, for example, I was sick and we didn't have the best practice because of that. Yeah. People had bad sleep. So I would consider last week like an off week for us, because if you look at scrims, it has been going better and better, especially this week. We had some scrim blocks against some pretty good opponents who also looked pretty good in Madrid, and we were able to take some games off them, which before we would never be able
not
to.
G2. No, I'm joking.
No, not G2. So I think in terms of that, for sure, like we're making improvements, and it shows in scrims.
So when you're talking about the improvements and like it's showing in scrims, how are you able to translate those improvements on stage today? Because as you mentioned, like the stakes are really high because we're just 2 weekends off of playoffs.
I mean, usually what we just do is we just say to lock in on
okay.
stage. And then it kind of works. Against Rogue, it didn't really work much, right? But as I said, it was more of an off day. I think today we're going to be able to lock in again. I don't expect it to be a 2-0. Like usually when we won, we always won 2-0. But I expect today to be very tough, long games, because our opponents are also very resilient from what I can see in their games. So yeah, it's going to be exciting.
So resilience, might see funny picks, a lot of stakes. I feel like this match has everything it needs to be a banger. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck in your game against Heretics.
Thank you.
Back to you, casters.
Well, thank you, Jenny, because locking in a state of mind for this best of 3 feelers that we run into in the LEC. We might be back in Berlin, but the party is still here. It never really left, as myself and Nymira put you into 2 best of 3 back-to-back in the same feeling that we had over in Madrid.
Yeah, it might not be bienvenidos to Madrid. It would be just willkommen back towards Berlin.
DCC.
Of course, lovely to see our teams back here. We have a really important day ahead of us. Really feels like a lot of the teams playing today, with the results that have happened over last week and then the last couple of days, things take a certain level of intensity, which maybe I wouldn't have considered before that. These teams are going to get very close down to the wire in the next few weeks in regards to playoffs placements.
How could you say Team Heretics versus SK was not looking so good a couple of weeks ago? Of course, you're exactly right. Team Heretics have ramped up to the scale. SK have become more exciting with developed synergy in those solo lanes that failed in winter. And again, a new AD carry coming in that has just shocked and awed in a lot of his best matchups. We're about to get him pick a band to open you up on your beautiful Monday. Don't go to bed, guys. It may be the start of the week, but this is the proper way to start it off, as SK are on the blue side, Team Heretics on red.
We are gamers. We're waking up right now.
That's true. These are our starting hours.
Prime gaming hours. We get straight into the thick of things. Kidui not going to get that Callista. I wonder whether there's going to be an early Ezreal ban towards him as well, because it's one of his best champions. There you go. Easy one over towards that. Whereas SK taking away, again, some of the more LEC priority bans on their own side too. The Varus kind of plug and play, easy takeaway.
Feels like a lot of these AD carries targeting towards Flacket and Kidui. Is where Kidui's been before anyway. Things like the Corki still available too. Note too, the Jhin has been something they've fallen back on. Excuse me, that's a target ban towards Camilo. That is definitely a Cho'Gath ban that he's pulled out a couple of times. It's along his most played champions with how much this guy's played.
He did say in one of our interviews very early on into the split, saying, I'll just slam that out into any matchup. But
true.
He kind of has. And well, the Heretics have been doing fairly well with it. I feel like Heretics, one of the biggest things we talk about with this team is them coming into their own identity, and it has been through picks like that. Genax was just interviewed before this game. He played both of those picks last week in the Jax and the Urgot. Neither of them worked out well. Big thing which I'm asking for SK actually in this game is, one, if Genax is going to play the more kind of coin flippy champions, make sure he can get some support and not fall behind. Or if he does fall behind, make sure he's on a champion that can still have value.
Or maybe things like the Sign he's pulled out on top of that as well. The Jax was just hovered as a question mark with the Nefiri. First pick locked in. We walked away from this for a couple of weeks. Now it feels like we're back, especially with Maokai banned away, Sejuani amidst the first blue side ban too. More confidence coming from junglers, you could argue, as Team Heretics look for the counter.
It took a little while for teams to adjust to having a 0cc, very little utility jungler. So the Nefiri took a little bit of rewiring things there, but it has come back into its own. Something that has stayed popular the entire time has been Taliyah. Taliyah's been incredibly good into a lot of meta matchups, just kind of good on its own into everything. Brings a global, which seems to be really impacting the meta right now too. Gives you a lot to work around.
And especially when we have double AD jungler at the moment, you're versatile. You don't care that you don't pick it here. Rumble gets locked in, Pantheon's available, Xin Zhao's still available, which Team Heretics can slap on 3. But SK, how much are they cooking here? Thinking about what can be taken into Carlson's Rumble in top lane.
You can go towards the Gwen in a top lane matchup. We've seen that work out quite well. And then you have the Gwen Nefiri, while they don't bring any engage, both of them slap W, you can't hit them. And it's a big problem because they go untargetable and it's not particularly fair.
We like invulnerability in League of Legends. It's really the hit word at the moment.
Yeah.
In our game, isn't
Everyone's immune. Yay.
Yay. Corky, most played for Kadui as well. And if we're just talking about comfort, I see Kadui on a champion that can really carry.
Rika played this the last series they did too, so it does give them some flexibility.
Very flex.
And I seem to remember Jack Spectre going on a bit of a rant about he just didn't like Corky in general right now. The LEC seems like it's a lower win rate pick. I think it's fine given you have that magic damage top laner. It's okay in terms of line pick kind of flexible stuff here too, especially with the AD carry bans. Gives you some options down there if the second bans don't go your way.
Well, Vi instead actually didn't see that one coming, so a bit of lockdown, good pairing for mid jungle and top 2. That's something we kind of skimmed over because I realized Vi normally actually gets banned in our first phase in LEC a lot.
Yeah, I think with that Cho'Gath ban coming through, it opened up some other stuff. Now, the reason I wasn't necessarily still expecting that to come through, I suppose it makes sense when you got the Rumble and the Taliyahs. Combo into both of them. Makes sense for that. It's just very bad against the Ws of the top jungle on the other side. Now the problem is what happens if SK do pick in like an AD carry that can survive that engage a little bit too, or has a little bit of ability to you know, play around something like a Kai'Sa ult, Xayah ult. Maybe a little bit difficult to play around that Xayah, low range into the Taliyah and the Rumble. But something like that could make Heretics kind of all in on that Vi ult. Very easy to answer.
Well, how do you simplify the composition further? Supports are getting taken away, and it feels like some of those lock-in engages could be a next question for Heretics if they want to get that on 4, or leave it as a counter-pick support. But regardless, Rakan's already taken away. Alistar's gone as well. Things like the Rel still pop into mind. Namera, anywhere else you want to go with this? Is we're actually getting rid of mid laner options here to go into the Taliyah.
I think Nautilus is a big one that SK might want to remove here, because I think that Flacket and Stand might go towards a Kai'Sa lane. That's why the Kai'Sas end up banning away there. So you don't have the best diving AD carry to go with you now as Flacket, so Flacket might need to think about, okay, well, I've got 2 AP solo laners, which one could throw in a combo on top of that Vi. I need to be able to contribute in some way. Maybe you go towards something like the Jhin or an Misfortune last pick. I know that Misfortune's kind of like the boogeyman champion here in the LEC right now. Ooh, your AD carry just presses R and not much else to win the game. Oh no. But the Ral would definitely set up for that now too.
The Flacket can be the boogeyman, you're right. A couple of games already played on that as well. Today really about reminding you all at home and where the comfort zone lies for these teams.
You just wake up at night, look under the bed. It's Misfortune, your AD carry doesn't have the right click.
Oh my god. Where did the guns come from? I have to ask, SK, how do they finish off this comp? Big question is the Ahri actually looked at here. AP solo lane always popular when you have such a strong AD snowball heavy jungle.
So it puts the Corki into bot lane, and now if the Vi ults the Ahri ults backwards, and it's hard to follow up on that. So SK, again, kind of committing to this. If you jump on us, we've got some ways out of that play. Gives them some disengage options, as well, of course, having their engage as well. They need a hard engage support to follow this up. They are lacking some CC. Makes that Leona an easy lock-in. It's a fair enough matchup versus that Rel 2. Now we're just waiting for that last pick of Flacket. We did highlight something like that. Misfortune might be quite hard into, the, again, the double Ws of the Nefiri and the Gwen. So the Jhin maybe feels a little bit more consistent in terms of its CC output, is locked in. Flack has played it for many years of his career. So we have two pretty obvious kind of identities from teams. I think Heretics, they want to be playing around that Vial, playing around the big engage from the Rel and the Jin W2, and everyone else tags on to the play. Someone picks someone off, everyone piles on.
True.
SK on the other side, they do have some pick opportunities of their own, but what they actually want to do is throw a wrench into that follow-up by dashing backwards, pressing on target abilities, and hopefully staying out of range of the follow-up.
Everyone really has a way to get out, don't they? A lot of buttons are just to say no. I think for Team Heretics as well, while Flackett, as you said, a really good point. He's played this many years. But of course, his first Jin game that's come through this split, when you consider that this man has played Seraphine AD carry, Swain AD carry before he's actually pulled up Jin, you have to think how his performance is going to be affected here today. Game 1 is only the beginning between Heretics and SK, both vying for playoff spots, and no one's locked in yet. But we've kind of decided, and we've kind of been talking about it off broadcast, that 5 feels like a very safe number. Right now, Heretics, SK, Heretics at 3, SK at 2. It is the climb up to get that safety net that here in the LEC, as we quickly approach the end of weeks of regular season, it's fast becoming these teams. 2 and a bit weeks left. Up today, it's only 2.
Which means that we need to put some things on the radar. Today is, I think it snuck up on me a little bit when I was prepping for this week and thinking, hey, actually, these games, looking back on it, if we look back on this in a couple of weeks, this could be the day where a couple of these teams' fate started to change around. This could be a pivot point, oh so important for a lot of these teams around that 2 and 3 series win mark.
As we get into game, you are hearing oh so much at the Madrid arena. But I can confirm, here in our audience in Berlin, we have no whistles. The whistle is gone. We are safe.
Anyone bring a Vuvuzela?
Yeah,
got one of them?
I think that's a volume increase for anyone at home. 25%, I reckon. Because I'll be honest, I looked on Amazon last night and thought, how hard is it to get a whistle? And there was one that said would arrive today before 1 o'clock.
Could have stopped in on a store on the way over.
I chose not to do that though.
Thank you.
Because I have morals.
Yep.
And that whistle, it was just the right ear. It was killing me. But of course, the energy was cool. You know, you take it with a grain of salt when you get a whole marching band in the audience.
It reminded me of my days going to rugby matches when people would, you'd have like the band would play the national anthems, and then they stick around in the crowd to play the trumpets and stuff. Good stuff. Nice to get some of that energy back in. As we now zoom into the early starts, as we have a great cinematic overview of the Rift. Really interested in what is going to happen between these early game junglers in terms of the first skirmishes they choose. We have seen a lot of Neferi's try and go towards an invade at some point. Neferi has a good matchup into Vi, because if you end up Wing the Q, I just insta-loses the trade.
Yep.
And if Neferi gets any kills, the matchup kind of falls out of control. So a lot of burden on the side of Heretics to not give easy openings towards Bakado.
It does feel, very snowball heavy. As we're talking about what's on the line here, and before we get deeper into the early game, let's kind of just remind people of where it goes from here, right? What it looks like. For Heretics starting off, they've only got a couple of best of 3s left. When we get to SK, you'll see that that is not true. But for Team Heretics, this impressive team that's come out of left field, they really only have to prove themselves in 2 out of these 3 next games, and they will reach that safety net that we're calling 5.
They've looked really good in a couple of their losses too. They probably should have won versus Karmine Corps, and we look at this team now and say, well, not a great first split of the year for them. A lot of people, well, okay, no, that's not true. A lot of people thought they'd be dead last. I still think they overperformed from that, but still, I think they've improved even then yet again. And now they're at a point where I assume they will be making playoffs based on strength of schedule. We'll see, right? But I think they're in with a good shot.
If they don't, then you're upset. Now, on the other side of the table, just a quick reminder, as I said, I had to throw in the thick of it. It just had to be there. But for SK, we're talking about Koi, G2 Vitality. And what G2 didn't look good over the Madrid weekend, as Loopy just gets a hard trade. Koi looked great in their own arena. Vitality are ramping up as well. These are 3 very hard matches, not to mention the one they got in front of them in Team Heretics.
And I think they'll be kicking themselves that they lost to Rogue in the way that they did last week.
Oh, yeah.
I was just talking about the interview beforehand.
It had to be a must-win.
It was a great series from Rogue to kind of give them a little bit of momentum as well. Of course, a lot harder for them with second best ends like missing. But the SK at 2 and 3, they need a good performance today. If they lose this, the heat gets to turn up even more.
It really does. And again, SK, we're hyping them up because Rika, Genax have both looked a lot better than they did in winter. You flash back to what that cold month was. And SK, their solo laners, were underperforming out of their immigration from EMEA Masters. Bukata comes in now as well when you look at the change that came through with Isma being on the team in the previous split, now moving over. Bukata has been this breath of fresh air. Kadui has been this breath of fresh air. It's all coming together, and even in the 2v2, you could say the same, but Kadui now fighting with fire as Loopy gets a stun up. Good kite back, and Stend is dead. A first blood of legends. That's Loopy to set up the drill.
Shao is coming down. I think Heretics thought that, oh, we've got the numbers advantage. Surely it'll work out. No, not quite as easy as that. Stun goes down very easily, and suddenly that 2v2, which you'd like to use as a platform, falls a little bit further behind than you'd like to. Early mistake there by Stan.
Good cutting back from Kadui, only burning his barrier as well. And Stend, summoner for him, didn't actually pop the Ignite in the end, but Loopy getting early gold means he's just going to be that much tankier on the Leona. So lane swap already coming through, and the 2v2 just stops like that, at least for now. 4 minutes 30, and Genex has decided he's going bot.
We often do see this in our, as soon as the lane swap detection alarms kind of start getting diffused at that point. It's fine, you're allowed to move where you want to at this point, no longer shuffled into your own lanes. Allows you to kind of move around for stuff like the grubs, which are coming up in a minute, and allows you to potentially avoid or keep up in certain matchups, which you've kind of picked for on this side too. I think Genax pretty happy to be in that Rumble matchup, already get himself a wave up on that bat side in that individual matchup, called it out. Gwen just seems to be pretty happy into that Rumble.
I do feel like, Gwen is happy into a lot of matchups these days. It's like the Rumble of old, before Rumble's Q got nerfed.
Oh, yeah.
And you'd go into waves, you'd be like, I'm not going to win this lane or get close, but I am going to suffer. Sten just to disengage as Team Heretics, they're 2v2. So far, I haven't really been liking this as new Corki, showing once again why he is a new lane bully at that.
It's really cool, by the way, just a bit of a history bomb. I've always loved seeing Corki Leona because one of the first seasons hang on, we might have to test over the Dragon. I won't get to tell you about that. We do get a force off.
I think you will, because I'm mega curious. Shao, though, he's going to be double queued, so the bleed is in effect. Bukata brings the dogs to the party, and Shao is in so much trouble. A flash away as Bukata takes 2 shots in the end. Camilla's going to zone this off, so Bukata gets out, but Shao is now a flash down.
And that's the kind of mistake we were talking about in the jungle matchup can really start to snowball. Important that Shao doesn't die, but that's a real reality check there. As the Neferi is going to get the dragon after this. Shao, a person that we've really praised from Heretics, beating hard at the team, often called to lead them to success, leaves an opening there for Bukata.
I'm so curious as to what you were going to tell me about Corki and Leona. Like, are they brother and sister? Are they lovers?
No, it's not even like that. No, it's just one of the first seasons I started watching Pro League was Season 3. And back then, it was when Corki was buffed every Worlds patch to get back into the World Championship.
Right.
But the reason why Corki and Leona was so good back then, and it is still now, is that the Gatling gun from Corki procs every bit of Leona passive when she goes in. It makes it so unexpected burst when normally you have to stop for an auto attack to weave between abilities. Corki Leona, it's kind of nice to see that the old tech of League still kind of works out in a tangled era.
I was going to say, because otherwise, I mean, the dog sees everything in that relationship, so I'd be a little bit worried, you know? Like, but it's good to know. Good to know. Hey, just important information. My brain's going to go where my brain's going to go.
Yeah, it is.
At least we sorted that out.
Jake,
that's why we came back to it, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we came back. And now we've established what the ground rules are.
Now we'll have a Nymera solo caster, Jake's put it in the kennel.
That's okay. How quickly did it take to get me pulled off? Look, that same bottom lane, 600 gold up. I've got to establish that Kadui, again, looks pretty solid, pretty all-round. There's a reason that he has now played this 5 times in the regular season. It's obviously a big comfort for him. Sheen already picked up as well. Good burst, and I mean, 600 gold up is the actual lead between SK and Team Heretics in this early game for now.
Of course, he is going to have a huge target on his back as we get through to actually any fight in the game now. I was about to say, into the one-item fight. Corki's strong enough now to focus at any point in this game. Because I think I look at almost everyone else on the map from SK. It's hard to pin down an Ahri with ult and flash. It's hard to pin down the double W in target abilities of topside. Corki's still the easier target to hit. Bukata is going to see an invade into his jungle if he goes into this brush.
Well, he sees them a little bit too late, doesn't he? The crash down with the flash as well. You said that invulnerability. It's a pain for the vying. It crafts itself, Nymera.
How is that fair? Loopy's now on an angle. Rika has ult. There's a chance of a counterplay here.
He's just going to get in the way, though. The charm, though, used a little bit too early. A solar flare, or rather, then it's like the follow-up as the dogs are back on in. Bukata re-engages and makes Team Heretics life a living nightmare. 2 kills quick, and SK's early game is off to the races.
This would have gone so well if this dog did not have a Fizz W on. Someone bring me the hot dog. Bukata gets 2 assists out of that, of course gets the reset on the ultimate, and gets to go back to the red buff they were there in the first place. And that's the mistake again, we highlighted earlier, you can't afford to give that kind of early opening to a team like this from SK. Needlework on top side, Rika looking for a play.
It might not be it, right? The exhaust comes down, and with all needles connecting, Carlson flashes away, but Rika has his own flash with a charm available and electrocute to proc. Right up against the wall, Carlson being patient, but he gets hit anyway. Inaction does not equal the action in the end, and Carlson equalizes down, but has to back off.
It doesn't lead to a kill, but it's still a major tool that's been bled. You're going to have to recall at this point too, potentially use your teleport to get back out onto the map too. How many times we're going to have to see the Vi play like this into the interfering? He hops over the wall too, like, it's just the fairy things. I know you've used your Vial, you've used your Taliyah ult, you're in enemy terrain, you're behind enemy lines, and you don't really have a panel to steer yourself out of this creek. Counterplay comes through, the Fury still has ult, you haven't taken enough HP to lock them out of the play, and it's a very easy collapse from SK. They have so much mobility to fall into this.
You can leave me. Agreed. Early game for SK going well. This is, this is new for me because honestly, coming into today, I was ready to tell you all about how Team Heretics, their first 14 minutes look a lot better. And this is something you'll hear a lot over this series, where Team Heretics are the team that have improved, have developed their solo lanes, have actually looked so good in the early game. I think 14 games for 14 games is actually the data for Team Heretics.
It is, yes. We actually have
told us that.
Exactly the same sample size between Winter and Spring at this point in this split. We normally forget this graphic after they made a good play.
Yeah.
SK, we should do that to them instead. And while Heretics, we have a lot of respect for them on their early game, he's going to get out safely here, that might not exactly come to fruition in this one, as SK now with a lot of early spikes about to come online, with that 1-2 item spike being a real pressure point for both teams here actually. Heretics are going to be fighting from behind in a very important part of the game.
Don't worry, game 2 or game 3, if they have a good early game, then I can bring it up again.
So like, you have to pretend you didn't see that one the first time.
You just look at it and absorb the fact that SK are doing well. Have one-sided sample here, because 1,000 gold lead in the early game that's come off the bottom lane, that's come off a 2-kill Corki now. Kadui's in charge, and not only that, it's only Carlson with the lead individually for Team Heretics. This is a really rough early game for the Shayo squad that we highlighted before.
So, Dragon's coming up now. Heretics don't want to give that over, but they might give up a pick. Good fresh down out of the way. Sten will spot them out on that brush. Heretics do have a powerful equalizer to bring towards the play at some points. Do need to be really careful about that disengage potential from SK though. You can't let all of your big engage tools go to waste. You need to use them efficiently, buy some of that disengage early.
Flash from Sten though, the engage onto Loopy. He's going to be crashed down. Soulflare's buying him time, but decisive shot brings him back and shows there to dunk down the support of SK, sent to the ground. 1 kill for Team Heretics to open up the ample opportunity of moving towards this Dragon.
Rika uses his ult. Kadui wasn't there at the play, and Genix wasn't in a position to teleport, so just an overstep there from Luffy. Just thinking, okay, SK, probably okay to disengage from the play. Of course, Leona's the one person who doesn't really have that. Yep. They have an Eclipse, they're a little bit tanky, but they don't get out of the play that easily, so Heretics fire back.
Instead, could be in the same trouble. Aftershock gives him some breathing room, as Shao does eventually get the Dragon equalizing, and in the interview we saw just before with Ginny, oh no, I think it was actually on desk with Odo, excuse me, was that Dragons are so important. Shao said it himself.
Yeah.
He thinks they're just so good right now, and Team Heretics now showing that proof in the pudding here as they equalize a little bit on the objectives. Remember, Grubs are still up as well, so that could be the next question mark as junglers are moving towards topside, at least Picard.
Genix ended up just using the needlework there because Carlson got a really good trade onto them. Level up there briefly before Genix could hit that level 10, so a good tool used. Rika now on bot side does have Rod of Ages some extra HP, might need to get out with a flash.
Yeah, for the wave it's going to be called greed, but I think it's called a great play from Team Heretics in hindsight. Set up there, Sten unfortunately gets a kill, but it's an open wave, open market. Team Heretics have brought cash.
Good couple of minutes now from Heretics. Did give that early opening over towards SK, but that's a kill on a side lane. Gives Flackett some chance to hit that turret. And of course now Rika's gone down just as he would have liked to be looking for his next kind of play as his ultimate came back up. Didn't have that for the disengage there. Good play from Heretics to use that time window. Loopy, what's he found?
He has taken a portal because he's also flashed into the melee arms of Camilo. It looks like a good play, and it's going to smell like one too. Kadui, 3 kills because of it. Ambitious, but very innovative from the support of SK.
Both teams really committing to just finding people picked off on these side parts of the map. First it's Rika, then it's Camilo, so both mid laners kind of return the favor. from the rest of their team. You can see that both these teams have a really good ability to tag on to plays like that. The Corki jumping forwards, the Vice starting things off on the other side. That's a bit of a reality check there, I think, from both teams. You can't really leave yourselves too overextended.
You can't. I mean, Camilo dropping down there is also great because it opens up that bot side maybe to equalize a little bit. As I say that, though, teleport going to be used mid. Conversation about waves, absolutely useless for the time being because we approach 14 minutes. It's kind of just ping-ponging waves for the time being. As Kadui spots out of back, can't enforce it, can't stop it.
Kadui has himself that triple spike, of course, and he has steel caps too, which is very nice versus the Vine. The Jhin, of course, won't help against those solo lanes flying at his face as well. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what Kadui can do. Player which I've spent a lot of time watching over in the ERLs. He is a triple ERL champion, won Prime League, won LVP, won LFL, won EMEMS as well. He was known as the Prince of Prime League for a while. Stand in a bit of trouble here. I think he can crash down out though.
Let's see if Prince can look towards that crown. Team Heretics back off though. SK holding full control of this top side, but it's a minute 35. Do you see any further action coming through from the neutrals? SK, their business being here ends now.
Just looking at the wider map again, you can see that SK trying to get some control of these side lanes. They do typically have two solo laners that would like to be pushing in like that, but I think Carlson doing well in this early game has gotten more wave control than I expected Heretics to have. Yeah. Normally I'd say, well, Ariel is insta-clear waves, needs to be respected from Gwen. Hasn't necessarily worked out like that, so Carlson doing well to buy his team a little bit more pressure, which is very important. Again, we said, oh, early mistakes, a little bit of gold over towards people like that Neferi becomes a bit of a problem, especially when you're fighting around now the one-item spike, where it feels like everyone on both teams starts to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, sitting on it now. Rika, especially level 11 as well. I know it's not your favorite build, but the Rod of Age is slowly stacking up, and at least he has a Dark Seal, best of both worlds.
Yes, oh, thank God. Look, I have a lot of issues with Ari builds, but if you have a Dark Seal, it can be saved with a lot of different blushes.
Definitely can.
You can save Loopy.
I don't think you can, because even if the Curtain Call doesn't connect, which in the end, Flacken makes it so, and Loopy will drop to the ground. Now, Genax has actually just jumped in, and Bacata zone control. His duty not done yet as Kadui helps out his jungler, but SK, it's all about this dragon control that spawns in a minute. However, it's a little bit too early. The charm after the second engage, as Sten has to flash away. The Gwen W helps out a little bit as the needles will fly as well. Bukata ultied in, but he has no reset, and this time he has no invulnerability. Best served cold. He shares revenge as over the wall. Flacken gets some space, and Rika, now with one ult charm left available, he has to use it well. His mana bar low, and Camilo in no man's land flashes away the Solar Flare again. He's getting deja vu. Messy fights beget nonsense. And with 35 seconds left to go, we're going to do that again over Dragon.
Yeah, because there's not a big enough win to see an objective taken just after it. Yes, the Herald is up on that top side. Yes, the Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds, but everyone will be back towards. We've already seen Loopy have a second swing at the fight there as he came back after dying the first time. Getting a little bit worried for SK here, though. This is the second time where Loopy has been caught out a little far from team. Go back into this. This is after Loopy's already died. They don't have their CC support with the Solar Flare available. That would have been really nice, actually, to pin down someone called the Neferi, the Ahri, and the Gwen. And you can see how difficult the composition is to play when you don't have that hard CC. Loopy dying at the start of the fight really makes it hard for SK to really get that damage down, whereas Heretics, they can just space a little bit more at that point. Yes, Camilo has to blow the flash, but he doesn't die, and he's completely fine with that.
One in the end is Bagata dropping down. We reset, and SK are on the Dragon first. You can see that Shao just wants the Herald, so there's going to be 2 Dragons down. Remembering, by the way, that SK actually got 5 grubs early on, so it's not the end of the world. It's not like Mites are going to spawn off the Wazoo. Where is that? What is the Wazoo?
You see, the thing is, my mind jumps to Kazoo, and that's not it.
That's like Banjo-Kazooie.
This is
right.
See, this is the kind of thing which Medic would know, and it really annoys me that I don't know this.
See, again, I could Google this, but that's just not that's not real, is it?
Yeah, I know what one of Medic's fun facts is that sharks are older than trees. Did you also know that sharks are older than the rings of Saturn and also the North Star? They're 400 million years old.
Wow. Every shark on Earth.
Well, okay, not all. Yeah. There is a Greenland shark which is several hundred years old.
Right.
That's just around somewhere. That's
Greenland shark?
Yeah, Greenland shark.
It's in Greenland, obviously.
No, it's it's actually in the water somewhere in the Atlantic.
Okay.
Yeah. That's my fun fact segment over. You can now propose another segment if you would like to.
Yeah.
That might be dangerous.
I wish I knew something about squirrels, but I'm not really there, am I?
There's a Marvel character called Squirrel Girl who beat Thanos one time.
Really?
I think.
Where was she in Infinity War?
That's a great question. These are the questions.
That's like the Eternals. The Eternals are around. Garbage movie, by the way. Save yourself 2 hours. As a... You know what, Marvel? Don't worry. I won't be listening to this. Team Heretics going to get bot turret. This is some gold back into their pocket. And after a rocky early game, they are starting to claw their way back. As onto Carlson, I could say that if he doesn't get caught out, he gets charmed and solar flared, so he stays in place. CC layering there wasn't good from SK, but Carlson is paying the price.
Also, just don't think they have the damage between these two members against Carlson, who has Merc Treads, got the HP component from that Leandries as well. Carlson doing well in the early game allows him to wave clear a little more effectively like this and keep the side lane afloat a little longer. And it means that on the other side, Heretics get the turret. They get themselves more than what SK do on the top side.
Really need to build up this lead because now it's only Kadui. We came from lanes where, you know, Bukata and Rika, as we saw, forced out Sheo a little bit. I think Bukata individually was having a pretty good time in this early game, but yeah, it's gone awry just a little bit. 1,500 gold lead for Team Heretics, and 40 seconds till Atakan spawns, but what I'm more concerned about is this gank. Jenax might be in trouble. He's knocked around a little bit. He won't go immune. Instead, he brings out the needles, and one more to hit, but holds off for now as SK group up as 4. I was going to say, where is Flackett going? But he's just getting past Loopy, who are ships in the night.
Goes where he pleases. Jump, flick that. Are we going to see an ult clone from Rika? No, probably. Well, I would stand here, yes.
I think so. Well, okay. Doesn't have to flash in the end, which is good. It's just the ult usage.
However, one thing about this build is one of the reasons why I do take a lot of issue with the Rod of Ages build on the Ahri. Losing your ultimate is a genuine loss condition. Now, you are not going to have your ult for a couple of minutes now. I believe, well, it's second rank now, but at first rank, it's about a 30-second cooldown difference between having the Malignance and having the Rod of Ages. Of course, gives you no ability haste or the ult haste that the Malignance does on that side. What it does allow you to do later into the game is, it's kind of a bit of a catch-all phrase, use your HP as a resource. You dive in, you take more damage than you're normally able to, and you kind of can initially go for like a 1v2 or something. You get some value, and you get to survive that play. You don't get to make those plays nearly as often, though, when you don't get that ultimate up on the same kind of cooling. You don't get to accelerate the game in the way that I typically like to see from an Ahri.
I think as well, like, for SK in this game, it feels like they're really going to be lynching onto the fact that they have, you know, kind of one streamline engage in Leona, right? A lot of these single engage comps, they struggle a lot, and especially in the LEC, it becomes very difficult to operate when Floop is dead. How do we pull onto them? And as you said, they have disengage tools. You talked about it in draft a little bit here, where we're lulling about the spawn of the next dragon. Our Team Heretics have got a bit of range. They can latch on. It's about the disengage from SK, how they can pull back, and how a lot of these range targets with their own disengage, like Corky W, like Rika having his ulti, Bukata's invulnerability, which is stupidly broken, and it's things like that that give them life in this game. But for Team Heretics, I think the go buttons are obviously a lot simpler, as they're trying to use one now with the Herald getting spawn mid a minute before Dragon and opening up the map a little bit.
Yeah, this is the counterweight Herald. You throw it down on the map to balance out a play which is being used elsewhere. Ahri's pushing down bot side, can't match the pushing power of the Herald in the mid. Easy mid tower taken. Loopy caught out again.
It's an ult from Camilo to stop any reinforcements. The seismic shove to keep Loopy in place, and the third time is not lucky for this solo support.
This has become a bit of a habit of Loopy's. Yes, you're winning on the side lanes here. If you're not looking for an actual fight in the mid lane, you can't be positioning like that. The only way I think you can position like that is if you've got immediate double teleports coming in from the other side laners. You shouldn't be doing that anyway because you're getting towers. Now, actually, Jenax might have overstated the top side because we do have a couple of people.
It's a pinch. Here. Everyone's coming in, 3 versus 1. How do you play it for Jenax? He has to get innovative. He brings the scissors out, and it's time to do the duty, cutting down. Jenax going to get flashed on. Exhaust is up, but Standy's going to come in and make this play a little bit harder to run by. Carlson as well to finish off the damage, and is shut down for the final touch. It's easily done for Team Heretics. Seismic shove in the side lane. It's all going well for Team Heretics now, and SK getting caught out not once, not twice, not 3 times. It feels like 4.
Dragon is going to go to the side of SK, but it's fairly slow at that. And yes, SK had the 5 groves. They do end up taking themselves a couple of towers and some presence across the map, but Heretics are playing these picks really well. They are picking off people like Rika, or at least his ultimate. They picked off Loopy multiple times. Jenax goes down. And I think that Sheo and Stand have been moving well as a unit to achieve that. Heretics, you know, it was like, oh, a bit of a fumble earlier. Are they going to be able to play towards their more proactive style that they've started to solidify in this split? And yes, they have been able to.
I mean, yeah, you raised a valid point. A lot of people will be thinking about Soul Point and those grubs, but I'm thinking about the inherent gold that Team Heretics keep pulling up. 2-item Rumble just about to pop onto your screen. His back is known in top, and Team Heretics have 2 through mid, 2 in bot, make it almost 3 for Flackett. His range is going to be unbearable. Newer Jin build, he's not going for the Youmu's first, it's Collector first, but he will one-shot any squishy target.
And he's going towards the rapid fire cannon because, look, in this kind of game, you have to walk forwards for that 1 extra auto to kill off the target that the Vi's doing. I don't necessarily think you're going to be able to kind of outspace someone like a Gwen with a W running. You need to use that fire cannon well. So it's on Flackett to prove that he can use this build effectively. And you're absolutely right, highlighting that soul point from SK is now a win condition for them. Absolutely worth putting something to that too. It wasn't just those towers, the Dragon, very important. Heretics will need to make sure that the gold that they've gotten from the picks and from a couple of these roaming plays they've made can make the difference before the next Dragon comes through.
A Vault Breaker is only the start of the threat, and a Magnet Storm is the final trend. Sten does it and makes himself known as Sheo jumps in a little bit too deep, a little bit too early. The linchpin of Team Heretics is down, and now all hell breaks loose with SK bringing in the big guns. Chenax TP's in, and it's a mistake from Sheo that you don't often see.
It's the disengage from SK. Kedri uses all of his summoners and his W, but that could be a huge mistake. Just talked about how Heretics needed to make sure that they were getting this gold used well before the next Dragon comes through. SK immediately take a fight, they can take the Atakan, and that's going to cause some problems for Heretics later.
There's going to be a Weaver's Wall through top, and Camilo is at least trying to buy some time to get some alone time with this set turret, but not enough damage there. Atakan going down, SK re-grasping some of this game, and for Baron's up in 15. Off the reset here, they have GA to play it.
So this is what happened in the mid lane. They go for a snap engage onto Kedui. Sheo doesn't get the clean Q onto the Corki. That might have ended up being a difference maker, but I guess with the Rumble not there, it wouldn't have at all. I mean, you don't even pull the teleport out, and that's quicker from SK. Wonder whether that was a miscommunication from Heretics. Surprised that Carlson didn't join for such an important play.
And we're hyping up the brilliance in the development of these teams. This game 1 has got to slow off the ramps, I feel. Just kind of been testing the waters here. 6-6, stand again. Tries to find Kadui, but remember, they have those rebirths, so even if Loopy once again gets caught out here, it's high ground, low ground for Flackett. Definitely is the comment there.
Feels topical that we had the re-release of Revenge of the Sith this weekend. They have the high ground.
I did not hear about that.
Didn't? I did.
Is it like a Ultra HD version or something?
No, it's just the same thing again, but I'm into that, so...
fair. Do they put it in the movies? Is that what they do?
Yes, they put it into the cinema.
As they should. Okay, I'm all about that as well.
Lightsabers.
It's big. Carlson, the same be said. He's just going to take Blast Cone away. There's good damage coming out of Picarda, and he's sinking his fangs in a little bit deeper now that he's got Black Cleaver Shojin.
This is definitely the build that we've seen a lot more this week in LEC. No Eclipse anymore, going towards this double build. Very, very strong 2-item mark. Stand, ooh, is he there to save Flackett?
Flackett only gets slowed. Another good Magnet Storm. Stand is at the front line, at the heart of it again. Kadui repositions over the turret down. There's nothing in SK's way. They'll push past it. Rika in the way again with the Spirit Rush out and available. And once again, Chenax is always there first.
Now, there is a death on the side of Heretics. The Atakan is, still here for the side of SK. Do they feel bold enough to go towards the Baron? No. If they killed Flackett or if they killed Sheo, I think they would have gone for it. So they get one of the low roll targets. Sorry, support plays. They get one of the low roll targets, all things said.
You guys suck.
They give their lives willingly, so the rest of the team is alive to fight around.
As we've said many broadcasts, support mains have so much these days. You guys don't know how bad you had it back in Season 1, Season 2.
Take your heart of gold and you'll like it.
You'll literally buy wards only and have no items. That's your job. You know in Rick and Morty, like, what's your...
You pass the butter?
Yeah, you pass the butter. Oh my god.
That's great stuff.
It's literally
there's a bit of a secret agent thing going on here from Sheo. You will spot Rika here.
He will
Stan's
indeed.
going down. There is an equalizer. Rika might be in a spot of trouble. Does have flash and all. I think they might have missed their opportunity.
They saw him definitely, right? I mean, again, Rika just didn't care. He walked forward. Sten's going to be the first target. Sheo gets a good ult up, and in goes Camilo. Wait, Team Heretics, it's working. Now for the turnabout play. SK have nowhere to stay. Loopy's so low as the Dragon just spawns, and this was their soul, but Team Heretics made the long con into a slow push.
Huge play from Sheo. The secret agent maneuvers do work out, and I wonder whether Rika should have just panic flashed instead. The ult not quick enough. Dragon to get started, and I think SK just have to give up the ghosts here. Picarda, no flash, will have to stick around for a smite steal, but I think even that's too risky at half HP.
He has no flash. That would be it would be suicidal, Team Heretics. They get 2 dragons. SK at the inside track to mid, so at least this keeps the game flowing for them. Gold still back in their pocket, and gold, by the way, is even, so this game's not over yet, but Baron has to be the next thought as Dragon's out of contention.
Definitely up for vision control. Of course, one of the things about playing around the bot side of the map for a while is that your vision is around bot side. That's not very helpful when everything's around here. You need it to be there. That's
Moving
a problem.
circle to UFO. It is scary. You're right. SK have used that to their advantage. Solar Flare, Camilo now caught out. Remember, he burnt his flash in the previous play. He's stuck against the wall. The curtain call into Loopy, trying to get Kadui, who's got so many bodies ahead of him. Stand is now left alone. Carlson just watching, and Team Heretics are pounced on once again by this all-in dive from SK.
The melee range Corki is the deadliest. The Prince of Prime League goes melee range on the Corki and gets some good work done. Now this will be a good Baron. Great use of a quick switch from bot side to top side to deny vision and get towards the Baron.
SK are still taking it down in awe of Team Heretics who are watching, but Blackett is so far away there's not going to be a range to add in. And SK pick up the Baron, and with it, this early game again rotates back around.
So the Dragon play didn't go out well, but this is the big thing we were just talking in the lead up to this. The plays that happened around the bot side of the map wasn't available on the top side when Heretics kind of panicked and had to rush towards it. They leave themselves a little bit skew-if in terms of protecting some of their carries. Jungle mid lane to go down, and as we were talking about earlier, jungle goes down, free objective.
Oh yeah. Nothing's up on the map. What's the next play for SK? They're thinking about how they can position down bot, how they can get this bot lane pushing up, because it is one of the 2 inner turrets left remaining. SK spotted on that wards you talked about before, the leftovers from Team Heretics setting up on that Dragon push. But for now, waiting for the minion wave with Genax not too far behind.
Heretics now feel a little bit bereft of options. The way that they typically want to play this game is make sure that when W gets blown early into a fight, then you can throw the ults in, same kind of thing with the Neferi W. I don't think they have easy enough map access to them, like getting flanks and whatever, or damage right now compared to the items which SK have, to force things out for free. That means that their engage becomes very, very hard to deal with, and SK can just keep disengaging, keep throwing out Ws, Turret goes down, Heretics feel a little bit toothless.
All that zone control, Genax just takes it like it's nothing. Top wave not in a position to get something else, but SK 2,500 gold with the Baron power play. And remember again, 2 minutes 30 till this soul for them is up and available. Team Heretics have been able to keep them at arm's length in this game for a little while, but it truly does feel like we're going to start talking up Kadui once again. We're going to start talking about this Corki, how much free time he's getting.
Oh, here comes Vakata.
While we speak of free time, we're going to remember that no one from SK are nearby until it's Genax. Bukata might have a bit of opening support. Sheo is now getting bodied, and now that the scissors are flying out, Genax just doesn't care. He'll run into anyone. Carlson's not a threat anymore with the exhaust down. Stend has to disengage, and Team Heretics, again, it's not coming together for them today.
That is the kind of play which they actually should be looking for. Those kind of scrappy, no one's quite prepared. You can pick off the Neferi with the Vi into the Talia, but it doesn't quite work out. They can't quite knit those skills together quickly enough, and suddenly SK actually get the better end of that play, because Neferi just gets to do Neferi things, hit double Q, heal up, and that's kind of the end of it.
And we get to see the power of Gwen, because Gwen at 2 items just walks in.
Yeah.
Look at the health. Walks in and no one's really able to contest. Genax is just such a one-man army, and now again, this inner turret that I thought with Baron wouldn't really reach. In the last 25 seconds, SK have opened up the top lane as well. Baron moves to 3,500 as a power play. And now it's just simply base that SK have to breeze through.
Heretics. Heretics throughout their ults there. They don't exactly have the easiest time of things when they don't have that Vi ultimate, is one of the problems of picking something like that Vi. Midway through draft, you're saying, oh yeah, isn't Vi normally banned? Isn't it normally early pick? This is one of the issues with the Vi when you are into a comp like this, where everyone is kind of like a B tier option for you to ult.
True.
You have to kind of have some prerequisite. They have to have blown this skill. They have to be out of position by X amount. This is why it sucks when it falls behind like this. And Heretics, yeah, maybe you can get a huge Rel ultimate into an equalizer. It's just feeling like it's much harder to get that because, you know, whereas before they had a bit more presence from Carlson pushing up lanes, that's not the case now. If you look at everything as we come towards this Dragon, they don't have the best top lane push. They're being pushed up in mid lane. There's a chance that Ahri goes down here as well. They have a couple of inroads in through here, but it feels hard for Heretics to find an ideal opening, and that's going to really make them struggle to take down this very disengaged heavy team.
4.5k gold lead. Put your eyes towards mid. We're going to ARAM for just a little bit here as waves meet up and go head to head. It's good wave clear from both. Flacker tries to use range, and Stend is now thinking about his predetermined angle.
This is why pushing mid is so important. It opens up those extra angles. Already highlighted how difficult it was before close on the Zenith Blade as we push into River.
Double control ward clears the whole brush as Charm connects Blackett, loses Cleanse. His range not an advantage anymore. Rika is a threat from the right. It's all about the soul here as SK start up the Dragon, 7k. It's going down.
Stand looking for the Miracle flank. Hexgate over. It will be on a ward, and that's Kedui's W down. Could be important.
And Stand is so far away. Sheo goes to no man's lane. You talked about it in draft and now see it in reality. Out goes Sheo. The curtain call will fly. 4,500. It's going down quick. It's the Dragon. It's Health Bar. The fourth shot for the steal. Team Heretics still in the game, but Sheo no longer. The charm out of miss. He's somehow alive, but the dive in from Bukata ends in a flash. He avoids the deadly flourish, but Blackett is on the chase. The Weaver's wall out. It continues round 2 as SK are kiting back still. It's Kadui versus the world, and I think he can hold the world up. All it takes is a deadly flourish, which he kites away, but his poke really hurts. In the side, in the rim, anywhere he hits you, it is grim. Team Heretics is a 4-man unit. Can't step up to him. Sheo knows, or Stand rather. The flash forward, Kadui gets a rocket, but a 4th shot and a reload. Team Heretics, another kill. Bukata thinks about it as Genex now rolls in this game. He's going from better to best as Carlson from behind. It's a dog shot, but that dog wants to go in again. Blackett for another exhaust down. Dead meat as Kamilu survives, and we're just warming up.
That is so much better for Heretics than they had any right of happening from that Dragon. The setup looked a little bit dicey for them, but they ended up finding a steal and a great fight afterwards. SK, they still have a gold lead, but now they are equal in Dragons 3-3, and SK will be wondering exactly how they got that. Heretics fought their way into that River magnificently to get some extra angles into that, even though it looked like the Vi ultimate didn't really get the value it needed to. SK couldn't hold their battle lines. With Rika going down so early, made it very difficult. Of course, we'll see that in the replay again here. This was the bit where I thought, okay, this is looking really awkward. It's not a great Vial. Rika kind of pulls them out of position. The Equalizer doesn't get huge amounts of value. Surely with all the big ultimates down, SK should win this, right? But that's just not the case. The Dragon still comes through, and Talia gets a lot of value from just the basic abilities after this point, as it feels like a lot of people just dash through the minefield and they can't quite engage in the way that they wanted to.
All big range ults used. And we're just going to watch chase down here while Kadui is a big enough threat that Team Heretics can't run him willy-nilly.
I feel like maybe Kadui was sold out a little bit by his team here. Like, okay, maybe you could have hit him a little bit closer around the corner. Kadui obviously has a ton of damage. You see how much that random crit does. Flashes forwards here and very nearly takes 2 for himself in this. The teleport, it's a good angle. It's a little bit too late at this point. I understand you can't recall and teleport any quicker. They're going on to him
again, but it's mega deep. As you said, disengage with the max stop from Stand, layers onto everyone. Opposite the track, but for SK, how true is that as a frontline Ari is the worst one. Blackett gets the kill. Team Heretics again, moments in the sun. The turret goes with it.
Heretics are managing to thread the needle so well. Kadui, so much damage, but not the easiest way for him to get out of the combo. This is going to buy them a Baron, and as we were saying before, you know, it is equal in Dragons now. The Baron buff will now last over till the next Dragon spawn. Heretics are bringing us to late game. They've talked about their tenacity. They've talked about the 3-word plan for themselves, and they're in a great position yet again.
Watch once more. Sheo just goes to hell and back with these ultis.
It's a great angle on Skidoo. I just don't think he expected enemy team to be in his red side jungle at that point. It's the only reason you'd be in that too. Great Weaver's wall to seal him off there too. Just didn't expect the Cork to get junked on like that.
And again, more and more items. You got to remember, Kanik Rookron now for Sheo. He's getting tankier so that when he does go on this grand journey, you know, the dude is not losing his suitcase along the way.
Yeah, that happened to you before?
No, I have had, you know, actually I've had a suitcase left in another country, and I've had the handle absolutely kaput.
You can have your suitcase back, but not the handle.
No, the handle was broken and still is. Not going to name any brands, but I'm very upset with them. Now, for Team Heretics, do they know? That's the biggest question for SK. They hold.
Both teams vaguely know that they're on this side of the map. Before, we were talking about the vision control. We talked about how Heretics lost a lot of it. Now look how different things look in such a short amount of time. Wards on both sides. Process elimination, they make it very clear that they know that there's only a couple of pockets SK can be playing from. They make sure that they're safe too. Flacker W's out of that fog of war. If he hits a root on someone, that could genuinely be game-changing at this point. I think at this point in the game, a good root enough route from Jin onto the Corki, that could actually be the game.
Okay. Kadui He's not going for the GA last. He's got a Vampiric Scepter, so I was going to say just wait for the GA, but he's going to be waiting a hell of a long time. I'm surprised to see Kadui probably going for the Bloodthirster. And I mean, it's a game of boots where he's probably just going to upgrade those Tarbis anyway. So, Loopy, that is an int. Solarflare's going to come out. Can they do anything with it is the question. But SK support giving freebies. Not being the best game from him, and Team Heretics will smile at the deal.
Yeah, it's suddenly got a little bit overcast outside. The sun goes out. And SK wondering exactly what Loopy was doing with that Hex Gate. You should know that's not your area of the map anymore. You've just seen Jin skill shots flying out of that for the last minute or so. Dragon's now up. I get that you have to be around there for it. This is going to be a free Hex Salt, unable to be contested.
Got to say, for Team Heretics, Resilience really the name of the game, as you said. With that soul down as well, the chase becomes unbelievable. That SK will just have to stand there and accept no smiling anymore in the corners of these SK members that were so far ahead. I'm talking about Rika and Kadui, who in this game had monumental displays. Kadui no longer. It's Shao's chase, the seismic shove, a combination that is unbreakable. Team Heretics now with an open mid.
Fantastic follow-up with the Weaver's Wall. Makes it so easy to pick off this Corki, who had so much of the gold for SK. Heretics with the Baron buff and the Hex Soul can absolutely crush the base now.
Flacket, you might think 4 shots, but it's enough. Again, Team Heretics blast open 2 lanes. A good charm, but it's all in defense here. How long can SK hold on? Sten thinking about an engage, a deadly flourish. Yet again, Luby shoved back. He just respawned to die on his back. Team Heretics with 5 still, the Needlework has scaled, and Genax is the last line of defense, and as he holds on, trying to clear the wave, the curtain call brings out. Brilliance is shown with 4 shots, only 2 connecting, an ulti used, but a Magnet Storm keeping Picardo in place. Team Heretics, again, look for a regain, but they're just going to pull on back. SK managed to defend for now. They can't find anything off the back of it.
Really good engages and really good follow-up on the back of these Vi ultimates. Shao, we've called him the leader of this team, the beating heart, and this is the kind of gameplay which has solidified his importance within Team Heretics. Like, this is a great pick again after they've, just caught him out a second time in that mid lane. They don't end up finishing the game here. Of course, there is good wave play coming through, but look at the amount of random CC that comes through from Jin W into the Talia flick back. It's, even though they defend the base, they're still bleeding out, they're still losing inhibitors. This is a survival, but at what cost?
That's right. Only good things for Team Heretics. I mean, SK. It did feel like there were many moments in this game, not even just early game, it was a lot of the mid-game moments as well, as we transitioned to where we are now, where SK did have control. They had a Gwen that was scaling, and they've just come narrowly close so many times in one game. Like, it's been disappointing, but for Team Heretics, they obviously know how to play around the strength of their soul laners. And again, we talked about their composition. You talk about easy execution. I see Vi, I see Talia, I see a Rel, I see everything that LEC players love.
You press the go button and something disappears on the other side of the map. Heretics doing a good job to play around that, and a couple of wobbles in the mid game. SK will be wondering where it went wrong as he goes forwards again.
He bumps the charm, Golden no, Shao might have run out of time. Magnet Storm saved again. Sten's resurgence coming into the LEC, or at least his debut in this split, has looked so much better than the last. Sten gonna look for the flip, and Genax gets no chance to bring the game back to even. SK running out of odds, 3 left in the base, and Team Heretics with 1 lane to go through.
Genax showing why you shouldn't run with scissors and do ill-informed teleports. It's not been his best use of globals. This game goes down very easily in Heretics. I think they'll just march in with 3 inhibitors. Can they finish at this point? Well, they're going to give it a try.
Picardo doesn't have enough wave clear, but Rika might. Zone control is good from Camilla with charm so narrowly missed. The minions coming out for their second push, and Rika still trying his best to defend. Flacket looks for the range, and the 4th shot takes it into the turret, and SK know the drill. Loopy steps up again. He has to die a 7th time as Shao runs into the turret. 1 left remaining as Camilla's dived on by Bukata. The pierce through, the bleed enough. Camillo, though, gets his dying breath of a poke. A double over to Flacket, who has been seizing the day. Team Heretics game 1. Resilience is their name.
That was an awesome Jin game coming through from Flacket as well. Yes, those Shao ultimates were absolutely crucial, but as soon as we got through to those kind of limbo parts of the game, we were waiting for that next pick to come through. I think Flacket's W's were absolutely insane, and that Jin was a key part of that composition.
It was. I feel like Team Heretics, again, just knew how it operated around these dragons. And even the 4-shot stealing dragon kind of took me by surprise. I feel like Team Heretics, again, still in the spotlight. This is a team that's 3-3, needs to win desperately to keep climbing up to the top 6, which is where our cutoff is. GD standing by with Flat Kid to see how game 1 felt.
That is exactly what I would like to know. How did game 1 feel? Because every single time we're looking at a game from Heretics, one thing that keeps standing out is the resilience that you guys have. How do you stay so positive when, like, it literally looks like you're gonna lose?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know, we're used to playing from behind, I guess, I don't know. But, I mean, for sure, this first game, I could tell we're really shaky because the comms were a mess and everything around early game was kind of a mess. But, yeah, I mean, if we have something good, it's our resilience.
So how are you going to tighten up for game number 2? Because if this is a 2-0, you know, like, that's great for your standings.
I mean, I hope we come to game 2 with like a different vibe. I think we need to chill a bit. I think this game is good, you know, to make us stay calm. So hopefully we show another face.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with the second game of the series, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Going to get in the way though. The charm though used a little bit too early. A solar flare or Rust then it's like the follow up as the dogs are back on in. Bukata re-engages to make Team Heretics life a living nightmare.
One has CP noticing. I'm taking. I'm taking. I need to TP far, okay? Yes, nice. Can we CC rumbles? I'm coming. Enough. I'm going. I'm not there, okay? No barrier. Double inhib, okay, double inhib.
Yeah. No, bring it back. It was such a jammer, this song.
Yeah, bring back the songs.
What do you mean? We were being professional, not dancing at all.
Not at all.
I mean, the game got me hyped.
Yeah, the game was really hype, and honestly, props to the most resilient team that we have in the LEC. We see them behind us right now, debriefing of the game.
Yeah, not that side.
No, not that side. We look at
My
that
bad, my bad.
This side messed up. This side really messed up because, guys, Heretics really handed SK a game on the silver platter after this early game.
Definitely, and it just props to them. I guess what Flack said was entirely right. They're used to playing from behind because I feel like teams, when they fall behind like this, it's really hard to find avenues to crawl back into the game. But I feel like Team Heretics with Sheo in front just did all the correct decisions.
Yeah, it felt though like it kind of took a while to get there. Like my thought process coming into this series was SK, when I look at them, seem to be a team of individuals where it's like every player is going to have their moment to shine, and you kind of seen it at different points. Like Kadui's Ezreal, and then you get Rika on his Yone, and then you get Jenax on some weird top lane counter pick that he's decided for today, right? But I was kind of like, oh, but I don't think there'll be a match against Heretics because Heretics kind of have good fundamentals, which is we're going to push waves and set up for objectives first. But that wasn't really what we got for a large portion of this game. They got there in the end, but it kind of felt like it was missing for a good chunk of the start.
How did they get there, though? Because the early game looked janky. I love the resilience, discipline, not so much. Maybe the next step they want to work
Well, it did look janky, but for me, okay, I'm a believer, and it felt like everything was calculated, right? Because it felt like, okay, the thing is, so they lost early game, and they were just giving objectives a lot just to get goal leads. And if you can bring up the Herald right now, because what happened was that they made a trade where they give up the Drake. Well, it wasn't really the greatest play here, but with this Herald, they're essentially funneling this Drake that is going to happen now into gold right now, catching side lanes later, getting tempo, so that they can assure themselves this shot of gold that they're going to get, because their team comp really needs gold. They don't really need to start snowballing now, because later on, the Rumble, the Vi, the Talia has insane catch potential, and Sheo is just pretty much everywhere on the map, making sure that Team Heretics is getting the gold they need.
Yeah, and they do get the gold. I think, though, like, although you were even chatting to us beforehand, like, the nervousness here was, hey, you know, you've lost a lot of waves on sides. Now you're going to lose the Dragon as well off the back of this. Putting SK onto so point ahead of this, and I think this is where, coming back to what I expected from this series, this is where I was kind of like, oh wait, Heretics aren't playing towards what has been their win conditions. Even what you were highlighting with some of their stuff, like going more for dragons, has kind of been the name of their game.
Exactly. It was risky. It's not the risk that I would be happy to take, you know, given the fact that the enemy team has Nafiri, has Gwen, has a lot of these zone of controls that are extremely annoying, and it feels like they counter your comp, but they gave Soul point and they had to take a rabbit out of the hat.
That's the thing, like, I feel like Sheo keeps on making it happen. If it doesn't come from the early game, it usually comes from the objective setups and how I actually want to know, is he responsible for communication in cases like this? Is he the one driving and gathering the team? Although you've talked to him, you know about this setups.
Definitely, look where he is. So he randomly sneaks in here. This is actually a really hard play to find on stage with your backs against the wall, 2k gold down, enemy team comp is extremely annoying, and now he finds an angle out of nowhere. Stan plays it really well, forcing the Nafiri, but even now, this pick gives them the much-needed time to set up for an even better fight later, because for them, this was do or die.
And that's the thing, I feel like so much of this comp, or sorry, not this comp, this team revolves around Sheo and Sten being able to work together. You saw Sheo setting up for that amazing flank, but it's Sten immediately with the follow-up. You're just bulldozing your way through an area you should be able to escape, and we see it so significantly time and again with them that I think this is where, coming into the later portions of the game, you have to find ways to try and shut down Sheo, because it just feels like this man is a magician, as you say, pulling things out of a hat, but he's just been so good at kind of grabbing his team by the scruff of the neck and saying, lads, we're going here, let's get this done.
Yeah, and honestly, when I look at Heretics now, my expectations changed completely given the split that they had, and I expect more from them. So when they serve us with an early game like this, I'm not happy at all.
Think about it, like, if they win, they go to 4-3.
Yeah.
They're ahead of G2. They are, like, sitting in that 4th place spot with a win today. So, like, they have really stepped up, and there was not that expectation coming into the split.
Exactly. Well, on top of that, they have Fnatic later, and then SK. Is this
we don't worry about later.
GX, sorry, but I'm like, yeah, Team Heretics can really go for a miracle run this split compared to Winter with how slow they've been ramping up. It wasn't really going that great, but now they still need to work a little bit on this early game to show us a little bit more because they can't keep getting away. You know, the mid game is so well, the late game is so well. You have Sten and Shio working together, but we still want a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think it is those mistakes that kind of slip in. Like you saw it in the bottom lane, giving that early kill across. Like there are still issues that are there for Heretics. Even at like 7 minutes 50, they end up going for that invade onto the bottom side that they try to jump onto the Neferi. The Vi ultimate gets this, like, just dissipates. Oof. You get nothing out of the play. Like, these are kind of the things where, like, all right, come on, lads, like, you know that this isn't going to work out. You're over-forcing. And I think this is where they then kind of have to draw on that mid to late game prowess that they have to bring it back. And it does work. Like, at the end of the day, this is a team, again, I think understands good fundamentals. It's, hey, I push this wave. We will reset on our timers. We will be at the objective first. We're going to be able to set up with our vision that we need. And this is kind of where they've been getting those wins. But it only gets you so far. Eventually, teams are going to crack the code.
But that's also the problem with teams having good fundamentals later on, because when you start working on your early game, realistically, when you look at mid game, every situation, 2 minutes before Drake, 1 minute before Drake, it kind of looks the same. You know, you need to go contest the mid wave, you need to find position, you need to put some control down, then you play. But when it comes to early game, when everything fluctuates so much, you have a lot more variables that you need to take care of. And naturally, I feel like it's a good thing for them they're failing, because now they're trying to be a lot more proactive in the early game. You know, it's just growing pains.
Failing up, you know.
Quoting the AD carry from Team Heretics, a win is a win. We take it for now. We'll see if they can make the other one happen here, or if SK will manage to come back here in Game 2. Casters, over to you.
It's a good question, isn't it, as we get into this one?
Why do you have that?
Disinfectant. I don't know.
It's just like here. Dog spray from the Neferi from last game.
From the COVID era. Yeah. Those were good days. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Anyway, look, that's how I met my wife during COVID.
Weren't you in Shanghai for that anyway?
No, I was, and then I went to Sydney. But then when you spend 3 months with someone straight, you end up marrying them. That's
cheat code from Jake, everyone.
That's what happens. Stay in the same room. If you can survive with someone for more than 24 hours in a row, think about marrying that person. All right, Team Heretics SK. Now, as you noted, Nymera, as we just saw, SK choosing red. Maybe they really care about Genx counterpick.
Genx has been a very lane-focused player for as long as I have known him as a player, whether that's been in LEC or dropping down into ERLs. He has loved things like that Yasuo top lane. He played the Jax and the Urgot last week, which I guess the Jax is more common, but the Urgot last week, wanting to play something more specific like that. Yeah, this does signal something which would give him some tools for success. What's being let through doors now, of course, stuff like the Sejuani still available if SK don't ban that.
True.
Of course, that's there to finish off their bans.
I wonder if, I mean, Zyra's kind of been pitted as like a pretty, but not the best champion these days. Yone, though, pairing with it changes things. So will we get like a Yone B1, or do we just go to tank jungler? Do we go to usual Azir? Yep.
Azir's a lot better now that Taliyah's off the table. Taliyah does very well into the Azir, can kind of use his auto-attack animation as a self-CC thing to get easier flicks and a bunch of other stuff which makes it hard to play that matchup. Of course, that was played very well by Camilo in that first game. Now you have to say, well, do you have to go towards the Victor for Rika, play mage into mage? Do you go something like the Silas and go for what I like to call, you know, Macedonian warfare, where you both have the phalanxes pushing? It's a fun thing. Instead, they go for a completely different tack, and they go towards the Pantheon and the MF.
But on the other side, they're just going to snatch that Ashe. Pairings with it as well. Brom's still available. And Brom into Misfortune. I mean, that is a really good 2-3 from Heretics.
It's really good. And now you have good ability to start fights for the Ashe, double long-range carries, good ability to protect them. That's a very good core. And SK, yes, they have Misfortune, which is good in laning phase. You don't have the Rel for it. There's no Leona either, which are two of your choice pairings. Do you go toward, well, you don't. Do you go towards the Nautilus? Doesn't feel fantastic against the Braum. Rakan is kind of the option where you're like an engaged champion, which doesn't get countered by Braum in lane. But it's not the best combo for MF, really.
Yeah, I mean, follow the setup, right? It's been said so many times. It's such a good follow-up support. into things like the Pantheon, maybe the pairing is enough. Let's see what goes through solo lanes as the bans start flying through. And Bessa's first taken off the board, which is a nice pairing when you have a lot of stop and don't move buttons.
Is that what you call CC? Stop and don't move buttons.
Don't move,
That's
sit
like
there
you,
and think.
You say that, put it into a translator a couple of times, that's what you get back.
True. But like the translator sends it to another translator and then eventually comes back to English and it's kind of lost in translation. Good one.
The Silas is banned away, which makes it a little harder to play against that Azir, at least in that laning phase. What else has Rika got in pocket? Did highlight that Yone before. Yone goes through the Braum, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that taken away. Problem is, if you do that, then even if you do get that Yone, maybe locking yourself into a full AD composition doesn't feel great into a Braum, and if they lock in another tank, so you have to consider that too.
They get rid of the Wukong, which flourishes against a lot of hard AD. Yone also taken away, and that maybe just kind of indicated that, yeah, like, they might have to find an AP top. Or maybe it could be Ryze. I mean, you've been watching a lot of LPL. Like,
it's a good pick.
They love this pick at the moment. Us, not as much.
I think you're maybe looking at, well, look, if you're playing like more EU champions and stuff, which Rika's been playing more, I think there's Hui and Victor as kind of just matching mage for mage. Okay. You get some consistent damage through this. You struggle to match range with the Ashe. Well, okay, no, you do match with the Azir, but the Ashe and the Azir feels like they have better consistent damage compared to you and the MF. If the MF doesn't get a good bullet time, you're down in that kind of DPS race. You're now blind picking for that top lane. Carlson had a pretty good individual lane in that first game. Genex will have that counter pick. Our prediction of, oh, red side, counter pick for Genex has come true here. And that Shinzao looks like a likely lock-in against the Pantheon. Early power for early power.
I wonder if you do lock in the Aatrox as the final pick, though. As you said, it's going to be blind here, and Carlson has some pretty wacky picks. If I see a Cassante, I'll be very upset because, again, I think that champion is just trash these days. Very few comps does it work into.
We've finally reached that point of the champion's life cycle. You've been in pro long enough, it's
Thank
trash.
God.
Aatrox comes through.
Everyone's glad Cassante's gone, but yeah, Aatrox, a lot of dive already built up, at least for Team Heretics. Maybe I should say a lot of angles. Maybe is what we have to look out for. Is SK last pick? How do you counter this Aatrox?
I mean, Gnar has typically been decent as the Aatrox, more of a skill matchup. If you've been playing red side for Genex to get a good matchup in top side, I would have liked that to be a bit more of something spicy, I suppose. But if you do get value out of this and you manage to hold the Aatrox down, win out in side lanes, you do get some good ability to, again, have an engaged threat which goes through a Braum shield. You can block something like a Nautilus hook with a Braum by body blocking. You can block something, you know, I guess even like a Leona kind of flying through just by kind of hitting with the ultimate. A Gnar flying into your backline with a Mega Gnar, much harder to block with the Braum shield. If you get onto those carries, that is a threat. Now, it's harder to coordinate around because you need to use that Gnar timing, but it does give you a secondary threat alongside that Rakan, which can also throw his body into the fray.
Well, at least we've got some follow-up engage built up by that last Gnar anyway, as Rakan will definitely be able to follow that. But for SK, backs up against the wall a little bit. We've already said it. Stakes on this game are all about participation in playoffs. Top 6 make it through, and we are on the final lap. Week 6, Week 7 ahead of us. SK with 3 series left to go, but Koi, G2, Vitality, that's the lineup. And if I'm SK, I think, man, if I don't get a win here, it is looking hard to get out of that bottom 4, which will be eliminated until after MSI.
So, a lot of stakes here. Again, it feels like today can creep up on you a little bit. All 4 of our teams playing today have a lot on the line. SK short in that first one. Heretics clawing their way back in, and now ahead in the series.
These are good teams. I mean, these have become a lot better. Like, there's a big discussion around LEC. What's the quality of play? After coming away from Madrid, after watching G2 fumble a little bit on the big stage, which no one really thought was the narrative because G2 always step up on the stage, I feel. People are like, hang on, Koi look good, Giant X look a lot better. And we haven't seen KC for a bit, but like, even though they've been a little bit flaky, they're still 5-1. Fnatic looked good. I feel like overall, LEC has improved. The middle of the pack has definitely improved. To question where our tops truly lie. That's what it feels like. And again, we're having a big conversation about standings because, just as a side note, like...
Look at the amount of 3s!
We like 3.
And Jin's worst nightmare.
He's like, let me get to 4. Well, Heretics will get to 4 with a win here, so, you know. He'll be cheering on that one.
You know what's kind of crazy? I think if Heretics and Vitality, no, BDS both win today, temporarily we could have G2 pushed down to 6th after the start they had.
G2, bad team.
Well, I mean, I think it just goes there. No, don't you dare say that. They're on a not so great run of form right now. But I think what it shows is, again, how quickly things have changed within a week or two. I think we assumed what our top teams were. Top teams have not necessarily stayed consistent at that top end. I think, as you were saying leading into this game, our mid and bottom table teams are good enough to punish. And it's been really entertaining to watch that. Having a roadshow, bringing up the energy, having our mid-table teams and our bot-table teams stepping up beyond that margin as well. It has felt very entertaining to watch them progress.
It really has. I mean, LEC delivering on many different margins now in this early game. Just a side note, look who's busy in the enemy jungle. The Xin Zhao is already level 2. Bukata trying to match that here. We're going to get jungle v jungle action. Walking away from Grump is Share for now. What's really important here is, of course, you have that Ash Braum to give you some presence in that bot side. But Shao, has he made it out completely fine? We'll see. He's not. Bukata's here and an involved Q. The damage is going to fly. A flash over the wall. Bukata holding on to his for his dear life, thinking about, is it worth it? Cooldown's about to come up. Wind becomes lightning. Share found an escape path. So, bot lane part of that equation worked out fairly well. Jungle part of that equation, not quite equalized. So, Bukata lost a camp in there, able to take away the Raptors on the other side. So, fairly happy as far as camp for camp steal goes. Of course, when you get to that first clear, it just kind of helps just make sure you're equalizing things, because that first back of the game was so important for a lot of these early pressure junglers. Sure, thinking about, oh, Raptors not there. Okay, red buff is on a ward still. He's pulling it away, very intelligently done. I'm not sure about the range of the ward observers, but he's going to pop one in anyway, so now it's obvious for Bukata. Still level 2 each. Junglers really want to go for the throat. Bukata has the empowered ability from that Mortal Will. Shout, yeah, he's scared of this, and he should be. If there's an empowered W, that's a problem. But it's 800 still, waiting for the smite. Bukata gets it. Shao backs off, and yeah, he's just going to lose that one out. Look at the EXP bars as well. Bukata's still not level 3, but he's a step closer, and with no red buff there as well. Camilo now has to pay presence. Oh, Camilo. Q flash? Yeah. I mean, Camilo, that's a big flash to lose. Bukata worth for the trade. If you have a jungle invading bot side early on, when you have the Ash Braum, you expect your jungler to be getting ahead. Doesn't happen that way. Bukata fires back, and suddenly you've lost flash on both your mid jungle. That's a problem. There's an engage happening bot, though, in the meantime. Sten is going to block the damage from the rain. The gun's open, and Kadui just gets something back. Team Heretics, the 2v2, actually not working out that well for them, but mana as a resource, Kadui is low. It is, but I suppose they'll be looking for their first back at some point. Second, he and Camilo, he does have TP, but he just hasn't had the chance to go back. Yeah, has no flash, lost a lot of that HP. Does have a cookie, but doesn't really want to spend that. See what his first back ends up being. Probably not the best things all said and done. Rika, really good early lane presence from him. We said, okay, well, you know, was looking for something like a Silas or a Yone, works better into the game, later into the game, I suppose. But the Victor, good poke early on, does get some value, not just for himself, but actually for Bukata as well, to allow him more presence in the early game than probably he was expected to have, based on the plan of Heretics. It's like today, I mean, Shao last game, got some control back, but hasn't had the most explosive start. He's now trying to change that with his invade. Get some vision out that the top camps are still available. Actually finds an opportunity onto Rika. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't connect, and Rika also leveled up. So a bit of extra health as Camilo now into lethal tempo area. Loopy shows face. I really like what was happening here too. There's a thing which you can do, of course, when you have supports kind of going about the place, is your AD carry goes back and they go walk out onto the map wherever they want. While that is happening, if you have enough HP, you can just walk up river as a support as well and kind of do what you want. Fight in jungle though. It's all about tempo, isn't it? Shao a little bit low, gets the smite down in the end, but Bukata's not done. The spear's out as Gravity Field is set up, and Sten flashes forward to enable the first blood kill. A spike down, beautiful, but it's not over yet. Team Heretics can feel the blood in their ears, and they're rushing to get onto Loopy. The rest of W away. It ends there, but a first blood over to Shao. It's first blood all the same. And weirdly, an implication of what we had, and just for bringing up the minimap before, and says, oh, your AD carry goes back. You got a free play while they're resetting. If you stay too long, your AD carry's still in another lane, and they weren't there for this. Kadui wasn't there to impact, whereas Flacket was. SK don't balance the numbers. They end up on the wrong side of that little skirmish, lose that first blood, and it goes over into that jungle matchup, which SK had worked so hard to equalize before. Yeah, I mean, Bukata was trying so hard in the first 5 minutes of this game to really get a lead. Now down in gold. Didn't even get that steal of a camp either. Raptors went over to Shao with the smite, so I mean, it does feel like that red still is kind of mitigated.
Oh, someone mentioned, it might have even been Dagda that mentioned it yesterday. It's like, you do the wrong method, but you get the right answer. It's like, yeah, we've got the jungle advantage. We did not do it the right way, but we got it.
The step too far that for SK has hurt them. The early game, Team Heretics, and they've got gold on their jungler, Tunneler required, Ruby Crystal in hand. Grub's now up available as well. 6 minutes 30 on the clock, and Dragon also is an option. Bakata bot, shares top.
Both the early game objectives up and available. Misfortune put into that mid lane, as is that Ashe. Rika doesn't have the level 6 yet. We'll be getting that off of this wave. Assuming it's just going to be the grub for Dragon trade. Don't really think there's going to be a contest on either one. Bakata starting this up. Janice comes over with that Mega Gnar, helps Leash over a little bit. It's one of the most annoying things about these objectives. Hang on a second, Ashe Bromar coming over. One of the most annoying things about these objectives in this part of the game is how much time they take.
Yeah.
Now, while you're on this side, if someone walks over to you, a lot of the time you can at least smite the first grub and then back off.
Yeah.
If you get a third of the dragon, you don't get a third of the dragon. You got to start again. It's a bit annoying.
And also, as Carlson gets mighty trades onto Genax. He was dealing with the wave, pushing in and then reset. Looking for his option into Dragon as well. So 3 grubs. Shadow's not even backing off for 2. He'll take 3. Bakata so far will get nothing. And for Team Heretics, this objective early game is looking a hell of a lot better than the last.
Yeah, now suddenly, you know, Sten's here. Cher can walk forwards with that too. Shinza Braum, good in the early game, of course. Very good on just their basic abilities. Might use to secure his own Raptors, does get that level 6, but as you're rightly saying, you know, Heretics, much smoother early game compared to that last one. And even then, the last one, they played hang on a second, he's in a bit of trouble here.
He is. He's waiting for the gravity field to disappear, or rather the arcane field, but now the Pantheon ult. Good ulti from Camilo, times it. And Bakata's kept in place. The chase begins, but I fear Camilo is out, and Team Heretics with a win.
I'm not sure, hang on, don't think Bakata can really go any further here, especially with
He has flash, but he's not going to take it. You're right, Sten is covering.
Yeah. This is also the kind of point where you flash forward and then suddenly an Ashe arrow comes through and you get really kind of spooked. Bakata's still hanging around though. Victor's still pushing top wave. Can push that wave into tower, maybe look for something again.
Loopy's covering as well though, so it's an all-on in force. Under turret, Camilo is stunned up, and a great trade from Rika. He's used a bit of his life for it, but now with his mana low, he won't care. Bakata flashes in and Camilo is dead meat until he gets out, but Loopy doesn't hit the target. Followed up by Kadui is good though, so it's a clean. Ends up being a trade as both mid laners drop to the ground, but Infernal Dragon starts the game off for Team Heretics. An objective down to see if Sten survives the next dive.
Means that Shell's not here to defend the dive though. Takes the dragon, can't help his support.
Loopy does it with ease. The bullet time into a giant wall delays the game. Flash from Loopy. Bakata's ignited. He'll walk it out and Sten stays standing. While again for that dragon, I think Team Heretics look at the trade.
And that's the value you get from maxing your Braum E first. For many years, Braum maxed that Q a couple of times. 3 points in the shield. Really helps him have that damage reduction to survive through that bullet time. Things get a bit scrappy towards the top side of the map. Throughout this all though, Heretics, they only lose that 1 kill and dive. Still get the dragon on the bot side. I thought this was going to go so much worse. Rika gets some really good gravity fields to force Camilo to position a lot more aggressively than he wanted to. And then he tanks the tower, and he dies, and he can't commit any more damage. So some good and some bad there from Rika.
Cleanse also came out there because Kadui got hit by an enchanted crystal arrow from Flacked. So an extra summoner advantage as well for Team Heretics as Camilo is back on top. It's 1 minute 40 till the next grubs, and SK is still trying to find this Azir. Camilo's got half a wave to deal with. He's going to get the push in, but for now needs to disengage. Loopy tries to heal for movement speed mid-W. I don't think that's how it works, but a noble attempt regardless as he misses.
And Camilo, credit to him. I felt there's a lot of people been visiting his lane. I feel like Rika's been positioning very aggressively to combo up. It's not led to that much, all things said and done, and he still has gold lead. So it's not really been working from SK to shut him down. We'll see what happens next time the Pantheon ults up. You do have Global on the team from that. It's the one, okay, not the one, there's an Ashe arrow as well. It's the one which throws your body into the play. So to watch to see what Bakata can do on the next lane of his choosing.
No grubs in a minute. Camilo with an item. That'll be completed by the time those grubs come up as well. And he also has TP to rejoin. Rika with a disadvantage in that department.
Another important thing as well, look, we just mentioned that Pantheon, which lane he's going to choose. This is why ward there, spots 2 of the more common Pantheon ult kind of pathways into the side of the map. And while that's happening, you can say, oh, but can't he go towards the other side of the map? That's why they're playing defensively. That's what weak side means. Now there is an Ashe currently down here too. would have been a stronger side of the map if that hit.
Aye, that's right. Chinak's good side step backwards. Flackett's been pretty good with these arrows. Flackett has been pretty good in general. Look, Flackett is someone in the past, you know, especially Team Heretics last year, when the conversation was who is the star in the roster that had Wonder, that had Yankos. Shout out to Yankos. I'm not going to diss you, Yankos. This is just prefacing my next statement.
I hear he goes by Judas.
There was no star in that lineup. Now, yes, of course, they've all done great things, but the next level, like that carry that you get from someone like Caps, for example, as an extreme example, it wasn't there. So for Team Heretics, really finding it here with their rookies who've stepped up to the plate. I think Sheo as well, putting the pieces together. We're talking about being the linchpin. And that linchpin has started off Grubs the second time.
Braum trying to hold this choke point here. If you can stop them at the choke point, allows Sheo to move over a little quicker. They get themselves the fort. It's an important break point. How do SK break through this choke point? Here comes the ult from Bounty in that tower.
As you said, Bukata's going to roll it right in, but he goes high. Bukata now out of position. The poke coming through. Sheo flashes in, though. Sets up the engage and pops a whirlwind. His ulti now out as Carlson's angle is not found. Camilo sitting in a Chaos Storm as Rika's making. It's a smite up. Bukata walks in but doesn't get it. One more grub to make 6. Bukata has his smite available. He will just take it off their hands, but Team Heretics are not done yet. Wind becomes lightning, not hitting. The gravity field slowing, but not killing. SK trying to walk up with a Meganar in play, but Genax will not evolve. Team Heretics walk up for no cost.
And Loopy recalls at the enemy jungle because somehow he ended up there. Jump Swords can't find anything there. Creative way to try and break through that chokehold from Heretics by SK, but they actually end up putting themselves into a very risky situation. If Bukata didn't have a better empowered E around that fight, pretty sure they get a really bad fight coming off the back of it too. So Heretics walk away, 5 grubs, get themselves a dragon. We'll see what happens with the second dragon coming up and whether they feel like they can fight for that one. But Heretics, we're just going to hit on this again, a much better objective start to the game than they potentially had in that last one, where it felt like they were falling behind in some quite key parts.
I did promise that we would revisit this.
Oh, yeah.
Just in case.
And you've
Team
never
Heretics
seen this before.
had a better early game. Goal difference at 14 -1. Ha! No, they're obviously a lot better, a lot more complete.
I hate to put it to you, they are currently more than 1 goal behind as it stands.
Oh, no.
We've been
Hang on, but goal difference at 14. If Loopy dies here, which if I know anything about this series is reliable, then that might not be the case. Sheo with his ulti back on up. You're right. It's an ulti pop by Sheo. SK have found something good. And with the dragon spawning as well, that might be the ulti that turns it for a second objective.
Sadly, prophecy not to be.
Hang on.
Hang on.
No, it is.
Oh,
hang on.
There we go.
Yo.
Hey, we didn't like
Yo,
it.
SK, stop farming. Stop farming. Where's Camilo? If he hits a wave in 5 seconds, we're okay. They're up. Look.
200. Incredible. Our graphics, not only
they're up.
Not only
they're up 100 gold.
Not only do they look great, they're pathetic. Callers like the Oracles of Delphi or something.
Look. It's true.
It's there. It's slightly more than the ground. Yay.
Oh my god. The Team Heretics early game, gooder.
What have we been rejected?
Better than Winter. This team is scaling. No, we don't want to see plate safety production. That's okay, we don't need to see that. Loopy. Quickness burn. Bullet time's out, the cannon's unleashed, but halted. Kadui without an answer anymore. Stend has to walk it back, but that's a bullet time that now needs to be thought about.
Trying to punish the Crescent Guard being down. Stend good cancel though. Dragon getting started up. SK intent not to let all the objectives in the early game go towards Heretics. Slant, Stend on the side again. Camilo does have a potential to make a play, has a Nash's Tooth. But without Sheo in position, hard to do anything.
Stend gets chunked, Dragon down, equalized a little bit, but SK have opened up their bottom turret. No one's here. A wave thin, but still there. Everyone moves in, and with Demolish as well. Team Heretics keeping 1 minion alive because they've got 5 mites, or rather 5 grubs. Dragon goes down, that's the first of it. SK are going to try and respond with mid. They've got no grubs, and they've got a misfortune. Didn't push turrets as fast as someone like Ash.
Weirdly, she needs an enemy wave there to push it quicker because of her love tap passive. You can kind of auto attack and kind of switch between the two of them. There you go, gets it eventually. It takes a little while, but SK, I guess, get the strategically more important turret. Big thing about mid lane is when you start pushing up towards different areas of the map, if you have mid lane turret down, you can kind of push around that kind of angle a little bit more hard, and you can contest vision in these kind of key spots here, which often lead in towards the objectives. I know it's a little bit of a mess in terms of the yellow lines, but that tower itself is not only a good way to stop wards kind of going up, it's a great way to move into the jungle and contest those very Flippy, what? That's great. Hi, hello to you too.
We're just...
Guten Tag.
You said messy
Yes,
lines.
dear.
I disagree. There were like a couple of lines, and so I thought I'd show you what real mess is all about.
You know, one day someone's going to draw a loss on there, and a very specific group of people are going to lose their minds.
I mean, if I'm going to write anything, it is what is going on.
Yes.
That will be the day. It feels like last week, like the Vitality game, where the mechanics were high, but it was like, wait, how do we have this in us? How are we not playing like this all the time? I feel like European League of Legends in the past 2.5 weeks, the quality's definitely gone up. Let's see if this is the same. Knock up onto Sten, quickness as well, but Sten, everything used into him now with the wall available. SK, how much does that burden them when execution comes down to this Herald?
Well, it takes away a lot of the HP on Sten, but you don't have that quickness anymore, which is your big tool for setting up that bullet time. You're not on the best terrain either on this side. Your backs are against the wall at this side of the pit. The Heretics feel like they can throw an arrow out. Let's see what Flackett's feeling.
It's teleport, it's a flank, it's an angle. The arrow, as you said, onto the engaged. Bukata flashes away, but Carlson in a sticky situation. He's popped his ulti, but he's stunned up with no chance. He walks for a few, though, gets a reset. Alive and thriving. He flashes over the wall as Kadui's bullet time is now down, but Flackett caught out somehow on the right-hand side. Carlson manages to escape in the end, as Herald was a byproduct. Team Heretics pull it and move away.
That is not how I envisaged these team fights playing out. Somehow Carlson can't get himself much on the flank. Kamilu's left out to really not do much in the team fight, and Keduri, without the Rakan, still gets himself a good bullet time. I mean, it is going to be the Herald going towards the side of Heretics. They're happy with that, but they're not happy with the shape of that team fight.
The fact that Carlson even got one and got out of there was a miracle after that TP. Splashed on by Bukata, trying to escape.
This is fine, pinning down the first target. Carlson gets separated off, though. You can see that Kamilu is just kind of caught here and can't really move beyond that point to actually get good damage down. Kadui, with an unassisted ultimate, kind of saves that fight. I think if he doesn't have a bullet time there to stop Azir getting more damage down, I think that fight looks very different.
Nice, good job.
Okay. Positivity, I guess.
He's happy with that too.
Yeah.
He's happy with that too. It was a good bullet time.
Yeah, it was.
A guy that we've been praising more for his debut up here into the LEC, player well known from the URLs, as we've highlighted before. Perhaps the next in the great German AD carries, someone, you know, following the footsteps of someone like Upset, who's been fantastic for himself recently. Kamilu.
Speaking of being upset, Kamilu, nice ulti, but Loopy pops a quickness. Bukata rolls in with his thunderous ult. Kamilu is out again. They've used a lot, but this time he gets his flash down. Black are going to try and make this a trade. Mid is open. Genax the only to cover.
I think the wave's dying a little bit quickly here, and Genax still has a decent amount of wave clear. Tabby makes it harder to take him down.
He's walking at them. He doesn't care.
Hang on, this could be a bit of trouble here. Again, he's absorbing pressure really, really well.
He is.
He's a good job of making sure that SK can't find easy openings up there. Sadly, you know, for all the pressure that he's been absorbing, you'd normally expect that the other solo lane is getting value. That is not the case here right now. 1,000 gold lead over towards the Gnar. Was last pick for Genax. We said, okay, even that red side, you're going to get value out of that pick. For now, yes, is getting value out of it. Let's see if he can transfer that into something a little later on.
It's been fun watching top laners in this game because even though they haven't been like mega explosive in game 2 yet, you know, Genax holds, excuse me, a 1k gold lead. And it's just been simply about the lane. Whereas Carlson, his impact in fights, only that last one where he was able to get a kill and walk out, but I feel like these top laners are going to be one of the most explosive byproducts of this game as we're just chilling and watching it unfold. Herald going to be placed mid, 15 seconds till Atakan, 5 seconds till Dragon. Does that pull SK away?
And again, it's trying to do that counterweight. Bukata might just show, decides against it, looking for a pick, but Sten puts up the door.
Sten is out early with the door though, walks into the gravity field, but Rika can't do anything. He flashes away from the enchant across the arrow, and Carlson is here to stay. No chains, but as Sheo gets knocked away, he pops up Rika. The blast cone for a failure doesn't connect, and Team Heretics with a pick off. They open up mid turret, the Dragon in their pocket.
It's a huge win for Heretics. They don't get contested in anything there. There's no cross map from SK. You've now got 2 Dragons to the side of Heretics, good gold, and that mid turret, which we talked about the strategic value of before. Easily taken there with the Herald. SK get nothing out of what seems to be a bit of a disjointed approach towards this situation.
Getting caught out. Sheo again. His aggression pays dividends here for Team Heretics. Under his leadership, the Dragon stacking begins again, and the Mountain Dragon, at least the individual stats, taken away from SK, who need to get off that perfect engage. We get a Mountain Soul this game, and that is just going to be fun because I still think Mountain Soul is top 2, top 3
You know, it is pretty. I mean, Hextech I think is universally the best one because you get like that static shift slow, and that is just in pro play a slow like that from any member of your team for an extra kind of soft bit of CC. Ridiculous.
It does suck, yeah.
There are some comps where I think that Mount Soul doesn't matter because you get exploded so quickly.
True.
It actually just doesn't give you much value. But if you take a while to die, someone like the Aatrox, it causes issues. Atakan up on the top side of the map. SK. Again, said similar phrasing last game. I think that's a reality check. The last team fight before that, where Kedui had the great bullet time, that was a team fight which Heretics were not happy with how they approached it. That last time, though, just around that dragon, very, very happy. Managed to separate out a carry. Carlson starts to get really annoying Q swinging through onto an immobile carry. If this Aatrox gets anywhere close to Rico or Kedui in these team fights, it's pretty over for them. Even from 1k down, I think just disrupting a bullet time or something like that can be huge.
Loopy tries to get out. There's the arrow again. Stuns up. Bukata in a bad position. The door's out for a bullet time that again doesn't kick off. Team Heretics running into the enemy jungle. They want the angle onto SK to push them away from this top side of the map, but alas, Team Heretics walk it back. SK managed to kite themselves.
It's actually a little bit worrying there for SK too, because you know if that's the Aatrox still alone in the side lane, they were the ones with extra numbers there. Yes, they do blow the Crescent's Guard and a couple of ultimates from, but that is still a better number fight for them. Carlson has to push up bot side, and potentially if he keeps doing that, he'll be able to claw back some of that individual gold for himself. SK must be very afraid of that next arrow, leaving someone a little bit further out to dry.
Next objective's in 3. 2 minutes 30 for Baron.
The Berlin specialty skin, Döner Braun.
Is that what it is?
I mean, it is. You know, funnily enough, there are loads of different names for the spinning meat, which all mean spinning in their own language.
Oh, really?
Gyros, I'm pretty sure is, you know, from gyro.
Yeah.
More similar in English.
Do you know what the actual name of the skin is?
Kebab.
Is it actually?
I don't.
Because I looked at it and I'm like, oh yeah, it's a doona.
Yeah, but in obviously we know Döner here. But there's also shawarma as well. There's like multiple ways you can call the spinning meat.
But, bro, it's so funny because Brom never gets to really build any items. So ironically, he has a vegetarian build.
Look, just after a long day at work, I need him to just heap that up and call me boss man. And like that would really increase my value.
And then give me a HSP, also known in Australia as a halal snack pack, which is the chips, the meat, and then you get the holy trinity, which is garlic, chili, and I forgot the other one. Maybe it's barbecue. People don't love the sound of that when I tell them, but it won't matter. Quickness in, double knock-up. It's looking good for SK, but a disengage ulti from Sheo with the wall up yet again. Chaos Storm flies. Stand is taking some prickle damage from it, but managed to stand on his own 2 feet. SK, that's their engage.
Yeah, and there was actually a really interesting angle there too. I was wondering whether we could have actually seen an Azir flank around there. That's one of the problems about pushing in top lanes like that. You just open up those extra ways to deal with things. Of course, on the other side of the map though, we said, hey, Gen X, can you open up a lead for yourself on your own side? Does get a turret there. Can you look for?
He hasn't managed to get away. He used shifting sands before, but this time has to burn the ulti. There's kill threat though on Bukata and Loopy is hitting onto Atakan. That won't be it. Kedui caught in the fray is Sten with a slowdown. The Winter's Bite really good, and again in front of Atakan, that's a debuff. So if Kedui stays, he will die from no MR.
Teleport in from Janax, though. That is a big tool used. You are the split pushing threat. You are 2,500 gold ahead of your matchup. Losing the teleport, maybe just worried that there was going to be something coming in from Carlson as well. That's a big loss now that you've kind of lost that bluff. If you could have just stuck in that side lane using your Trinity Force Black Cleaver to item spike, that would have been a big problem for Heretics, because they're not matching the Azir against them now, or it is the Aatrox who is losing gold more. That's a big problem there for SK.
He's also got to match his top wave for now. 40 seconds till the Dragon, so we have to walk down. Baron's coming up in 3, but for SK, surely you don't want to give third Dragon to Team Heretics.
You absolutely don't. So SK need to find a way to get a good bullet time. How do you do that? You make sure that the cancels are checked. You need to make sure that Carlson isn't getting anywhere close. Hard to do that when he's got flash. You need to make sure that Braum isn't within ult range too. You can see how hard it is for the MF to get a good fight. Kedui will have to pull out a bit of magic. They might choose to cross map anyway. Loopy may be caught here.
It's a charm again. He's popped the ulti. Winter's Bite manages to connect. The arrow flies awry. Dewey walks it out. Team Heretics again, deep in this same side of the jungle. All fights are happening in this one spot, but no one is dying.
While all this does happen, GenX does get to push out the top side. And hang on, here comes Pantheon ult.
In their mortal peril, Team Heretics, they're separated. Bukata jumps in, but a little bit early. Sheo has already got his own ulti out. Bukata flashes over the wall as Carlson now has the ulti up. He teleported in for this fight. SK's jungler low, though, with 3 objectives all up. Team Heretics getting at least 1 hit.
And, I mean, Carlson, I think he's completely right to not go for that fight. Maybe didn't have to pop that ultimate at all, because they do get the Dragon now for free. SK have failed their engage opportunity. They didn't have the quickness. They used that Pantheon ultimate. Don't get the kills. 3rd Dragon over to Heretics. Yes, they are losing some gold in that top lane matchup, but there's no counter Baron on the other side. And I think Heretics walk away a happy team there.
Yeah. Soul point now quiet. Jack's just going to receive this top wave, but I note that Carlson is standing nearby, probably just a move to inner turret. So it's all about this top side of the map where Atakan sits alongside it. Bukata without his flash available again. Any kind of semblance of an early lead, any semblance of SK's success was taken away by Team Heretics, just finding the better picks in both Game 1 and Game 2. Feels like we're repeating the script here a little bit.
It can sometimes be a little bit heartbreaking watching games like this from SK. I think that they've had some fantastic games across this split. You can feel that sometimes they have an explosive start and then they start to lose grip a little bit as things go later on. Yep. Perhaps there's a similarity between these 2 teams at some points in this year's gameplay from them. But SK, it's cost them a couple of series. They are at 2 and 3. We brought up the Sternings earlier. Just a reminder, actually, you lose the series 2 and 4. You only have a couple of series left to try and claw yourself up into potential playoff spots. It becomes a lot harder with a loss.
I mean, it's a harder schedule, right? Like, that's the problem with SK. While you think, yeah, 3 series, like, you're versing top dogs of the league. Vitality, their last series of the split. And maybe if they can beat Vitality, they could go to 3. And of course, this game is not over yet. The series is not over yet. You know, they do have a gold lead, but it's about the Dragons. It's about the Grubs. It's about the fact that these picks are still being withheld by people like Sten, by people like Sheo, who are ulting or walling off cooldown. Baron under their control again, Nightmare. I know you like talking about vision. Lack thereof by SK around this pit for now.
Yeah, SK, they've, hang on a second. And speaking of that, control, bit of a problem. There's the arrow.
And the ulti layered on top. A pick off Loopy in games 1 and game 2. He's got the support blues.
And normally we talk about 2 birds with 1 stone. 1 bird with 1 arrow is more than enough here. Carlson going to get charged down a little bit by GenX, but a good pick onto Loopy. And now part of that vision control you'd like to claw back from SK is now gone with your support.
Camilo all in. Ulti pops the flash. GenX is out, but his Meganar available. Won't be able to do too much. Carlson just wants to get the push in, and thoughts about top lane objectives. Stem in mind for Team Heretics, but Loopy's up in 10, so we stop there.
Was wondering whether we'd see a bit further of a send there, because you do have a 0 on the Baron. Worth noting, one of the reasons why Heretics will be a little bit slower to pull the trigger on the Baron, red side Misfortune. I think one of the champions which benefits the most from being on red side around this kind of point, because if you think about the back of the pit, she can stand over it, a wall between you and the enemy team, ultimate over the side of it. This is still the 2-item map. That was not happy days. People stood inside the pit while you're worrying about that Baron at the same time. So the Heretics, that will factor into their decision making. Got 2 minutes until that Baron. We have the Atakan, 2 minutes until the Dragon, rather. Atakan's up, so maybe Heretics choose better terrain.
I think you get a massive buff when it's not a Hextech Rift as well, because you talk about blue side, red side. You know, when you're blue side and you're around Baron and stuff, when you have a lot of flankers like people like even Azir, Aatrox, right? Bro, Hex Gates are frustrating when you're such a big positional AD carry. For SK, count their lucky stars as Loopy's now finally getting his taste of vision around this area.
I mean, now we're on the Mountain Rift. I think it really helps for Grabfield, because there are more choke points to put that down in for Victor.
That is true.
I think it helps for Make It Rain as well. I mean, Kadui's called out, hang on a second, called out a little bit of vision there. I was wondering if there was anything to be made. Stem was on a flank. Nothing to do that. Really quick champion is MF with those Swifties as well. They are going to get some of that vision control back. The game has, in case you hadn't noticed, it's slowed down a little bit. Both teams quite tentative. Some of those item points have been hit by both teams. You do have, I mean, a huge one is the 3-item spike for this Ashe, but of course on the other side there is a gold advantage and an Infinity Edge. Jim Kaduri, thank you for finishing that as I was talking about it. Very thankful for your timing there. Both these AD carries can run away with the team fight now. And I think that if one of these teams missteps, and we have seen that even in this first game, they're not, perfect teams, but they're ones under a lot of pressure right now too. A misstep can lead into any of the objectives on the map right now, and that could pivot like a very, very quick game.
Yeah, but which one? Team Heretics, I mean, still thinking. Sheo just control wards. Atakan, not the first thought. But as you said, it's one mistake. It's one step up here. Wanted to see if Camilo gets his 3rd item, but we might get a fight before then. Sten walks up, no fear in his eyes. Carlson's still bot. He's got his teleport. GenX does too, as Gets the TP around this dragon if that's the next thought. 30 seconds. And again, in League of Legends these days, it is all about dragon. It is still about the dragon soul. As you can see, SK can't let this one go.
Yeah, and Heretics, one of the other reasons they're playing it slow, they have the soul, SK don't. Can they look for an opportunistic pick? Remember, they can actually let a dragon or two go if they really want to too. They do have control over wave push right now. I think that Stend is doing a great job of protecting his carries as it stands.
Camilo is doing good poke as well. It might be minor, but at least it's something. SK walking into this choke. Genax is going to teleport bot for a new angle. But they see that happening. I mean, the pings are going down. Team Heretics are going to look for their pick onto Loopy. Arrow comes through a little bit early. Shayo jumps in as well. Loopy baits. This time he's caught unharmed.
Bit optimistic there. That's a big tool now down. I suppose it's a big tool of Genax not having his teleport, but the teleport has meant they can get towards the dragon first. Are we flipping this? Are we staying on it? You can charge the Meganar on it.
Well, there's no arrow available. Maybe they think to their advantage. SK, Genax half the way up to the Meganar bar. Now in the yellow, which is good. Carlson goes over the wall. Bukata takes him for a deal. The dunk down is great. Carlson back out. Juggling the arrow as Bukata's low. Carlson, that one play feels so impactful as Sten runs forward with the wall. Loopy tries to get in. There's a new wall. There's a new leader in town. Carlson's angle is bridging the gap. Flushes away as SK are zoned out of the pit. Camilo doing the same. The solo laners are sacrificing their life, but they've got a mountain soul as Bukata met with a flash from Carlson, but he'll re-engage and he'll put Bukata in his place.
Heretics hold the line. They get themselves a Mountain Soul, and SK have got a couple of members trapped behind enemy lines. I don't think they're making it home alive.
It's a sandwich the Stand is happy to make for them. Kadui, what do you want for dessert? Carlson, that passage of play was exceptional.
So, SK try and pull the flip. They teleport towards bot side, start up the dragon themselves, but they can't get the right engage. There's a knock-up onto Loopy, clutch by Shayo, and the long-range carries of Camilo and Flacket can keep doing the damage they need to. I think after that point, once the bullet time's down, we highlighted this before, you don't have consistent damage matching the Azir, especially at this point in the game, and even the Ashe is doing more than the MF auto-attack for auto-attack. They lose the dragon, the extra shields come up, and you're trapped at this point. You've lost the fight.
Sol Lana's improvement again is insane. Loopy is going to try and cue this. I've seen it from newbie Young in 2016, 2017.
Do you remember the rank 1 Janna tornado steal in NALCS? It was Bloodwater back in season 3.
Oh my god, I
The
don't.
famous one. Oh, the old lore. I feel so old saying that.
Yeah, look.
12 years. It's 12 years ago, man.
Don't worry, the amount of Barons we've seen stolen at this point. I think Smeb was, what, 2 HP?
Yeah, there was that one, the guy in Clan Cannon Barrage. We had a 1 HP Leandry steal in IGJDG the other day.
Oh my
We've
God.
had some good ones, folks.
Yeah, it continues to impress, doesn't it? But so do Team Heretics, 5,500 gold. Their Mountain Soul now with their Baron. Mid-turret being open. Look at where Camilo stands. Easy access to this inner turret. The structure's falling. Bridge of collapsing right now for SK.
And huge credit again to Camilo. This guy was put under a ton of pressure in the early game. I don't really think he's put a foot wrong.
Yeah.
He's been a presence in every kind of macro play they wanted to do. Never been an easy pick. I think that Bukata, if he found another couple of picks, could have opened up the game a lot earlier, a lot more effectively. You're jumping onto a guy with a Mountain Soul and with a Crescent Guard.
And he's going to pop at least one of them right now, even though the Mountain Soul goes down. Bullet time's there, but Shayo's buying a lot of time. Everyone in the kitchen sink sent in. Shayo takes a while to die. The Chaos Storm gets its reach, though, as Camilo now sits there. The all-in is great, though. An opportunity in the sun, but Carlson comes from left field again! The top lane Demon King of the LEC. It's Carlson, first name Carl.
Not even a 2,500 gold lead in top lane could stop the World Ender doing his business. Carlson comes up clutch and SK get wiped after taking too long to find that first pick.
8-0-2, and even though the early game wasn't his story, even though it was Camilo absorbing pressure of Flacket's arrows with Sten doing what he can to be the bridge, Team Heretics, all the pieces come together. It wasn't as bloodthirsty, it wasn't as explosive in this 2-0, but it was a 2-0, and Team Heretics want you to know.
And it's an important one of that too. We've already talked about the stakes of both these teams. Heretics, a team which has really jumped up in my expectations. I think they've massively improved. Started this year, I don't think many people expected much of them. Zoom forward only a handful of months, and I think they're a team which are very exciting to watch on the whole. They're a team with a lot of individuals, which I've come to respect more and more. And, you know, I'm trying to think of players which have really stood out more than others. Obviously, Cher from last week. I think the solo lane has got a lot of value in this series too.
I really think, again, it's impressive to see that arc train, that development. Team Heretics with a 2-0, 4-3. They're up with Movistar Koi, by the way. So yeah, they should take a bow as you vote for your key player of the series, Cher, Flackett or Sten. Get in the car and drive and tell me how easy that one is, because that is a very hard series to predict. I mean, Carlson's not even there, which is funny to me.
Yeah.
But like, that's how hard I think it is to pull anything out of this.
I mean, Sten's brawl in that last game was absolutely
Sten had a great series. Again, his Magnet Storms last game were beautiful.
And the Jin in the first game from Blackett, absolutely insane. Just, you know, folks, if you screenshot the table right now, Heretics are above G2.
Oh my God.
Lives at G2, 3 wins. Heretics just went up to 4 in the series wins. So, Heretics better than, I mean, G2 social media. You wanna use that at all?
Yeah. Are G2 washed? That's the question. Are Team Heretics a top 4 team in the LEC? Overreactions only, I think, because honestly, like, we underreacted with Team Heretics coming into this split. And I think rightfully so. We were careful after winter. This is a bottom playoff team, and they have been for the past 4 splits in a row. And I hope again that LEC will let us know if Team Heretics are going to get to the Madrid, because in 2025 Summer Finals, tickets will go on sale on May 12th. Remember, it was announced in Madrid only yesterday or the day before. You can get registered on the pre-sale now, lec.gg/presale. Okay, that's important. Pre-sale's live until May 11th, so make sure you secure your tickets now. And yeah, I hope I can get some tickets as well. But no, I'm not going to be doing that now. Ginny and Flackett again standing by to give you Game 2 thoughts after the Game 1 check-in.
Game 2 thoughts after the Game 1 check-in. All right, everybody, Ginny here, and I'm standing by with Flackett in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. That is true. Game 2 thoughts, because it was a 2-0. Game 1 was a little bit all over the place. You even said it post the check-in. You're like, actually, this is not what we were looking for. It was a little messy. Comms weren't good. So what changed?
I mean, I think what changed is we just had more time in the studio, because we came really shaky. We actually got a bit stuck on traffic, so we were like for like almost 2 hours in a car. So it for sure.
2 hours?
Yeah, it was really long.
Did you come from Narnia? What?
I don't know. But it was, I mean, for sure it was an experience, and it's just really annoying, you know, to be stuck in a car for so long. But yeah, I think Game 1 really shaky. Game 2 we chilled down, we calmed down, and we took the win.
So I guess that in that case, then Heretics Game 2 is what we're going to be looking forward to and what we're going to be seeing more of. Because if you look at the standings right now, you're 4-3. G2 is 3-3. You're like top 4 right now. The only other team who has it is MKOI. So coming into spring, was that what you expected?
I mean, for sure, we wanted to make it to at least top 6. And we knew it was going to be hard task. And it's like not over yet, because like anything can happen, legit. Everyone is like so tight. But for sure, we are improving slowly but surely. So it's just a matter of time that we, you know, start to play even better.
What do you think has been the #1 most influential impact on the changes and the improvement that we've seen here?
I mean, for sure, I would say it's just the experience. And as well, we have really like good team cohesion. So any issues that we're facing, we can talk and we can discuss them without, you know, like people taking it personal or like starting a fight. So for sure, I would just say we are just more comfortable now on stage. I still think though, like we still are having these Game 1s that are not the greatest.
Yeah.
But hopefully with time, it will just be gone.
But you bounce back, and that's what's really important. And we also have our Kia Player of the Series ready. And surprise, it happens to be you. Do you want to give yourself a congratulations?
I mean, not really. I think it was like, I was kind of like NPC both games. Like it didn't happen much, these 2 games, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, it's happy to be the Kia Player of the game.
All right, Humble King, I respect that. Thank you so much for your time and congratulations once again. That's enough from us here over. So we're going to be heading to a quick break, and then we're going to be back with the second series of today, BDS against Vitality.
Thank you very much.
is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're back in the LEC on the beautiful Berlin sun. We don't know how long it's going to last, so we're going to enjoy it. And Vitality is enjoying it as well. A lot of handshakeage here outside the studio. And the bees are getting ready to enter the arena after last week. Last week, Vitality felt like Genji, honestly.
Did they?
Yeah, with the Stompy series that they had. The second series they had.
I completely forgot who they even played.
I will find who they played because... Okay, yeah! They demolished Koi, but then Koi was really good in Madrid, so like everything is.
I mean, that's what they needed,
here.
the bounce back, a little motivation boost to put up great games.
Absolutely. And Sheo, congrats on another amazing game.
Thank you.
2-0 here. We're not going to talk about the early game in the first one, but yeah, 2-0 convincing, and you're getting closer to playoffs, so that's great. We want to talk to you about the jungle matchup in the upcoming series. We have Linsas on one side, 1-1-3 on the other. I want to talk about Linsas first because you had his phone number last week when I remember the game you guys played.
I mean, Sten played with Linsas, and what he told me is like, if Linsas has a game plan, and if nothing happens and follows it, he's really good. But if he gets cheesed or something weird happens, he will not adapt really well. So that's why I can cheese level 1 against him.
What do you think he brings to the table when he's in good situations and when he cannot set up his team for success?
Well, we saw it now. He completely read MKOI's game plan of trying to get bot lane ahead. He found the creative pathing to to set up this counter gank and completely disrupted the flow of Elia. I mean, this guy is a solo queue star, right? He's always super high elo, and I think it's exactly as Shio says. When he has everything that he needs to do, or like when he has the plan set in motion and he can get to follow it, that's kind of what happens when you like grind the game a lot. You get to do it perfectly. But when it comes to improvisation and going a little bit off script, that's probably when it can go bad for him. But last week we saw great performance against Elia.
And what do we make of 113 though? Your ex's new boyfriend, if I may say. How do I even put it? But yeah, I mean, obviously you've been watching VDS's games as they're your opponents. 113, when we talk about him, usually he's the best and the worst in one spectrum, honestly. Sometimes you don't know what he's going to do. I don't even think he knows what he's going to do sometimes.
Hey, come on.
But I'm here to talk about stuff that I don't know. I'm not in players' heads, so I don't know about... There's one good and one bad side of 113. What do you make of this player, Sheo?
I think, as you said, he can be really, really good, but sometimes he can hit really, really hard. So I think it's like just kind of flip, right? If one day he plays good, he will be good. But if on the other day against us, for example, with his Skarner game, I think he can have solo lost it, right? So I think he's good, but he just needs to fix his, I don't know, his thing.
His thing, yeah. That's the whole mission.
I can't explain it.
I mean, he said it himself, there's a lot of inconsistencies to him. Yeah. He said that coming into this year, his main resolution would be to find ways to fix this inconsistency. Oh, that's a big Victor ult. It's kind of like in the movies.
Yeah.
But it's cool. Anyway, back to 113. He did say that he wants to work a lot on his inconsistencies because that's the thing that's holding him back. Because when I think of 113, he's always been super creative, finds crazy pathings to get ahead, skips camps maybe a little bit too much. But as we saw on the replay against G2, I feel like he had great performance. It's the first time in a long time where I see Zinzao main engage. I mean, we saw it with you. You tried to be main engaged in this game too.
I missed.
Didn't work that well.
I failed.
You were really tanky, but... It just speaks to the creativity of 113, but now it's as Shio said, it's always the matter of will he do it or will he end the game when you hope that it's not going to happen.
So we have Linsas, who is good when he has a plan, when things go according to the plan, and who fumbles. We saw that last week against Yoshio. And then 113's inconsistencies. What do we make of today's matchup in the jungle? Who do you think is going to have the upper hand here?
I think if the game is chill, Linsas should have the upper hand.
Yeah.
But if 113 gets some invade or some mid-prio into invade, I think maybe BDS should win.
So we look at early game and early ganks and early invades here.
Yeah, definitely. But given that, I feel like if you're looking at one guy to make the game completely random, it's 113. So for me, it's kind of a matchup made in heaven for them when I think of someone who can be countering Linsas. It is him. He's always going to be doing something completely random and flip the game on its head. But then, will he convert it to a win? That's what I don't know.
It's going to be exciting, especially given the playoffs implications for both of these teams clashing today on the Rift. But I want to know what the casters think about this, and especially the special guest they have at the desk. Take it away, guys.
Big special guest. Hey, I have got the one and only.
Oh, it's
another
Carlson.
top laner, by the way, because we only have top laners on this show, apparently. Alongside No Mirror, I've got Carl Carlson. Big
Thanks
welcome.
for having me.
Bro, it was a pleasure. When you said you wanted to come on the show, we got excited. We're like, oh my God, wait, we normally have to reach out to people. I've also got a very special present for you for your debut on the broadcast. I've just been told that our production...
Oh, yeah. I saw this today. I saw this.
How crazy is it that you actually have Zayas reacting to the graphic that we made? Because, I mean, look, I said you were the next Zayas because I think in Europe, right now, you're like making waves, which is big. Did you see that? What did you think about it?
I mean,
you see
I don't know.
Europe?
I have no clue what they said because it was in Korean. So I don't know. I think about it. It was cool seeing it, but yeah, I mean, it was funny to see this this morning.
Yeah, it's cool though, right? Like, because I mean, he's a legend at the top. Like,
yeah, definitely.
He's one of the goats. So, I mean, getting into this next matchup, hopefully, as you accompany us for this game one, Carlson, I think. Give us some more insight into top laners, because the reason that you're also here is because this top lane matchup should be good. I mean, Irrelevant might not be in the peak form, but like your Nako's also a top laner like you is growing his team.
Like Nako, very interesting profile as well with his champion pool. He has a lot of, I mean, one of them he hasn't shown yet, but like his Jean, especially in Irrels as well.
Oh yeah.
I would say one of the best young players on the server.
Yeah.
From what I've seen and played against.
You played against this AD Silas top with Sundered Sky.
I have seen the AD Silas. I have played it myself as well in solo queue. I do think it's fine build, but right now with the rower is strong currently. So
just for the novelty, I want to see it once.
I mean, I hope so. I love the build.
Good. Oh, this is my first time hearing about it, so I'm going to do some research after that. He's also played things like the Anivia top, you know, he brought out the other day. You know, again, we did see a crazy Silas game where he just took over and against Jojo was diving turrets at half HP. Outside of that, Irrelevant on the other side has been very much about his tank, his role-playing tops.
Yeah, I think it definitely a bit more this year, a bit more quiet. He uses, he gets very little resources, invests his TP a lot of the time to join fights. Even if it's a slight fight, he's insta-TPing, he's there, trying to cover for his teammates.
And immediately we see, you know, talking about the top lane matchup, Jace, it's not the specialty of every European top laner, but I think for the top laners which actually play it, it's just so strong in the patch right now.
For sure.
Easy takeaways of that.
Yeah, not only as the top prior pick, but with the Jace on mid lane, it opens up a lot of opportunities to go for AP junglers. You can have a lot of variety in draft. So yeah, for sure, a very strong gun.
And particularly when you talk about those AP junglers, I think Linces is also one of the guys which actually cooks in the jungle.
Definitely.
You played against him in NLC.
Yeah, I did it when he was on Dusty.
Yeah, that was a fun time back then. Of course, won the league then. Linces having some better games recently, again, alongside, well, the thing about Vitality is, I can say, oh, they're having better games again. It really is just it depends on just how they're feeling and the vibes coming into the day. They had the loss versus Rogue, but then they come back and they've had some great games else. They did get a little bit smashed by Fnatic, but for me, looking at Vitality versus BDS, this potentially can actually be, given that BDS just beat G2 as well, actually quite a high-level matchup.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, I think for sure Vitality, the team strengths kind of lies differently. Mostly in the games, BDS very more slow and controlled, especially with how they draft as well, how they beat G2. Nuke was having very strong showings, but the games were going long. They were getting to elder team fights where they were clutching it, especially with the drafts they had as well. Whereas Vitality, they want to fight. You know, they want to skirmish early. They want to, if someone's on their screen, they want to send it.
So I feel like Rumble first pick here is a no-brainer, right?
Also a big takeaway from Irrelevant, one of his strong champs as well.
Very, very true.
One of Irrelevant's other best champions, though, is the Gwen. Does quite well into that Rumble. We've seen a lot of it worldwide. What's your opinion on the Rumble versus Gwen matchup? Do you expect us to pick it? Is it useful?
I mean, I think can be solid. I mean, I think it's kind of a trade, especially when Gwen has exhaust, kind of hard for the Rumble to really punish in lane. And later on, I think it's very draft dependent. If you build a good Rumble comp where you have a bunch of CC, in our draft we played today, you have the Rill. Rumble really has insane DPS against the Gwen, but if she gets to run loose, I mean, this champion can 1v5 in fights, and she's not getting locked down.
But like we saw, because it was you to that game 1 Rumble, right? Your old setup was still, you had the comp to build around it. Very easy of execution, just press your buttons, I mean, so that's why, I guess, down that path, we think about a Talia, we think about, you know, maybe something like the Xin Zhao could be an option with AP solo laners as well. Pantheon taken away, the Ashe as well, picked up for Ice, so there is a bit of pick potential brewing.
That seems a little risky for me. Even if you go for the Braum now, which of course we saw the Ashe Braum also in the first series of the day. If you lock in something like a Vi or whatever lock in for the Rumble, Braum's not saving your Ashe from Viol into whatever comes in for the Rumble too. Same with the Neferi. You used to be able to, well, not that anyone saw the Neferi before she changed, but you could use the body blocker with the dash before everything came through. Now the problem is, if anything lands onto that Ashe, she just melts.
She's smoked. I mean, for sure, I do see the BDS picking Pantheon here is also a bit kind of a takeaway from Vitality. I think it's a fine trade getting Neferi for Pantheon, but I mean, if you get Pantheon Talia here in 2-3, early game is going to be so hard. Everyone getting hit by one Pantheon W, he's going to get smoked.
Oi, 1 on 3.
Okay.
So what the idea is you lose the lane a little bit and you just have range engage?
Like the on into Rumble, you get prior early. You should have the advantage early levels. But I mean, once you get the wave crashed, Rumble hits level 4 on the bounce, should start to become harder. But I think you for sure, you just look to play for swap spammer at that point after the first base.
And then also, nameplates on, BDS have really favored Irrelevant more on stuff that can just scale a little bit more, not kind of just push hard for solo kills in lane, having to play stuff like the Gnar, like trying to get the solo kills. Play for the big team fights later. Your drop roll on a team fight always gets value, and he seems to be playing well around that.
For sure.
Do you think maybe it's because Irrelevant, you know, in the split, like, I don't feel like his laning has been as good. I don't know if your opinion on, like, where he's at.
I got solo killed in the first game against him.
No,
so his laning's not been that good. How do you feel about that?
I don't know if I can speak on that fully, but I mean, yeah, I think compared to, I mean, I guess the impression a lot of people had last year, he was smoking a lot of people in lane, especially with the Gnar Jax. But I mean, on BDS, it's hard to say as well, you know? You're in a different team, different...
It's reforming as well, right?
Reforming, you kind of have to adapt to how the team plays, which is, when I've seen BDS be successful, it's those slower games with the Ornn on top, with the tanks, kind of allowing Nuke and Ice to play a bit more freely and get more resources as well.
When I look at BDS now at this point, they have 1 damage threat in that Ashe. I don't think that's enough against what Vitality have, because the risk BDS are running right now is, as we said before, Ashe gets smoked. You put that very well. You need something else from Nuke, which he typically does, to be a consistent damage threat, to make sure that if the Ashe does get completely nuked, well, I mean, namesake on the other side of that, you need to make sure that someone else can pick up the carry reins, because it's not enough to have 1 carry here.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually surprised. Yeah, the Asir, I was about to say Victor Asir ban definitely covers a lot of ground for what BDS want to pick on for. Yeah. You remove some DPS mid laners front to back. I'm very surprised about the Silas ban, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, the Silas is definitely a pick which has been more comfort pick in Europe. Feels like a lot of people just love having the extra stuff there. But we do now have Azir into Talia, which is a matchup which has been historically, this year, very, very bad at the top level. It's not had a great win rate, so you will have to outplay what seems to be an uphill matchup.
Are they fishing for something like an Alistar? I mean, usually, like, Silas is kind of a giveaway that, you know, like maybe Niski.
I think very comfortable for Niski playing as Alistar, for sure. So it might be that. It might be that as well.
But Jhin Alistar here, I mean, we do have range set up in AD carry. Like, it does feel... I guess you guys were you running Pantheon game 1, or were you running... You were running Pantheon.
We didn't play Pantheon. They played Pantheon second game. What did we play game 1?
Your memory's got to be better than mine, surely.
You had the Vi in game 1.
Ah, you had Vi, that's right. Yeah, the Vi, it was Vi into Nefiri.
Yeah.
But I guess, you know, similar setup.
They do need some extra engage because they have no CC in jungle. They would love to have a Braum here against the Ornn. They can't afford to do that because they need the Alistar. It's Niski comfort. If they had a bit more engage elsewhere, Braum would have been massive here because you do stop a lot of the engage coming through. Of course, not exactly the best against Azir, but do go towards that Alistar. Jhin carries it through the lane.
Just
we
great reaction. Turbo Seraphine angle. If you get through this early game, the Seraphine, I mean, counters Rump, the what do you call it? The stack W gives the movement speed, the shielding. It's really hard counter to Rumble. I think for sure BDS definitely around drop timer looking to swap, even like tempo swapping. You swap, you are ahead on tempo, you push 1 wave, you swap back just to perma mismatch. Because I think if you're getting through this early game, I think it's really hard for Vitality.
Okay.
A lot of the time, Jhin is meant to carry the Alistar through the first 3 levels. You don't do that versus Ashe Seraphine. Ashe auto attacks you once, you get double rooted into like full stun. It's an awful time. Niski's going to have a very difficult laning phase in here, and then later into the game, you're going to go forwards, you're going to pop your ult, and then you're immediately going to get encored, immediately going to get the ult from the Ornn on top of you as well. Much like we saw in the first game of our first series, does seem like one team is really trying to go heavily forwards with the equalizer over the top of it. The other one's just throwing the ultimates defensively out the other side.
What a surprise. Vitality trying to play a little bit quicker, and BDS just trying to play front to back a little bit slower.
Yeah, for sure. I can be a bit worried about the Vitality draft though, since they're kind of forced to find volatility and action in the early game and mid game. But they don't really have that many tools. So they kind of have to, especially in laning phase, find ways to make the matchup volatile. Enemy players have to be low on HP, they can look for dives. Because they don't really have that heavy CC like a Leona who can just go in.
Very true. Well, it'll be nice to have you alongside us because Vitality going into game 1, I mean, last week, it was Vitality who sent us screaming. You know, you guys and Vitality right now are like the teams to watch, obviously, because not just the fact that you're now 4-3, that you're up in the top. You're in the top 4 now, by the way.
Yeah.
But you're both like the development from this split versus last. I think you were kind of showing your head a little bit in the Camille game, even in winter was quite big.
It was kind of slowly ramping up as well. I mean, 3 rookies, you know. I think it's, how do you say, accumulating a bit more here in spring. The experience is starting to gather and matter a bit more in the matches as well. I think we feel more confident on stage as well. And I could imagine the same for Vitality, because they're a team who likes to play fast, and especially with some rookies coming in, maybe it's hard to show in the early levels, or it just goes wrong and you overplay.
Sure.
But they're looking sharper now, especially in the core series.
We're getting towards a point now as well, talked about it in the first series of the day, where particularly the teams that are playing today, all pretty close to the wire when it comes to the playoffs race. I don't know how much thought you put into teams like Vitality and BDS as opposed to your own thoughts. Do you have any particular thoughts on, particularly with such important series like this, which ones you think are more cut out for playoffs than not right now? BDS obviously the 3-3, Vitality drops some important series, but do you have a strong upper ceiling?
I mean, I think right now, I think Vitality scaling into playoffs can become really good, especially with how they play.
Gotta get there.
Yeah, of course, that's the big part. Because BDS, I mean, as well, if you're just scaling for 40 minutes and you get some teamfights wins with heavy outdraft in late game, the wins are good. But Vitality can ramp up, and they play some good League of Legends as well more, I feel like, than what BDS has shown.
Yeah, more comfort, you know, you're talking about it before, getting more comfortable on stage as well, like the individual skill that's come from Chayak and Naknako especially. I did want to have a closer look at Naknako in this early game, because Kyle, your insight is going to be very valuable to the audience at home. Like, he is pulling up a massive role on these stats as well. Like, I think we looked at your stats last week. His as well were fantastic. It was insane to watch Naknako at his peak. This is just from last week, by the way.
Yeah.
First in GD.
Yeah, he had
CS a minute, like
solid armor as well against me on the Olivia game. I mean, that matchup, by the way, I'm just sitting on the tower. I'm eating minions. But I mean, yeah, he had a really strong showing, especially against Koi as well. I think he's getting in form as well, and I think he's for sure a really strong player.
You guys, that was a really good series. That was so enjoyable to cast. I don't know how it felt to play, but like...
Stressful.
Stressful, that's the right answer.
That's the second game.
We sit here for the entertainment of it. I understand that it feels a little bit worse here in the hot seat for it, thinking, damn, I have to do all of this for everyone else to enjoy it at home. But at least on our side, I want you to know the effort isn't going missed.
I mean, definitely. I mean, it's stressful, but I enjoy every second of it, for sure.
Now, obviously, we're looking closer at top lane, and thank you, observers. 2v2's brewing a little bit. You talked a little bit about how annoying the Seraphine is. And Nymira, you mentioned the lane, especially with Niski in the early levels. Like, already Ice and Paris pulled out a heal for the trade. Ice also barriered as a side note, so there is a summoner advantage here for Vitality, but BDSF push.
Reminds me of the 2022 kind of meta where we had, you know, stuff like the Ashe, Varus, and this kind of crazy pressure. You just use the barrier and the heal very early on to get that push. You can see that the Alistar had to back very early on. Both junglers now on the bottom side of the map, and with this bot lane push and the control from those summoners, maybe they can buy that free bot side scuffle, which looks like they have done.
This is here. Both junglers here. Poke again. Kazi rooted up. Cleanse.
Oh, it's a rough one.
It really is. Linz is going to poke out.
Yeah. And as we saw, I mean, Linkers, he doesn't have the setup for the ganks. He's standing behind the turret, but there's nothing. Alistar has to pull some magic. Niski has to find some Q flashes, but if BDS is not giving it, it's just for sure a rough time in bot lane.
Look at the spacing.
This is why I love people using that red 5 pick to do something a little bit different.
Yeah.
Something like that Seraphine, don't see it that much. You can see the value here where you can actually just silver bullet an entire lane and say, well, your Alice is not getting through draft in the way that most teams in the world think that, oh, Varus, Jhin, they'll get an Alistair through laning phase. It'll be fine. Apparently not here.
Definitely.
Now, what do you think of the build so far? We got double.
I like it. I mean,
dude, what is
I can see that. Actually, I'm not sure though. Because I mean,
you said I like it.
No, but I mean, the non-magic mantle is 400.
Yeah.
And upgrading it to a Negatron cloak is 450.
Yep.
So buying 2 is getting, I believe, 10 less MR for 50 gold, but like 50 gold difference. So the math doesn't fully add up. But if he wants to rush the, I forgot the name of it.
I'll go through Canny Crooker.
MR Bamish and the item.
Oh, the Hollow Radiance, right?
Hollow Radiance only builds out a null magic mantle, not the...
True.
I forgot the name of the item.
Negatron cloak.
The Negatron cloak. So, for the build path, I can see that you have to compromise a bit, maybe your build in early game.
Dude, I miss when mages could build Abyssal Staff, and you could build it up Negatron cloak. You buy that first item, take half damage for your lane opponent for a while. Ah, that was the stuff back then. It's been a while since we've had those huge rank resist items like that.
I mean, Carl, as you said, by the way, top lane, Naknako was level 4, getting the push in. There was a good trade from Irrelevant, where I think he hit Searing Charge on top of Pillar, but outside of that, it's going about as you expected. Small gold lead brewing. TP is going to be used by Irrelevant. BDS, other side of the map. This 2v2, as you expect, sets up a Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, BDS, name of the game here, if they get to like 2-3 Drakes this game, or if they can just cruise through, use bot power to get first 2 Drakes, I think they're in such a good spot.
Yeah.
Your jungler was talking earlier, in fact, before we went live today, saying, hey, if you get dragons, they're really cool because it forces the enemy to fight you. And I think particularly in this case, BDS, as a team, they like to play a little bit more slow and steady around big objective play. I think Europe as a whole has liked to be doing that. Actually, kind of seen that mirrored across the world, really. When you have a comp like this, Vitality do not want to be fighting in a single angle down the front team fight because that's when all the line ultimates kind of come at you and it just really doesn't work for you. So Vitality will need to find some way to get some early kills onto the dog, onto the Neferi. Once we find ways to get that Talir ultimate through as well, I think the less this comes about objective focus 5v5s later into the game, the more it is about the individual power of stuff like the Neferi, the Talir ult making a mess of things too, the better it is for Vitality.
Carl, where are you sitting at for Neferi at the moment? EU started playing it again. Like, it was only a week or two ago where this champion was not really picked at all.
I mean, we were still playing it, to be fair. I mean, I think
that is true.
champ still holds a lot of value. I think one of the, for sure, better AD options.
Okay. He said Niski needs to send it. He finally gets one, but where's the damage? Jin has to reload in 2025, and Niski is just getting whittled down. Lethal tempo and full stack ice. Cleanly done. Kazi gonna sit there, get the fourth shot, but it's not worth it. Lethal tempo still there, and ice takes him to town.
We said it was a silver bullet, and Kazi can't find himself a fifth one, sadly. Paris, that Seraphine, working absolute wonders here, punishing what a lot of people assumed to be a safe way to get Alistar through the laning phase. It just hasn't been.
What do you do about this bottom lane? Like, this is such a big problem. I mean, what if Vitality need to just play off 6 of Chayak, or...?
I mean, I think that's the only play. I mean, the problem is, though, you have the strong pick in the Rumble winning lane, but it's not really a lane you punish with dives.
True.
You're on, if he plays properly, can just sit on the turret and he'll be fine. So I think it's...
So
sent it.
He did send it, and this is the threat, right? You're in the losing lane, you see the golden path to a winning lane scenario, and it just isn't quite wide enough to fit your butt through. Goes for the flash pull, just don't have the damage to follow it up.
Yeah. I believe as well Niski does not play Ignite this game. Yeah.
No, he didn't. He went heal.
Yeah, for sure.
Wait. Arrow. There's ulti. BDS is sending it all.
Niski.
Level 6, and as you said, Niski also no ulti, so what's he going to do? He's going to stand there. A third kill to boot over the Ice. Ice is ready to carry this game. You've given him the tools.
Is that a 1.2k goal lead on AD?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh, my days.
I spy with my little eye. A bit of a bot diff. Ice has been so well set up for by Paris in this last pick. Talked about that a bunch at this point. And thing that we were mentioning earlier, okay, well, Vitality want to make it about split map plays, use the Talir ult. There is a Pantheon on the other side too, so it's not even like Vitality are global to no global. 113, 113 as our lovely friend Finn would put, can just make those kind of plays too. And playing towards the strong bot lane like this, it is just making Vitality's drop even worse. They have to play out of a huge deficit now.
I think the biggest thing people forget as well, because you're also range versus melee with the Seraphine versus Alistar, Dream Maker or Dream Bubble, whatever that item is, that's stupid, that gives magic damage and then also gives a heal on top of, like, that support item I think is so broken, and Paris should be there pretty soon.
The Dream Spike.
One of the things, you know, the items.
That's not my role. I got
doesn't matter. Do you know, I've changed. I was learning from Aragon, right? I was learning top lane. Now, I don't know if that was a good thing or not. And Oda was teaching me as well. And so I got to Emerald as a top laner, right? Playing Set, playing Renekton, playing Volibear, which I think is pretty busted. You actually agree?
I mean, I used to play a lot of Volibear. I played it last year in Academy as well.
Yeah.
I won with it, not due to my performance, but...
Hang on. You're being modest, yeah.
Very humble.
So I like the Volibear, love the versatility.
Yeah.
Especially Q got buffed, AD ratio.
I saw that,
I can build whatever you want.
Do you think that it makes a big difference? Like, is it
I think, I mean, you see a lot in solo queue recently. People have been playing Volibear into Sin with Cosmic Drive. I think now with the Q AD buff, since you're maxing Q on jungle, I'd say you can probably just go for booster builds as well. You can look to the Sunbird Sky into tank. That's how you can build whatever you want on this channel.
Oh my god,
all he needs is Mystic Punch from Arena. He's set.
Definitely.
That's it.
Some good augments on this channel.
Bro, he's just unkillable. Like, without heal cut, like, his W is so broken. Like, and plus the fact that E level 1, I think, with all the percentages added up, is like 200 damage.
It's like 200.
Imagine how Ornn, the actual champion being played in this game, feels that you talk about his biggest op instead of him in this game.
Well, bro, the Volibear had to be. I need to get skill check while I was here.
The people need to know. They must know about the bear.
Valse knows it's broken. Also, really good Ambessa option, as I've found out recently. The Volibear into Ambessa.
Oh, the volley into the Ambessa, yeah.
Really good option. Now, what's happening here? I mean, Irrelevant can
not much happening in the top lane. I mean, as well,
now, from my understanding, the matchup can turn around because he's gone for the Conqueror rune, which he tends to do against some of the tanky matchups. You can sometimes see in that design as well. From my understanding, you go towards the Liandry's and the Riftmaker if you really want to hit down on that lane too, but you still kind of win the lane, but you don't run away with it to the point where it's such a problem against a lot of other matchups.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like the Rumble into Ornn and in general Rumble into tanks, you're scaling for free. And then you, depending on drafts,
teleport.
Like we said, they're relevant TPs.
This is what they have to do, right? For BDS, the 5v5, they at least pull off 2 grubs. but Linces commits for a little bit more. He's got the smite available. 113 the same as well. One was stolen. Vitality are looking for all 5, but Call the Forge God comes through irrelevant, misses, gets a flash. Kazi cleanses away. Deadly Forest does nothing on the side. Nuko, where's his contribution in the fight? He's got the equalizer up as Niski pops the ulti, but there's the Seraphine. He runs through. Niski's in a lot of trouble. He has to flash too, and BDS are now playing on low mana, but they've won the fight so far. Fourth shot goes awry. BDS looking for another angle. It's irrelevant. A searing charge into a wall, maybe, but Linces is into the back line onto Paris, but the Pantheon off 113. Where's he going? Somewhere else, it looks like. It's Vitality in the river. They make it so crazy in the top lane, and Niski adds to the fire. 113 gets donated a kill. Vitality looking for the chase to find something. One grub for BDS. A kill on top of it as well.
That was certainly a way to play out that team fight. I thought there were a lot of things which changed the direction of that fight unexpectedly. We had a great Talia wall, we had a Rumble equalizer and the Jin ult kind of forcing people to scatter in different ways. I'm not sure either team really expected to be split apart in the way that they did. The story of it though is the 5 grubs over towards Vitality. They will be happy with that. Nuko gets himself a free wave in that top side too. So at least they get some immediate value out of the play.
Yeah, I think for sure though. The problem is though, you're trading grubs for Drake here. I think BDS should be able to just play Drake now. Jin still has to recall Cassie, which is a problem. You're not really hitting towers as Vitality this game. I know you have you can get champs that can cheat tempo on sides, so you can look to push out waves, but hitting turrets, I think the Drakes are just really, really, really important.
Yeah. So strong. I mean, we already mentioned Shay talking about it, but we just know at this point, I feel like dragons are so obvious. So 2 dragons for BDS when already that bot lane went so well. The Enchanter is already close to the first item too. It does feel like BDS are ticking their conditions so easily.
And that Enchanter is going to become a much larger problem the longer the game comes on as well. So we have the 2 dragons down, revisiting the win conditions of these teams. BDS wants to be about late game objective fights, and if they force these dragons, Vitality will have to play into them. They will have to play into that Call of the Forge God, all of the enchanting coming through from the Seraphine as well. So while Vitality do get some immediate bonus, definitely got to agree with you there, BDS come away with a strategic advantage, I think, long term.
This feels like perfect conditions for BDS. I mean, as a whole, as a unit, Kenny Brooker now picked up as well.
Yeah.
Is it 15 seconds now? It's been 15 for a while, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 15. I mean, that item was so broken.
12, yeah.
Did you ever play with a Genius Hunter?
They enough the HP scaling on the shield. The shield was insane. But as well, I mean, for sure, Vitality, it's gonna just become a bigger struggle this game, I think. As well, Jin itemization, you're going for the static shift, meaning on 4 items, a Jin into tanks, you can have full crit, you have your LDR, your collector, your IE. But with this build, you're going to be lacking some DPS later on.
True.
I think from what I've seen a lot of these static shifts, it is just a constellation of, look, I am not winning the trades. I just need to push waves as quickly as possible and make something happen away from me immediately. Because this game has to be away from those 5v5s. I think even if you had a perfect Jin build, it's not going to be the difference maker. The difference maker is push out immediately, get some value elsewhere.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, the Jin, the static shift fits the identity of the champ, that you can fill out that role. You join with ultis, you're clearing waves, and he's just relaxing on it.
Irrelevant loves it, though. Yes, the Mosquito has returned with a vengeance.
I mean, look, not having armor for the time being, maybe that's going to be a consolation prize, but even as he builds his Null Magic Mantle, Irrelevant at level 11, I'm looking towards his next fight because Call the Forge God's back up and available. His teleport's up and available. TP advantage between top laners, but we are fighting over the top lane for now because I see 50 seconds until Herald. If BDS get this, it just feels like a losing deal.
5-man top side, dropping the bot wave here. They gotta make something happen, but they just... Alistar, Niski no flash. It's really rough.
Yeah, and remember, I guess Vitality feel a little better leaving the Ornn alone because he doesn't have any grubs to push that tower with. But yeah, they are dropping stuff for this. They need to make something happen. If they get that Herald, they can use those 5 grubs a lot easier and try and break open something on the map. You can see that they're already, I'm not going to say resort to desperate measures, but they can't play things quite as straight and simple as BDS can.
Yeah, I mean, if they're even numbers, BDS to Smatcherium, they should be getting control everywhere, BDS. So for sure, Vitality needs to find some crazy angles, especially with no Alistar flash. You don't really have any tools to find an angle.
But, I mean, Vitality getting choked out, even just by vision, even just by Irrelevant moving in. Nice dodging skill shots. Now finally Nuko's bot, but they're just saying we're conceding this only if Linces can get a steal because Nuko's bot, TP's not up, and BDS will just be taking this away. It depends on the 50-50 from Linces, but even though 113. By the way, 113 is down 2 levels. Talk about that in a second. Engages air searing charge. Herald goes down. For Vitality, a soft contest turning into a harder one with Niski getting a bellows breath. Really nice, and as you said, Carl, simple.
Yeah, but as well though, Vitality, double side tier 1, and they get to push out the waves, meaning the next map state we're gonna have in the game, Vitality should be able to be fast on the map, and they can look to be proactive.
Global's coming in though, Irrelevant can engage from a long way, and that arrow and the Pantheon coming down on top of him.
The arrow narrowly dodged. 113's here though. He'll block some damage to shield up, but the mortal will of Nuko is gonna drop. To call the Forge God, a ram line down, and Nuko has nowhere to go. He runs, he tries, the flames out, but it's seared on his side.
Speaking of that next map state, I don't think Vitality can be proactive now.
Okay.
Let's go! Yes, let's use that rumble. Oh wait, 30 seconds folks, chill a little bit. I suppose that is some big ult cooldowns used a minute before Dragon though. Yeah. It's second tier of the Ornn, maybe if you stall it out long enough you can bring around to that, but still, maybe there's a window which Vitality can play around just as the Dragon spawns. You absolutely don't want to give them that soul point and a base amount of Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, if BDS can just look to maintain control and Vitality will have a hard time walking up, the ulti shouldn't matter that much, but for sure, this is Vitality's window now. Even with the Rumble dead, he has TP up, they can look to play for sure.
Feels like Niski, he's got a big role on his task as well. I feel like Chayak as well. He needs to start playing for those picks, need to start finding something himself. This does feel like the last Vitality game in the past 2 weeks. Or at least, let me rephrase that. This feels like the weakest version of Vitality I've seen at least in the past couple of weeks. Like, they're very good at being proactive, I think. Even to their detriment. As I say that, I must have jinxed it because Niski finds an angle. Equalizer down onto Ice, a shutdown. Double seismic shove, but Nuke gets one of his own. Kazi has to flash to reposition. BDS not out of the woods yet, even at their own turret. The poke flies through. Asking you shall receive with Vitality.
Somehow Vitality managed to thread the needle, and Shayak on the flank on that Talia really puts BDS into an uncomfortable position. They will be able to get themselves the Dragon, but with the Herald in mid lane, they might have to trade it for their mid lane out of turret.
You might have saved the play a bit though. I mean, that shuffle was pretty good. And helped pass down a bit.
It was looking rough, especially with the 2-man from Chayak. But this, very good for... Oh.
Yay.
We're gonna have one
very
every
good play
day.
for Vitality getting the Drake.
Okay.
You brought in your podcast content for us. You can find anything for your big day here on the LEC?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry you didn't get to go to Madrid, but you know, that's that's okay.
It's fine. No, it's fine.
Yeah, let's ask the easy questions like that.
What did you do over the past couple of days?
We scrimmed, played solo queue.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Just the usual.
Watched others play in Madrid.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I was still having a lovely time. It's
Yeah,
all
good.
good. I would have been nice to play in Madrid though.
Hey,
Heretics
there's
being
always
from
next time.
Madrid. I mean, yeah. I mean, the finals though, summer finals though, in Madrid.
Yeah.
You'll make it.
It's a given.
Hey, you're top 4 right now.
It's a given.
It's
Oh,
a given.
hell yeah.
I mean, I gotta be there.
Regardless, let's make sure. I'm going to be optimistic for you. I think actually there is a way you can make finals. I can see it. Now, if you don't, we should get you tickets, obviously. Like, we should make sure... I mean, Heritage
You really
probably
just...
have tickets.
Wait, did you really just bring it up here and say, here's a consolation?
No, just in
Tough luck,
case.
Buddy. Sorry, we'll get your tickets, though.
Bro, I literally compared you to Zayas. You know, there's no bigger fan.
It's all good. I mean, yeah, you got the backup plan. It's all good.
I'm just disappointed. We introed you today, and I was like, oh, he's surely not seen the Zayas
like
clip. I didn't realize it went online.
I mean, at least we could have gone for, like, Thor, if we're going for, like, the, I guess, regionally appropriate kind of, like...
Yeah, yes. Makes sense.
I don't have one of them being from the UK, really. We kind of dropped that whole Pantheon thing. You get the cool stuff.
He's got Ron Weasley, that's about it.
We got Arthur Pendragon.
This is a bug review, by the way.
Oh, it's a bug review.
Oh, this is a bug review, so buckle up. I don't know what the bug is. I'm going to find out from production. As soon as we have more information, we'll let you know. I wonder if it's a bug to do something with the all-in, maybe like the play with Nuke, but I don't know many.
Must have been something.
Yeah, we're gonna. The two guys over here, while I yap away, are gonna actually review themselves because they got another PC.
Now, obviously, we can only. I mean, it's.
Now,
don't want to speculate too much. We'll look over it.
We have a small audience here today. I wish I could show you. Just bring down a PC. We can get really intimate with our computer monitor, which I'm not going to say ever again. I apologize.
Okay.
I don't know German, so if I read that sign, I could get in trouble. I know wo ist is. What's that? Where? Who?
Where is? Yeah.
Where? Thank you to our production who whispered in my ear. Where is the? What is Geschmack? What's that? Taste. Oh yeah. I don't know why I'm questioning why I can read it out. It's in front of the. If it's in front of the monitor, it's in front of the camera. You're allowed to show it.
Ari is mein Lieblingschampion. It's my favorite champion.
Nice.
Yeah.
The champion you love.
No, that's favorite. But I mean,
favorite.
sure, that too.
You speak German as well?
I mean, I had German in school for 5 years.
Ambition?
Oh, really?
But I don't really speak it.
Okay.
I mean, I can introduce myself, but that's as far as it goes.
That's good. That's probably better than
most and some.
I mean, it's better than I was in academy living in Spain last year. I can handle myself a bit better.
So how many languages do you speak?
2.
Okay.
Danish, English, a little bit of German.
A little bit of Spanish as well. A little bit.
I mean,
I can say,
I can order at a restaurant, but it doesn't go further.
I need to glaze your country for a second because GB told me about something during Christmas markets, and it's this pork sandwich, right? I'm sorry to any vegetarians and vegans in the audience at home. There's this pork sandwich that you had in the Christmas markets. I don't know the name for it. Is it
Flæskesteg sandwich?
Yes.
I mean, it's not exclusive to Christmas. You can get it anytime you want.
No, but I had a couple around, but that was the best one. And
I mean,
and Jimmy said, get it there. It was really good.
I mean,
I was going to say also the salmon. The salmon was very good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had the salmon at Christmas markets on the big fire on the big stand.
Yeah.
I have a fun fact for you while we buy time.
Okay.
Do you know how long a scorpion can hold its breath for?
No, but going from salmon to this, I'm very curious how you made the
I just need to
connection.
do something. I was zoning out. Do you want to have just give a guess so I can feel better about it?
Scorpion holding its breath.
Yeah. How long?
5 minutes.
17 days.
Okay.
70 days. If that thing goes on, it can make a little air bubble around itself. And
Really?
Keep itself, keep itself alive through that.
You guys can use that at parties later.
Also, I've got another fun fact for you.
Okay.
Did you know that grasshoppers are 5 times older than grass? Could you imagine being the first grasshopper to discover grass? Game changer.
But what did it do before?
It hopped without grass.
Just hoppers in it.
Yeah, just hoppers.
On dirt. So it was a dirt hopper.
Oh, I hear you're hopping on grass now.
Well, I'm glad you guys could use that for parties. I've got no update on the bug. Oh, we got ready checks. It's one of those things that was a bug, but it's not a bug.
Oh, my fun facts.
Oh, no. It's... Hang on. Potential Herald bug.
We did see that the Herald was basically not winding up for its charge.
Yeah,
but if it's intended, that is the way it is. It was doing a little dance. And instead...
Is that because someone got in it and then got out of it?
It died before the charge.
Okay.
Okay.
We're kind of looking at our screen now. Herald dies anyway. It wasn't going to get the full turret. I mean, turret would probably be a couple of autos away, but like, we're getting back in the game now. Sorry for talking. But yeah, it's okay.
Sorry for talking? That's what we're here for, Jake.
That's okay. Still got to apologize for the
No,
little
there are things
in life.
I'll apologize for, but not that.
I'm not asking you to. It's just me.
I'm not scorpions.
Carlson, your first pause. Whoa.
Did you enjoy
Big
the podcast content?
Yeah. I like the fun fact.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm glad
That's good.
someone did.
I'm glad we went from salmon to scorpions. It's like, how do you draw the link? We found a way. Now, in Spectator at the moment, you know what's really annoying is not only turrets that refresh, but top turrets as well. I believe that top turret's actually dead. Yeah, it is in the mini-map. But you come back from a pause, and then it shows the turret. Like, have you seen Spectator when turrets come back in the Nexus turret?
I know as well if you load back into a game from player POV, everything is...
Oh, yeah.
Everything looks different.
Yo, you see into the abyss of Summoner's Rift. But, yeah. Okay, so where were we? Before we left, we saw a fight from Vitality. We saw actually a pretty good engage from Niski. They finally got their first kill, and the setup was pretty brilliant. They also stopped the dragon stacking as well, so it feels like they're getting something. However, Nuka just found side turret. They're still 1k gold ahead. And now it really does feel like we're going to start looking at Atakan, start looking at the next dragon, because BDS's comp is going to have an enchanter with Moonstone Renewer, with the Dreammaker bubble, 2-item Ash as well. Like, this front to back feels very online.
And that's all and good. However, I will notify everyone, no summoners on the Ash, so there might be a lot of shields. Return to, I think, our through line for this game. That Ash can get roasted.
Yeah.
Like, if that champion gets an equalizer on them, I don't care at this point of the game. If you don't have a way to flash out of it, you're still going to burn.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, with Vitality's tool, we got to keep an eye on Shayek's ulti. I think it's their main way, especially on mid waves, is their angles to look for the Ash. Can set up Niski as well. He can have an easier time looking on him.
I have another fun fact for you.
Oh my god, yeah.
Do you know that mountain goats are not actually goats?
What are goats?
They're not goats. I just remember that. Now, I can't remember all of it. I also know that, you know that an antelope can jump higher than an average house? They've got very powerful hind legs, and average houses can't jump.
This is like... you've written all this down, it just has to get out.
Oh, I have to have it at some point.
My god, you're being more me today than I am. It's crazy. BDS is going to get mid-turret. Okay, so that's something. Bit of gold in their back pocket.
I'm glad that production just confirmed that they're associated with antelopes. There we go. Cool. Thank you,
Nice.
Lena. Appreciate it. Get back into it. So, yeah, I guess we're now waiting for Ash Flash to come back up. Dragon's up in 2 minutes. That'll be on a similar timer to Ash coming up. BDS will obviously want to play around that.
Yeah, I think BDS very happy right now, just catching waves, contesting some mid-wave, kind of just waiting for the next wave to spawn. I think getting to this soul point is huge for BDS this game. But though, getting the tier 1 on mid for BDS as well, I mean, it's huge for both teams getting tier 1. But for BDS, when Jin has no flash, this own ulti is a death sentence, basically.
Yeah, very, very true, especially with Nuke having ult up as well. When he has flash too, like, the all-in that comes from BDS, with Pantheon ult on top of that, with Arrow that can just get sent out. There's so many ways to pull Jin summoners, even if they are up and available. About 20 seconds on that flash, by the way, from Kazi. Dragon you were talking about is about 1:40 away. And Adakana has spawned bot in this game, so we're chilling for a little bit. But again, every time we chill in this game, I just think, you know, BDS must be cheering. Like, it's just
definitely
so easy for them in this game.
I think another big thing we'll have to pay attention to as well is when Nuke gets himself a Seeker's Arm Guard. As soon as that comes through, I think the game gets really, really hard for Vitality, because particularly when that item's built, I think actually there are some cases where Nuke should die even without using it, just to make sure he has it for an important dragon fight. I think if he does that, again, Vitality, they already have some limited options in the bigger team fights. Don't think they're winning hard enough through side lanes right now to make game-ending options through that. It's very hard to do that. They probably are going to have to find a big fight. If there's a Seekers coming into their way when that happens, I think BDS have got a very powerful tool to play when that's completed.
Definitely. I mean, and I think for sure for this dragon fight, it's going to be eyes on the top side of Vitality for what they can get done. I mean, Kasi, with the current items, I think this own will be a very, very tough front line to get through with the static and the rapid fire cannon. So it will be interesting to see the angles that Vitality can find.
A bit of armor and inventory now. Feels nice, even against people like Linsis, as Nucko's getting some solo time with turret. Irrelevant's going to respond with that, but he has teleport available to join this fight. BDS in the river first, 25 seconds. Nuke is walking up. All about this mid-pro. Jumping in is Linsis, but he's invulnerable. Who cares? Sends the pack mates in. Niski with an engage again. Seismic shove. Deadly flourish. Everything's out, but the shield is up. The arrow flies. It's Niski who doesn't pull the ulti. Really good resilience not to pull the ultimate. Irrelevant comes in as well. He's teleported, now with ulti available.
How the heck did he get out of that without using his ult? That's a big win there. Playing the cooldown management very well, because now they get rid of, you know, a little bit of that HP. The Ash Arrow from Ice as well. It also buys them presence in the river.
Irrelevant took no damage. That was Kazi autoed him. Like, you know, observers, if we can click on Irrelevant, I need some HP bars. Because this guy, right now, he's just walking in. Where is the damage? They need everyone to hit him. Nucko needs to hit him, it feels like. With the burn, Ford got finally some. He ults, he misses. Searing charge, also a miss. Into Nucko, into melee range. I'm watching this top side because he's getting burnt down, but meanwhile, Kazi was selected and tortured. Vitality have 4 members on the right. BDS on the left. Dragon still contested, 1-1-3 at half HP.
And while one of the carries is down, they still have the equalizer.
Equalizer, everything laid in, but the Seraphine ult is huge. Ice jumped in, but he's going to go to his death. Paris, the next target, isolated, can't heal up. Vitality have finally found the fight. They select their prey and disintegrate them one by one.
I mean, Vitality just played this much better than BDS. I mean, you saw on the mid wave, they were playing with them, forcing Irrelevant TP. Meanwhile, Nak could just walk down. They were playing with them this whole fight. Also some missed execution, especially from Irrelevant side here. Call of the Force God. Didn't really connect them to anything. Yeah.
Typically, you want to be fighting in one direction of this comp. They fight this way, they end up going back this way, they use all their cooldowns, and they lose their tanks, so they can't play that same kind of position.
Especially.
Even though the Jhin is dead, the equalizer's there for the damage. The Jhin doesn't do damage. The Rumble does.
Yeah, I mean, especially as well, BDS maybe over-forcing a bit.
Yeah.
Comp, you definitely want to stand your ground. If the Ornn is going in too deep, you saw him dashing into the wall, going for the Talia. You're leaving yourself exposed to just get DPS by the Rumble. And your
oh my god, thank you, babies, I griefed. No.
It's a good addition to LEC, you know.
Definitely.
And just remember, we're always listening. We pull up on broadcast quite a lot now, so.
Yeah, we just get just perma Kazi Cam. I think that would be very entertaining content.
Have you spent much time with him outside? Like, have you?
We did consent once. I mean, very short. We had
only one time, never again.
I mean, we had to play a 1v1.
Okay.
Only one.
Well, I mean, I want to hear more about it in a second. For now, I realize the Dragon wasn't taken. BDS are grouping up again. Everything's up and available again as well. BDS looking for the smite steal. Lenses walks and takes it. Nuke's ulti, though, great onto Chayak, but into the group fight. BDS are disintegrating once again. Call the Forge God actually hits, but look who's dead. Nuke's up for the reset. And again, Lenses is shredding, dealing, killing, wheeling, stealing. Nuke is just here for a free fire, letting the dogs out, and irrelevant, even though the team fight looked better this time. Vitality are finally finding their footing.
Huge fight for Vitality. They have the Baron, they get themselves the Dragon afterwards, they start taking towers, and all of it comes off of a fight where BDS once again can't find a single direction team fight. They allow way too many people into the backline, and they can't stand their ground effectively.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a huge team fight from Naknaku. You can see it in the replay as well. His ultimate positioning, forcing the Ashe to walk back, and then he's waiting around the corner, and he gets a full combo on him.
Now here it is. Walk us through, Carlson, because
I think definitely Ice No Flash. He has to walk back.
Yep.
Insta harpoon, double harpoon with the Q.
Boy. Oh. And we're going live. Naknako's in trouble. Here, 113 finds him. He flashes behind him. Naknako, the positioning's crazy. The burn. It's a trade for now, but only if he dies. He's got Electro Harpoon. He gets the space. He gets the shielding. Walks in. The scrap shield. The ambition.
Oh, wow.
You and Naknako, you've got that mojo going on in the LEC now, you know? You guys are crazy. You guys are bloody crazy top laners.
I just love the fact that, look, this is not an easy comp to play from the position they were in the game. The Vitality, hang on a second, great flick back.
Landed. Ice is not dead. Barrier's going to come up. Weaver's wall. Chayak's going to follow him. Yes, he is. Nice follow from Chayak, and Vitality with a 5.5k gold lead. We come back from that replay, actually do a big Vitality win.
I can just go and restart that part again. This is not an easy composition to play, especially when they're behind Dragons, especially when BDS had such a crushing bot lane lead. They are playing the team fights so much better than I thought they would be able to, though. Serious credit to Vitality finding all of these individual plays to open up different angles.
Sure.
I'm impressed because I started giving up faith, seeing Third Dragon, seeing like a front to back, but Carl, you brought up the important issue. It's like maybe not being too early, but you know the positioning was a big question there. Like BDS a little bit too antsy on the fight this early on. When also we're not on 3-item Ashe, we're not on 3-item Azir either. That back to front wasn't as clean as it should have been, right?
Definitely. If Naknako, Chayak get to be on the sides like this, coming from different angles, we can pinch. Oh.
Ooh. You think he's caught out? That's the question. He's going to get rooted. Yeah, he does have Atakan.
Yeah.
200 gold. Withdrawal is there. Midway pushing.
Just run topside now. They have take full control of topside. They can play top tier 2 maybe. They have a hard time sieging though, definitely in the shot.
Chayak still has teleports, got his ult coming up soon, chooses not to use his flash. The only thing he loses is Seraph's cooldown, which means nothing, really.
Yeah.
A couple of things I'd like to highlight as well. We do have the anti-heal item coming in from Jhin, has the Shiv, so it's easier to spread that damage around as well. This game is going so much better for Vitality than I thought, because this third item is a Death's Dance from the Neferi and not a Serpent's Fang. I was actually pretty certain it was going to be, well, someone will have to go towards the anti-heal, this case it's Jhin, they'll have to go towards the Serpent's Fang at some point. He says, actually, no, I can go for that individual staying power, completely fine with that. Don't need to go towards the Serpent's Fang to deny the Seraphine that late game value. Vitality have the luxury of going towards more selfish items.
But do you think this game is won from Vitality? Because for BDS, now that the items are there, even being 6k gold down, I'm still worried about the Seraphine combo. I'm still worried about one good engage from BDS, and Vitality aren't like the crystal cleanest team in the league, right?
Yeah, I mean, things like getting top towers or getting tier 2s without Nash, that's where these drafts can be broken.
Okay.
But with the Atakan, quite an easy picking getting this top tier 2.
I guess easier. So you're feeling optimistic?
I think they can look to just fully send it here. They can play for Inner.
I like to hear it. 6.5k gold lead. Sending it Niski. He'd listen to you, but there's a searing charge. But however, Niski takes so long to die, as running in with the Atakan, they don't mind it. A quick reset and a trade with Atakan is so good. Linces is in the middle of 4 people and he's winning! With the Weaver's wall, our Nuke can only do to sit there and kill Nuke. A real death good, but Kazi tickling them like a mosquito works out fine. Here's Atakan about to burn out as well. He's got a Quadra. Carl, a Penta on the horizon, but Paris too far away. Kazi too low, but everyone else dead from BDS.
Jhin gets his favorite number. With this build, of all builds, the Mosquito's got a nasty bite.
I'm surprised. I don't feel like this Jhin was carrying the game, but Kazi, utility shows up big. Paris flashes away. No Penta in the end. Naknako takes the ace anyway. The timer runs out. Vitality. I asked Carl here, Can they finish the game? They're not the cleanest of teams. They shut me up. 1-1-3, the last to go for a double ace. Vitality with game 1. And an insane last 10 minutes.
Yeah, strong showing from Vitality in this match. They were really clutch this game.
Difficult game. And my biggest takeaway from this is that not that they won and their goal lead was snowball or whatever, it's winning from the position that they were in, given that they were against a very difficult to play against objective team comp. Now, I do think on the other side of that coin, I don't think that, you know, BDS played it out the best in terms of their own objective fights. I think they would have expected more from their composition, especially when they have such comfort on it.
Well, Carl, thank you so much for joining us for game 1. It's been an absolute pleasure. We're going to throw to the other best top laner in the league. And the first question has to be, who's better, me or Carlson? Naga should answer truthfully.
You know what? I think we're going to skip that question. And instead, we're going to ask how it felt to be in that position that you were in. Because the early game wasn't necessarily the hottest. You guys were able to make that comeback. How is that possible? Because it felt like you had such a big impact on this one.
I mean, I think our comp is a really good teamfight comp. And I think we just teamfighted better, so we won. It's kind of simple.
Okay, so then for next game, is it going to be another focus on team fights, or do you think there is anything that players can do individually to make it maybe a little bit smoother in the early game?
I mean, I hope we have a better early game, but we just let the coaches cook and we see what happens.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck in your next game. We're going to be back with the second game of the series, so don't go anywhere.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
2025, and Niski is just getting whittled down. Lethal tempo and full stack ice. Cleanly done. Kazi gonna sit there and get the fourth shot, but it's not worth it. Lethal tempo still there, and ice takes him to town.
My bad, bro. F***ing ball.
I will ult them, okay?
Watch me, watch me,
I'm
watch me.
ulting. Nice.
Ash.
I'm hitting for we're hitting for
Looks good, you win hard. Azir no ult, okay? I've combined 5. No ult again.
I'm taking it.
You stop,
Nash.
Yeah, let's do Nash. Oh my god, thank you, babies.
We can rush Nash, I will TP, okay?
If you've watched the beginning of the game, you may be wondering how Vitality won this one, because they did. They managed to come back, but maybe Camilo, who's with us on the desk, can give us some info here, because I feel like I was watching one of your games. Losing the early game, winning the game. How did they do it?
I mean, losing early game and winning games is kind of the specialty of Team Heretics. I can help you on this one. So basically what you do is that you go really hard down on gold lead, and then
like 13k.
Yeah, 13k for example against BDS. And then you just win team fights, and then you win the game. That's how it works.
Throw the enemy off, give them chance, give them hope, and then crush them in team fights the first opportunity you get.
I mean, you know, too much confidence. When you think that the game is extremely free win, that's usually when your brain turns off and then you autopilot and you end up losing the game. So
Actually,
I guess it did work. Niski starting 0-3-0 into comeback of the century.
Dabbing in the end, Giga Chad.
I mean, he did win. He did everything he needed for his team to win, right? I feel like a lot of the mid and late game were on him, you know, even though he was a 0-3-0 cow. It was a sad cow, but the cow did its work.
He came in clutch when it mattered, and I want to look at some objective fights here around Dragon to see where things collapsed kind of for BDS, but how Vitality was able to seize the opportunities. Odo, what happened here?
So if you can keep it paused for a second, the one person I want to look at is Naknako, because he has a very hard job here in front of him. He doesn't really have a lot of setup, but he's going to find great rumble. So if you can play the clip right now. The own ult will miss. Irrelevant kind of messes up in here. But here, the engage is very clutch from Niski. So finds Irrelevant here. And now there's going to be a scramble for position again. The Talia ult will be coming soon if you can keep rolling the clip out. If you can keep rolling it, this is going to be good. It's coming right now. So pause now. What's happening here is that when you're playing Rumble and you're struggling because you don't have enough engage, you need to find a lot of artificial choke. So this Talia ult is very great with the Alistar knock-up over here. Makes it really easy for Rumble to line up for this ult. So even though Naknako doesn't really have a lot of tools at his disposal, he's making the best out of the situation that he has. And he's hard carrying this fight. And yeah, the Alistar, you know, is doing his job. Realistically, he doesn't really need to do more. But even the next one, the next clip that is coming up is the more impressive now. More impressive now, if you can keep it paused. What's happening here is that Rumble is thinking of artificial choke points in his head. So the way it happens is that this Drake is started right now. Team BDS is positioning over here. And what Vitality wants to do is wants to keep pushing over here and force them in a line so that the Rumble can find a good ult based on the area that BDS wants to keep controlling. So if we play it out now, it's going to happen that you find this line around this Drake when the Drake is started. So this is what for me was really, really impressive from Naknako's performance this game, and why he ended up carrying this game is because he understands the areas where the fight is going to happen. He understands the areas that BDS and his own team wants to control, and he knows how to funnel the enemies and his own team into these positions where he can maximize the gain from his champion, even though he doesn't have all the tools that he needs.
So what I hear is
he's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT. it's so weird because it's like, is Zeus the GOAT? Is Carlsen the GOAT? Is Naknako the GOAT?
Everyone's the GOAT nowadays.
Yeah, everyone's the GOAT.
Are you the GOAT?
Nowadays.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
see, he's the GOAT as well.
Actually, we have you on the desk, so I want to ask you a question. We're going to come back to top lane later. I want to ask about mid lane because I love Fearless Draft. I don't like game one because game one, no more often than not on mid lane we haven't.
He played it as well.
Yeah,
Azir versus
Azir, what is it with this matchup, and who does it favor, and like why do you default to this?
I mean, the problem is that right now, Talia and Azir are both the only answers to each other, because like Azir is way too strong, as usual in competitive. He needs to be nerfed a bit, I would say. So the main answer to Azir that you have is either you go for melee mid and try to close the game really hard and look for perma fist fight, like Sylas, Yone, things like this.
Akali, yeah, stuff like that.
But can be a bit hard. So what you want to do is to take Talia so that you can make the map burn, you have perma prio, and you can even kind of match the front to back that he has in late. So what you end up with is that a champ that can match Azir in damage, and as well a champ that can help his team
really more, like a lot more.
And that's what we saw here. Like that's what you were explaining actually with the Talia ult, the Rumble ult, put on that. So
exactly.
The damage, I mean, controlled chaos on the side of Vitality in the early game. But I want to ask you, Camilo, because as you said, you're an expert of losing the early game, winning the rest of the game off of team fights. No. But actually, okay, it's going to be interesting. You managed to come back. So for me, do you know how far behind you can go before the game is like uncomebackable?
Say the line. Say the line.
I mean, 13k gold, I would say. It depends on the opponent. But if it's BDS, you can go 13k gold down and come back. But usually, it's like 5k gold down, it starts being really hard.
Why is it always BDS though?
I mean, it is the meta for them to catch strays, right? With Cheo earlier and now with Camilo. But I feel like a lot of these goal deficits that you end up going against are also fixed by team comps, because I feel like in Team Heretics team comp that they had against BDS, they had a lot of tools to make it so that, you know, realistically, how do you come back in a game? Even if you're goal behind, well, someone needs to be out of position. They need to overstep. You have the tools to pull the trigger, and then you catch him. But the thing is, a lot of times in the LEC, we get these sorts of team comps that kind of happen. Well, they don't really have a lot of the tools that they need to pull the trigger, and that's why I felt like it was even more commendable what Vitality did this game, because I felt like they had 2-3k goal down. It's still a little bit hard. They didn't really have a lot of tools, but they still had just enough.
Yeah, and it was just enough for them to come back. I'm really wondering what they're going to come up with here in Game 2. I am getting worried for BDS, though, Camilo, who keep on losing games the same way. They had an amazing showing versus G2 last week, but then again, G2 was really bad in Madrid, so I really don't know what's up with them and what to make of this team. But what advice would you give BDS coming here into Game 2 as the most resilient team of the LEC?
Yeah, it's true that we are really resilient. I would say that BDS, they need to play team fights better, because I think that's the main point that lost them this game. They need to be a bit more chill, maybe, a bit more lucid. And that goes through communication and someone that gets to keep cold blood, you know.
Communication. Keep the nerves cool. Stay in control. Honestly, BDS, you should take advice from Heretics and their motto, because it's been working for them. So let's see what the casters think about this in Game 2, and if BDS can come back here in this series.
Yes, they can.
Oh, big. I think if they adopt Camilo's smile, anything's possible. Bro, you have a charming smile. Like, you know, you're going to be happy your whole life. Welcome back to the cast. I'm Hysterics. That's no Mira. Camilo on Des, we've just run through the whole Team Heretics lineup. We just got 2 more to go. We're no Flackett today, but we're going to get him with
just going to get them all in for auditions.
And Sten's probably going to be the next caster, you know. Here we go. Let's go to pick band. Vitality, Game 1 win. That was exceptional, to say the least. But Game 2, let's see what the odds are for BDS as we start on blue side. And BDS actually chose red.
2 teams choosing red side today, actually, for their second game, which is not what we're seeing typically globally, and especially within the LEC as well. But still, the power of a counter pick does have value. One of my worries coming into this draft, BDS just lost with what I would consider a comfort draft for them. It is something which they got an early game lead with. They did get into a point where they could sit back, play towards the front to back. Didn't work for them. So, do they get rattled by that? Do they go back to that comfort and just say, okay, no, it's just that game, it was just the Nafir, it was just the Rumble, maybe that's just the issue. Can they try and find a comfort composition like that again without some of the picks from that first game?
That's the question, isn't it? The first 3 bands, Zinzao, Maokai, Jax. I know people in the arena are wondering, where's my pick band? Don't worry, it's back. Gwen, band away. The Gwen person isn't here. How disappointing for them.
No,
but
they are. They just screamed.
Did they?
Yes.
They're here every time. Or there's just a new Gwen person. But Yone is broken, especially with the Sejuani.
Can you imagine a Gwen civil war? Like, there can only be one.
What, with herself or?
Well, I mean, it'd be 2 people trying to beat Gwen.
Yeah, okay. Because isn't one side of Gwen purple or something, the other's blue? So the other one would be the purple-blue and blue-purple, you know?
I'm pretty up to date.
It's like an inner schizo. Inner Gwen schizo. I mean, she's a doll or something, isn't she?
Yes, she is.
So...
Look, Misfortune's been locked in.
It's important. The people want to know. Lock Yone Sejuani here. How clean is that duo?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think that Sejuani banned away for so much of LEC's recent weeks, easily locked in. Now you can go to... Well, I mean, the thing is, I actually don't feel like you're pressured to go towards Yone if you don't want.
Nuke hasn't played at this split. So it's a big question. It's like, you're right. It might not be the pressure. Like, it is a good pick, but does Nuke really want to set it up?
Well, yeah, I mean, in terms of his melee pick, Nuke actually, I don't believe this split he's played a single melee champion. This might be more towards, look, sometimes LCK does this.
Jace, quote unquote.
Technically, yes. But wouldn't you have it? That's not I just saw the Victor Hobbit there. It's like, oh yes.
He has played a lot of Victor.
He has done. So yeah, we'll wait to see on that. It's more of a, I suppose I consider it more of an LCK thing where they pick the Sejuani not necessarily for the melee synergy, just because it's a very, very traditional, engage, consistent jungler, which is also tanky as well. They don't over-index into that melee kind of synergy. And we'll see whether BDS obviously choose to go towards more of that. They don't have something like that Gwen, which Irrelevant would like to go for that melee side of things, but of course could go towards many other things for him.
We saw a lot of people still hovering towards things like Skarner, even over in Madrid, but like Wukong already, when you have Sejuani Corki, bit of setup for Vitality, plus opts in well if they do end up going to Yone and adding more AD. But how do you set this up? Do you get a support here, steal away something from mid? I mean, again, that Corki is a flex. Victor could be an easy option, or you take it yourself.
Okay.
Because Triac has played this.
Yeah, he has. And I was actually wondering whether he could still go towards something. Well, now the thing is now, you have double physical damage, well, triple with the Wukong, physical damage carries. You do have some armor shred from the crushing blow of Wukong and then Black Cleave, which you'll build up. But there's a Stronian already. What happens if you lock in a Scion for Irrelevant at some point? Could be a bit of an issue with full armor stacking. And as we predicted before, you wasn't going to go towards a melee champion. It's not necessarily something he's gone towards. Likes to play towards that range, goes towards that Orianna. So now if you do go into, again, full physical damage for Vitality, it is potentially on the table there, especially with no Rumble to even out the damage, no Gwen either. Orianna's shield onto a front line makes it even harder to kill them.
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, setup with Sejuani's nice, but playing for the lane here is Nuke. Because again, that range versus melee for the Yone can be really brutal up until maybe that Blade of the Wrong King. I feel like it extends a bit with Orianna. Her bullying power is just so disgusting, especially once she has some mana to play with. But now the biggest question is, as they ban Victor, do they think it's Yone top?
It is Knock-Knocko, so...
It is Knock-Knocko.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't played at this split, but look, we did say that Knock-Knocko's a chef. There is the worry of a full physical damage compensation from Vitality. There is also the outside chance of something like the Wukong going topside. We've seen it into Ambessa a little bit, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, we saw it. Was it Oscar Renan that played it, but lost with it over in Madrid in the last few days?
I believe so,
that was the
if I'm not
case.
mistaken.
We had 12 games over in Madrid. All of them very exciting for sometimes, aren't they?
Yeah, they were all very good.
So potential for Vitality flexing things around BDS, respecting that.
It's interesting. Renekton also banned out. Maybe they're fishing for Ambessa and Vitality saying, hey, no, we are playing this Yone. I mean, also, Renekton destroys Yone.
Yeah,
so
even when he was at his strongest, he did too.
It really sucks as a Yone. So you're also like, yo, we could be playing this Yone top, but also it could be fishing for Ambessa. You don't know.
In before, surprise, it's the Flandre Roa Sejuani top lane instead.
BDS Irrelevant, pull one out of the hat. I mean, it is fun when you get into drafts like this where you're playing the guessing game consistently. Double support ban. We still don't know where these solo laners are going, or at least where that Yone is going. Let's just answer the question slowly but surely. As Nightmare, what do you think? 80 carry match here, support counter pick for BDS maybe? Or maybe that Corki stays a flex and you go support here.
I mean, you have the Sejuani for engage, so you're not pressured to go for full engage right now. You might want to take away the Ral, because that would be really dangerous with the Misfortune.
Sorry, I'm dumb. Obviously, it's going to be top counter pick because Corki's already there with Orianna, so Corki's going bot.
That's
so
okay.
Get a priority support.
It's all right.
Yeah,
you let me have my fun facts earlier.
Okay, I did let you have two.
Yeah,
you got
very
two.
generous today.
I was ready for Carl to tell me all about salmon. And instead, now I know that scorpions can breathe for 17 days. In a little bubble.
Yeah. Nisky going towards the Rakan. Okay, so they do get themselves engage matchup in that bot side. Of course, doesn't have something like that.
Stop it.
Oh, hang on, that'd be so funny though.
What is it? Where's the Yone going?
Is it Le Poisson Steve? Is it Fizz? Do we have that?
Where is Yone going?
Come on, give us something.
They need AP. That's the thing. They need AP in this comp. Aurora is so boring. I know you like Ari, but I think it's the same thing. All right.
Okay, so...
Yone top.
So, it's likely Yone top. Maybe it's just Knock-Knocko's like, whatever he picks top lane, it'll be fine, right?
What do you think, Ari top?
I mean, there is the chance for it. Ari top's been okay for a while. In fact, when the Roa build came out, Ari was played a bit in top lane, because you do have good wave control. It sucks a little bit because you lose your ultimate a little bit more frequently. I think if Nago's top lane, I still think Yone's fine to play into that. He's a little weaker in lane than he used to be, but Nago, look, he plays all of his random stuff. I'll let him choose his matchup, let's be honest.
That's right. I mean, Nago is crazy. Like, even last game, they highlighted him. He got MVP in game 1 if you're just highlighting, you know, audience sentiment. I know we didn't have a vote on it, but his rumble was clean. And again, to reinstate the fact that this top laner is growing with each passing day. He's like Carlson we had before. They keep getting better and better. The talent here in the LEC, by the time we get to the end of the year, we'll just win Worlds. Well, that's the way it's going.
Heard it here first. Jake's
you know, I say this every time, but NA have nothing, bro. All their good players are from EU.
Oh,
if you're listening, you know, just read it and wait.
They had a game 5 versus versus Genji, which
it doesn't
pretty good.
Yeah, that's great. That's really good. But did they get to first stand finals? No. That was KC. That was a European team.
Not even LPL have done that.
I didn't come from Australia to sit on this lukewarm cup of tea take. The EU is not better than NA. Instead, I came to say that we can beat Korea. You know, you guys.
That's what you're here for, folks.
I didn't come here to dip my toe in the pool. I came here to have a schwitz. I came here to have a sauna. I'm in the wrong country, but I'm close. You know, I'll go with Finn if I have to. Yeah, we'll have a sauna together in Sweden.
I hope it is a relaxing and wholesome experience.
It will be.
It's a game.
It will be quite revealing because I did not grow up that way. I know how they have saunas, but that's another day. Game 2, Vitality Heretics. No, BDS. I was talking about Carlson too much, but you know the drill. BDS the same, 3-3. Vitality 2-3. Winner of this, and it feels like a safety margin will be born. Nako on the Yone top. He's taking lethal tempo against Irrelevant, who's just going to try and scale it, become a team fighting carry. And with Grasp, he's just going to do his best to be a really good engaged tool. Because on paper, Nymera, I feel like BDS, it's again, another BDS comp. Nice front to back, all in, all buttons engage.
And I think that on the other side, Vitality, they have it. Hang on a second, we got something weird happening at level 1. Was it collapse? Charms. That's why we don't level up the charm before we know what's happening with it. Ari already actually, okay, back in the day, Ari was a good counter into Orianna in the early seasons of League of Legends, where you could land a charm and then just chunk her completely out. Yeah. Over time, I think Orianna has gotten a better and better matchup against Ari in a strict 1v1. She trades through the wave better than the Ari, and particularly at early levels. Especially now you started that charm, a bit of a problem. Also lost the bone plating too, that's a good crash down.
Gatling gun, ignite down, Niski might have to flash. I think he does, definitely. Heal burn first, the auto! Niski doesn't flash. First blood at 132, and Kazi's in a 1v2 lane for the next 25 seconds.
I mean, we were talking about the charm start in mid lane, not the flash start in bot lane. Niski, what was that? What was the thought process? And now flash forwards, suddenly double summoners used by bot lane as a Vitality, and BDS get a huge win in the early game.
Massive. I mean, no flash for Kazi as well as a misfortune. If I'm BDS as their bot lane, I'm like, yo, we are going to slow push this. 1-1-3, change your path, come bot, bro.
Yeah, the thing is, he already has that, right? Because we now have 1-1-3 can path towards bot side. And Lenses started bot side and was on a ward, by the way, so is spotted going up there. And that's a big problem because Lenses can now no longer cover this bot side. There is a real chance that 1-1-3 can go in towards bot side, and now with double summoners down on Vitality's bot lane, could be a chance of a dive later on.
Really nice to see this BDS bot lane taken into their own hands. Remember again, Nymera said at the start of the day, if you were actually listening,
what do you mean?
BDS, their upcoming matches, this is what they've got left. 3-3. They've got Fnatic, they've got Giant X, and they've got this one versus Vitality. Must win. We said BDS are back because, again, as we left them, BDS beat G2. And this state of confusion as Vitality beat them. Does that mean Vitality one of the best teams in the league? G2 washed? These are all questions we have. But the least we can say is that, like, BDS must win. This will keep their momentum going. And BDS are indeed back, baby. Just how much back, we just need to know. That bot lane especially, hot damn.
Now we've gone back and forth. Oh, hang on a second. A bit problematic.
He's got flash though, so if he needs it,
yeah,
he can use it.
We've gone back and forth on BDS a lot over this year.
Gone back and forth on a lot of teams over this year, to be fair.
I have to say, that's a good thing. That is a luxury, because it's nice to be kind of not held in this like, oh, well, we know who's winning. Oh, we know who the best and the very worst teams are. I think that's been shaken up. I think, you know, even teams like Giant X found a huge amount of momentum. in Madrid, and I think that's fantastic for themselves. BDS, initially there were talks of, oh, are they, you know, solid top 4 team? And then they dropped out of that, and then they beat G2. It's very entertaining as a viewer to not be kind of kept in that one assumed state of affairs. BDS losing a game like that to Vitality where they are, show that again. The downside of that is you're never sure when you're a supporter of the team when you've got to be really confident in the team. It's a bit of a sad state there.
Also makes it fun for the team as well. I mean, Vitality, you could write that in spades. Like this team, you have no clue how they're going to go. They're versing G2, KC, and SK. Those could be wins, those could be losses. You have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, that's actually a 2-1. They're going to win versus G2 and KC and lose versus SK.
SK, yeah, I could see that. I mean, this series is still not done, so I don't know how it's going to shape out, but it is fun. Like, Vitality have been ramping up. However, still, as you saw, this 2v2 is not the main point, but that's kind of the fun part about new Vitality. I don't think this 2v2 is maybe as explosive as you would have expected with like some lanes of Kaz and Hilly in the past. It feels like Kazi and Niski just have to hold the ground as best they can because Chayak, Linsus, and Naknako are carrying games non-stop.
Which is, yeah, I think that when you look at the veteran status of this bot lane, and that changes throughout things as well, as that's the funny interaction where you charm someone with phase
rush and just sprint at you. The trade's not going that well, though.
Honestly, one of the funniest things is when Ryze does that, because he gets the extra speed boost as well. That man, the man really wants a hug when he gets
Have you seen when you fear someone as Fiddle?
Yes,
and like they do the same thing and they just sprint like a Master Yi you fear and he just runs off in the other direction.
Wonderful.
He always runs back. Nuke's winning the trades here at the very least. While we are talking about mid lane, Chayak has no TP, and Nuke's going to be able to fast push this too.
This is a result of starting the Charm, an already difficult matchup versus the Orianna as well. We talked about it a little bit. Of course, later on, once we get to that first ult of the game, that's where Ahri wants to accelerate. It's one of the reasons why I really do think that every Ahri player should be getting that Darksteel first back. We're going to see the Dragon started up here, traded for the Grubs on the top side. Nissi just spotting this out. Vitality will have a moment where they hit the level 6 on the Ahri and on the Wukong to accelerate past the game and hopefully stop BDS from getting towards a safe point where they can, again, scale into the game and play towards their comfort 5v5 front-to-back team fights.
But even that, I'm not sold because BDS in the early game is Kazi, as he slowly pushes out this wave. He's going to get ganked by Ice, by Paris. Niski walking into Fog of War. He has his flash available. Remember, he's going to burn it. And he gets out. Thank you to the grand entrance, but Niski, again, used everything to escape, and he has no health.
Now Kazi is going to get flipped back. He is a little bit, so he'll take a little bit of a trade. Paris takes 2 turret shots back, though. I'm not so happy about that one.
Who knew the day when Misfortune would get out traded by Corki? To be granted, though, there's a longsword in the inventory to match the Vampiric Scepter as 113 is zoning out. There's an engage from Niski. Arctic Assault over the wall. 113 has spaced it, but this wave is massive. This is an attempted dive.
Nuke's coming down too because Ahri is losing the mid lane matchup. So the mid lane transfers into the bot lane. Kazi and Niski back off. Free play towards BDS. The whole map pressure of the early game working out in BDS's favor.
It's a plate already. Ice is suffering from success right now, and Kazi and Niski are going to get the remnants of the wave, but there's still a 10 CS lead here in bot lane. It is so good for Ice and Paris right now. Good dodge from Niski, but Kazi's just trying to get his trading back, and granted he's doing so. For BDS, they've got the wave right where they want it. They've got a base timer here.
Chayak holding the wave now. Wasn't there in time to do anything about that bot side to stop the that push coming through. Does want to just make sure he can recoup a little bit in this mid lane, though. Is going towards the Rod of Ages build. Has picked up that Ruby Crystal. We'll see whether he can use it. Again, the HP as a resource. I'm okay with any build as long as you justify it with your gameplay. That's the consolation I've had to come towards. I'm like, look, at Everfrost, I survived through that for years. You had your time, but maybe someone used it okay. That's where we'll leave it.
I miss Everfrost on Silas. That was so broken.
Like after I got nerfed, I was just sat there, like holding my little like Magi Soul Steel. Like, would you like to read?
You preferred the hose, didn't you? Instead,
I mean,
Hextech GLP 800 or whatever.
So I preferred Ludens in that era.
Oh, okay.
There was a really fun Hextech Sheen Frost Queen's claim thing back in the day. You might pull the ult here.
Yeah, he might indeed. I mean, Chayak, look at the prediction. He thinks, he's going to Spirit Rush backwards or Flash. Nuke being very smart. Chayak is going to reposition, and I think it's also smart from Chayak. not to pull any of those buttons.
Yeah, and you tried to go for the predict. Sometimes you kind of throw out the ult as the RE just to quickly disengage. That would have been caught there, so try, I guess, surviving one of the more common disengage plays. Knock doing well in this top lane matchup, actually, which is important. At the end of the day, get through the early game. If you get towards 1-2 items, you are still a Yone at that point, and that is a huge benefit to your team.
I mean, he's the only one in this game right now doing well. Good charm under turret. The minion wave's cleared as well, but Chaik is low on mana. If he had more of the bar, maybe he could have done something, but now Nuke's just going to be able to stay and probably force that TP.
Well, that's a point, because he can clear through the wave with less mana. It's always been one of the problems with RE into mage versus mage matchups. It was always a problem with Syndra back in the day as well. They clear waves quicker and for half the mana that you do. So Chaik's going to come back with a little bit afraid, of course, of something like a shockwave as well. Next wave does get to come back, though. Gets a blasted once. It has the AP component of the Rod of Ages, and now with level 6, well, that's been for a while, it's level 8, right? Vitality will be looking for that first acceleration play of the game at some point with these top side members.
As Linz is now past the level 6 point, he's looking for an engage. This is where the Wukong window starts to open as face checking from Paris. He's going to look into the eyes of the monkey and see only banana. 113 face checks himself as well. I see pork versus monkey.
One thing which really happened.
Yeah, what's important?
We saw both the mid laners immediately start leaving the wave and going bot side while everyone discovered each other in that bot side river. Watch to see if they can join the play early.
It's good damage coming from 113 as well. Out for the clone. Linz is going to get permafrost. He flashes away. Ulti. Reaction from 113 a little bit late, but besides the point, Flash is still gone. Linz thinks about a re-engage. His bullet time, the positioning is thought about as well. Chaik, meanwhile, the ulti's out through mid, but flat from Nuke! The Chad move. Chaik has to burn his own.
So that's what was happening to stop the roam coming through. That's why everyone was positioning so hard around that bot side of the map. I think everyone was communicating, yeah, there's something up, and everyone just be on guard for it. It's going to be summoners and ults down. Nuke really trying to bully out that matchup, doing well in the early game.
It really is, and again, I feel like another part of BDS where you talk about their recomposition and how this team comes together, Nuke kind of being the pinpoint is really important to mention. These are the stats against G2 when BDS 2-0'd them. A very surprising win. I don't know if you take that with a grain of salt with how G2 went at Madrid, but I think you also have to give credit to how well BDS played and it came together. He was clearing caps in that 2-0.
He's been very important when BDS do go toward, hang on a second, steal there, and that's with Lince's smite being down too, so we won't have a smite for another one. Ooh, we might have some smiteless contests here if they stick around.
113, his ult still not up available though, and versus Cyclone, I don't know if you want to take that risk.
That's true. Both of them used that smite on that first one. 113 got it though, so it does mean it's no 6. Still, when you have a Yone is one of the most annoying tower hitters in the whole game because he just kind of somehow rips his soul out of his body, flings it at a tower, uses the grubs, and then walks away with the plate. You can't stick him under that turret either, because he's very good at using those grubs. And we see some local wildlife getting brutally murdered. Thank you, conservationists here. I support, you know, dragon conservation. Goodbye, Ocean Dragon. We loved you.
Well, to be fair, he's a weird-looking dude anyway. Like, his tail is just so small.
Look, I'm just saying, you don't have to just love the preambles. The invertebrates are just as important as everything.
No, I live in Australia. I bloody hate snakes. I have to walk through bush, always being like, am I making enough noise? Where's the nearest hospital?
Dude, there are some fun... I do have fun facts, but you probably already know them because you're actually Australian.
Yeah.
Do you know about the Gimpy tree?
No, I actually don't.
Okay, that's an Australian plant, which is, it translates as the pain tree.
Ah, yes.
And when it's said twice, they really mean it.
Okay.
It has very large leaves, which people might use as impromptu toilet paper. It will send you to the infirmary. It does cause pain and touch. It's very, very bad. Do not do that.
I'm used to a lantana for all Australians out there. Lantana is like the spikiest bush known to man, and it's always on. You walk through and it's like, how is it still on me? It's crazy. That
and Ivan with a rallies.
Fun fact, as we get ready for this, not even dragon, we're not getting ready for anything. We're getting ready for Niski to just run away. Kangaroos are not your friends, okay?
No.
You think they're all funny? Bro, those things are dangerous and they're jacked. Like, you've seen the videos of blokes punching kangaroos.
It can go a lot worse for them.
Those things are horrible.
Yeah. So yeah, objectives are down. 5 drops over to Vitality. Yone left with a wave in a side lane right now. There might be a chance for Yone to get... depends what he's going to get out of this next wave. Choosing not to go for E towards tower. She's walking up towards it again. These next couple of... he's walking up now. Gets that play. Again, Yone just... Only he could do this kind of stuff. I guess LeBlanc kind of can too, but gets himself a little bit there. And credits to Knock. He's made it through the laning phase, which I think is one of the harder parts of Yone nowadays, and is now Yone. He's got a Blade of the Road King. He is full build Yone, and he's made it into the mid game where now BDS need to be aware of 2 mid lane archetypal.
I mean, it's kind of like the last game. The difference is I think BDS got early grubs, but as Carl said, they couldn't do anything about it. Like, it wasn't like their comp accelerated with it. This game maybe would have been a little bit nicer with even with Orianna, who's not a bad turret pusher herself when she starts autoing away. Plates fall down, unable to get the last of that plating that he was working on his nuke, but gets some turret pressure all the same. Knock looking for chase while Niski is nearby at level 6, but more so maybe setting up for the future. Seeing if they can open up the turret themselves. Oi, nice shield from Nuke.
Clever. Protects the recall there. Relevant. Could potentially hop forward to use that. Oh, close.
Niski, the dive's happening. Onto Nuke. Ulti flies through as well as a response. Shockwave, but Knock buffers it. He might still be in trouble though, as his flash is available, won't be used. Knock relies on his Q. Wind his friend to get him out.
So it's a bit ballsy going on towards Nuke. I think they were trying to use the timing before the item evolved from Archangels up in towards Seraph, so he wouldn't have that defensive shield. Obviously don't quite find that there. Now going to be missing those ultimates. I suppose it's not for the biggest time as ever. Chike has to use that ult on top side. That's a little bit more annoying because again, first, kind of ults of the game, you are much longer cooldown than you would be with something like that Malignance when you have the rower instead.
Dragon's going out in a minute 30. Herald's up in 45. Ice has taken blue away from an Orianna that's walking to bot lane, but then again, there's a minion wave there. I understand it. And Corki still continues to have one of the best skins in the game.
Yes. You know that I have a fun fact about this skin and the animals related. I do. I have so many. Corgis' butts float. Like, put them in water, they are buoyant. The back end will just float up to
I have seen that on many a video. I'm not ashamed to say. It's just, why do they float? They're dense.
Well, no.
No, they're not dense.
They're in fact the opposite. Well, they're buoyant on the other side of it. We did see briefly, before this play kind of started up, I think vision control really was in favor.
Are you really going to leave me with
yes, I am, because they're at
a dog's bum is buoyant. Oh no, just Corgis.
Just Corgis. Okay. Yes, that's it. That's the end of the fun fact. Now we can talk about vision control because BDS are trying to control it and look for plays.
I'll still let you draw if you want. Lintus is going into a clone. You have a quick 20 seconds to draw, Nightmare.
That's it. That's fine. I've had my fun.
Okay. Well,
you can draw.
We're about to get into Dragon. How do you draw a tier?
I don't know. That's fine. That's close enough. There we go.
Yeah. Niski, he's fine. He's Rakan. Every Rakan player knows they're not dead until they're actually dead. And we're Dragon up in 5 seconds. Let's start telling the story of how BDS are going to Dragon stack again.
Yeah, well, I mean, you do have Knock who could go towards the tower top side. It's good damage there. I don't think he's really in a good position to teleport now.
Yeah.
If Vitality really want to give up a whole soul point, it is just a Chemtech soul, but still dangerous nonetheless.
Lintus as well with the Mega Blast Gun. He'll be in a perfect angle. BDS are going to get engaged on Lintus. Watch him for now. Ice up against the wall. Niski shoves him. Quickness as well. 1-1-3, the defending factor. Niski sacrifices his life. That teleport comes through anyway is irrelevant. Now at full HP, but no Mega Naba. Vitality haven't found the pick they wanted. BDS to restart the Dragon.
What a weird engagement from Vitality. They call in Knock because he's not in the best position. You do still have the bullet time. Things have somewhat reset, but now without a great engaged tool to lay into the bullet time.
Face checking here. He takes half HP. That's the jungler. And Chayak now with his angle might have to pop the ult. He holds on for now. Orbit Deception, no poking damage, no lasting will. And Vitality, they haven't sought out the bill. It's BDS holding onto the table, the food, the dessert, and Nuke. As he runs after Chayak will get an ulti anyway. Chayak, his ulti still up and available. He didn't respect the shockwave, but Lintus now with a returning play. Nuke flashes as the ulti from Nucko brings the play back. This Yone again carrying the play, but he's low. Still gets the knock up to go. Nucko's alive. Look at Niski as well. He's rejoined in, gets poked out, but lives. Somehow, someway, this top laner is doing it again.
He has a 1.4k gold lead now too. The blade and the crit really impactful in that last bit of the play. I mean, it starts with Chayak kind of hesitating a little bit. Would have had to flash here, his ult wouldn't have been quick enough, but I think realistically you just have to take the L there, flash and ult. It would have kept you safe, and you would have been around for this part of the fight. Imagine you have that Ahri here. You get a reset, that extra damage could have meant all the difference. Of course, this is already after the Dragon's already down. BDS kind of what they got what they came for strategically. They get a little bit slapped by that Yone, and a reminder that, yes, Nako is on that Yone in the top lane. It can be a real threat, building up towards some very powerful items.
It is getting very serious, the discussion that Nako keeps performing. Now, his flash was burnt. He was also shielded by Niski, which I think saved him from the big one damage. BDS are still holding this game with 3 dragons, by the way. They got it. They're on soul point. The one grub helps them push, and BDS now with a small gold lead, however quaint. Herald's still up here at 19.25 minutes.
They have to knock Nako here right now.
They don't want the Herald. This is one of the rare games. I don't think we're going to see Herald down unless they rush it in the next 25 seconds.
They don't have the best damage for it. I mean, if you leash it, it stays alive a little longer. I think it's until 45. We'll say and see if they can stick around and finish it off.
I wonder if it changed with the Baron, though, because Baron doesn't spawn until 25 minutes.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, no, sorry. You're absolutely completely right.
That's all right. I'm just used to it back in the day. 6K at least. BDS still holding on to it. The eye exposed. And yeah, they're going to get Herald. They definitely are. Linsus, his angle with Kazi as well. The setup there. Smite down, irrelevant. Mega Gnar, but look, they're turning onto 113. The quickness out from Niski. His angle would be good if he could stay alive. Only just the poke not connecting. But there's the crash down. A one-man shockwave. The bullet time lines it deep as Chayak now looks for a new angle himself, but Linsus is out of Cyclone. He's out of maneuvers. Naka will get the kill onto 113. That's a positive. But the Herald and BDS with another objective is the takeaway.
So they end up getting the objective. You lose that kill, and the eye is picked up by 113 importantly. Nako is going to get himself tower on this top side, second of the game, Vitality.
Up 2.5k now.
And he has a lot of gold. This is the kind of game where, you know, Yone ults the backline, you win the fight.
True.
That's one of the beautiful things about this kind of flexibility that Nako brings to the team. I think it's between players like Mirwin and Nako and Broken Blade.
And Carlson.
And Carlson. I feel like the spirit of Darian has lived on in European top laners. That's one for like the old times. You know, I remember that Gambit, Moscow 5 teams. Darian was a special player, and he was only really something that could come through in Europe. And I'm glad that we still have some of that crazy chef stuff happening.
Old. I mean, for me, I think of a chef like Whippo in his prime. I think a bit of Soaz as well.
Yeah.
You know, even it's not even that old, like 2018 Worlds Finals. For that guy.
You know, funnily enough, Linsus actually played against Diamond Prox in NLC in 2020.
Really?
He came back for a split to play on
my god.
Yeah, so he actually did play against one of those old gods of Europe. It's fun to remember back to them, remember some of our history every now and again. And for you folks who didn't start watching back then, honestly, go back and we'll learn some of those stories. Go sit back and watch them. They are very, very special. It's nice to remember the
Go back and watch EULCS.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Do you remember Kerp and his trackball? You have to mention the trackball if you mention Kerp from Millennium. He was a very good Fizz player.
All I remember is the trackball. Good
yeah,
boy.
I have to say, that's all I really remember besides the Fizz too.
Yeah.
He's really good at the trackball though.
I feel like, I mean, by the way, you know what a fun fact is?
Yeah.
I was looking to Instagram or Twitter, I don't know, whatever the platform
social
was.
Media.
I tried to location this place. It's still on that platform called LCS Studio. And I'm like, man, I don't even remember it being around in like 2015, 2016. I know it was up to like 2018, 19 at some point. And someone's going to correct me. Medic sitting at home going, actually, you medic with your doctorate and certificates and brain cells and such.
Medic, he does scare me in the fact that he does actually have more fun facts than me, and I've had a lot today already.
He has too much of a lot of things to set up. All right, are you ready to get me going?
Yeah.
15 seconds, it's soul point. Linsus in. Great Cyclone onto ice. There's a Magnus Storm though, a disengage. Linsus doing a good job until Niski sets up for the bullet time to spike down. The cannon's unleashed and Kazi sends BDS down. Vitality have done a good job, but to continue this, they've got to stop the Dragon.
How the heck did they manage to cleanly pull that engage off through the middle of that team fight onto the Corki? Shy gets the charm, the bullet time's over the top, and that's going to stop the Chemtech soul point coming through from BDS. No, it's not the most important soul of all of them, but it's still an important thing to look towards. It makes it harder to kill those carries. And each Chemtech Dragon gives you some of that very vital tenacity, which you can't get from many places in League right now. Each Dragon gives you 6% of it. can be very important. Vitality, great engage, and they didn't even need to call the Yone down. Still has that flash, still has that teleport. They didn't even need him.
What's with Vitality finding clutch fights in this series? I think it's becoming a bit of a trend now as we look again off the back of Linces get closing the gap.
I mean, this is insane. How the hell he finds it in here. Flashes forward for the E, still has that clone afterwards. Second knockup comes through, and Shike finds the charm. Beautiful, threading the needle. Bullet time over the top, forces the disengage afterwards. That is a wonderful engage coming through. Vitality, they're a team of two sides sometimes, but that is one of their better ones. Great engage.
As you said, top laners didn't join in, but Linces also getting some gold for himself was big as Ice. The observers looking at the dog booty. I see you,
It's in the river, it's floating.
Yeah, I see, it is floating, it is buoyant.
Used to be Mazel that gave me all the fun animal facts.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because he was a zookeeper.
Yeah. Sometimes you learn some strange. I think the strangest thing I ever learned about. Now, this monitor going to do something.
Nah, he's okay.
Strangest thing I ever learned about a co-caster was someone said, just randomly on cast, oh yeah, I can contort myself to fit into a suitcase. Who tells you that when you're in the middle of a game? Like a beautiful crow. I don't know whether he can still do it, but at that then he convinced me of it.
Depends how big the suitcase is, because I can go in a suitcase too. I'm going to tell you that right now. If it's about...
if it's a big enough suitcase, I mean, look, I was
like
assuming,
176.
I was assuming it was a regular size suitcase.
Okay,
for the
yeah,
purpose of- Anyway, I was completely shook.
I can fit in a clown car, you know.
I think several people can.
To be fair, anyone who plays League of Legends sometimes is a zookeeper too, by the way. Just a shout out to myself. That's just what we all feel like sometimes in solo queue. Herald. Oi, oi, oi. That's going to open up things in inner turret if they get the push, but look, it's 113 who's using it with a shockwave. Linces called out, no engage monkey anymore. Vitality have lost their core member. Niski runs away, losing his health, taking my tongue and finding anything more as Nucko. His ulti's only a one-man. This is not what you want out of the Yone, who's so fed. Permafrost on top, but Nucko looks for a re-engage, jumps in, no other option. Vitality had it all together until this one play. A shutdown to Nuke, and for BDS, they've picked the pieces off one by one. Nice target selection. A bullet timeout is an afterthought, but Niski will not be in range to follow up. Chayak wants the same as well, but BDS are grouped. All five going to Baron.
That was a lot uglier. Linces goes down early, and it means that he can't be that huge whirling cyclone to mess things up and open up some extra gaps to find that engage. 113 finds the target. This time it goes a lot better for him. Falls on top of him too, gets the shockwave. There is no chance for that Wukong to do anything there. I think there's a bit of a mistake here afterwards where I think Chayak and Nucko do actually have the damage to turn things around. A couple of missed skill shots.
Yeah.
Bit greedy positioning that means that there's no real hope of turning it beyond that point. I do think there was an angle. Can't execute it on the way beforehand. BDS do a great job of removing a lot of the tools at the start of the fight and then punishing.
And look, Kazi was zoned by the Meganar. He was stuck under that inner turret. Irrelevant made sure he couldn't leave and get a bullet time to cross over that red area. So, yeah, for Vitality, it feels like a bit of a rough play, but a really good pickup from BDS sets the game alight again. Dragon, remember, is another sole opportunity in 1 minute 30. BDS like those odds, remembering how we set up their composition to be so team fight reliant. They're front to back with Nuke almost having 3 items. It is a real deal.
And one of those 3 items being the Zhonya's top of the other defensive item. Is very difficult, right? You are playing towards 5v5, protecting your carries, and if they have a little bit more to protect themselves, it's very good. 2.5k up. Hell yeah, Nuke has ran away with that individual matchup. Yes, I think Chayak had a crucial charm in the pick onto Ice a little earlier and will continue to have some pressure like that. But Nuke, if he is allowed to actually get a shockwave off and multiple shields and QW cooldowns, will be much more valuable.
All it takes is one. It's a big game of ultis. For a deciding game for Vitality, they're going to make sure that Nucko gets a layer with Linces. Baron, Artican also up, by the way. So there are objectives staring us in the face. Vitality seem to be posturing towards the top one. Remembering again that BDS, all they have to do is make the switch and they'll get Soul for themselves. Pings are going down. I think we're going to A-Ram for a bit, Nightmare. I think that's just the usual course.
While that's happening, though, I think if it comes down to that, Vitality feel happier. Because they have the Yone in the sideline. He's going to back now. How much gold has he got in pocket? Because he's going back for something. See if he gets the Infinity Edge. He's going to get the Infinity Edge just now. That is a huge buy for Nucko.
Yeah.
That 3rd item, if he gets onto the backline, you can see that pop up on your screen. If he hits the backline, the fight is over. So, Nucko, see if he can find the angle. Has Flash, has that ultimate, has level 16. And here comes Linces, doesn't pull the Cyclone.
Already flashes over the wall, 113 with the Glacial Prison now. Linsus might be out, but no flash to close the gap as an engage is a useful tool.
Sejuani being down short term, pretty big for BDS to give up to. Now Soul is available, but I think that Vitality might have to give that one over. Teleport coming in now, BDS hits Dark. Can they come over and do something about it?
It's because Nako's by himself. He sectioned over the wall, saw what he could see, and sees that BDS are not doing the Soul yet. Vitality pull off the Baron. They also got Nuke's TP, so a slight win, but remember, Chayak also teleported in. Indecision, but now, finally a Thought. The Thought is Dragon again.
BDS still don't have that Sejuani ultimate. Nako's going to get the team-wide red buff. It's also very nasty when you've got a lot of auto-attackers. Can Linsus get himself into the fight without the flash? Shockwave really dangerous in this choke.
It is indeed, but I'm looking Linsus for the setup engage. Magastorm good with the ball time as well. Nako in the back line. Now on top of Ice. He's a nuisance, he's a hindrance, he's a bother. And trying to do the same. Irrelevant. He's looking for his big starter moment, but he won't get it. Instead, he flashes away. Running in, Nako, his ulti, his last hit. Riccardi finishes it off in the pit. It's Nuke again. He sits with his Orianna and he clears. Chayak has got nothing left in the tank apart from his W. A charm flash as well. When there's a nuke, there's a way for BDS.
Just like he can split the Atom, Nuke splits Vitality, stays away from his other carry to stop the great clump that Vitality would have looked towards, and gets huge, huge value. Look at the way that he just holds the ball in River and just says, all right, you can't get into an easy fight, gets away for the initial engage, and then he stops something like stacking up with Ice for a big wombo combo. He just walks up brazenly into the fight and says, all right, I can take out this Ahri, while at the other side of the fight, Ice is starting to clean up, and Nuke is still getting those multiple QWs that we were talking about beforehand. Vitality don't get onto the backline, and they get outvalued over time.
And I feel like I didn't do Ice enough justice as well. His teamfight positioning there was brilliant. He survived so long, and he was a thorn in the side of Nako too. So both those carries cleaning up the hopes of BDS fans and putting it back in a right, or rather, back in control. They've also got Soul now as well, and the gold is skyrocketing in their favor.
So much of it's in mid lane. There's a whole hat. There's a whole hat. Nuke is so strong. And I haven't seen Nako have that game-winning ult. That's what we were talking about with this Yone, that you get through the early game, but at the end of the day, you will be a Yone if you get out of that laning phase. BDS take their recent wins. They'll go towards this top side. There is a teleport on Nako. You could go behind this red buff. Does he feel like there's an angle?
Niski might. He's got flash available as well, but jumping in. Chayak is just dead. He had ult available again. Second time this game he's died with ulti available. Nako says, screw it. I'm going to solo Atakan, and he definitely will.
If you can solo this, maybe there is a chance they can get the GA and then go towards the Baron to fight it, but I just don't know if the timing is going to work out. Nako will get the GA for his team and then see if he can teleport up and contest the Baron.
Remember, that goes to Chayak as well. He'll have to teleport in because he's a little bit low. So now that Atakan's done, what can Linsus do? His flash not available. Kazi looking for the ulti over the wall. It's a smite. Now Kazi's isolated, so that GA might be for naught unless he can find anything on Ice, and he can't. GA used, teleport to match. Niski wants to stop the ports. Linsus goes into the shadows. But all he will find is Paris. He will not pull the trigger. Paris is going to back away. He's not even going to try and stop the tempo here. Linsus just hoping for a little bit more. Hoping for Nuke.
No. He's done a great mind game. Because they didn't see him going to Paris and going to Nuke.
You're right. He pulls the Cyclone. Shockwave going to be used, so Linsus needs another turn. He doesn't have his flash available, so Niski has to get involved. Now that the Shockwave's done, Nuke should be dying here, but he's surviving for long. For long! Not for long. Linsus gets the shutdown. As you said, the mind game works out.
I did not believe in the mind game at first, but he makes sure that Paris recalls and doesn't jump on the easy target. Instead, waits for them, mind games the recall, goes top lane and kills the Orianna. That will take the teeth out of some of the Baron push, especially with the 40-second death timer for the mid laner of BDS. We are now in a point where this game is likely to go towards an Elder Dragon. You have to feel it at this point. Chemtech Soul, again, not the most powerful one. I think the Chemtech Dragons actually are, because they heal and shield power and stuff like, you know, the Orianna shield and the Seraphs. Actually, that's really important. A lot of people overlook the base stats of the Chemtech Dragons, and of course the tenacity as well. And I think just at this point, we are now at BDS late game 5v5 potential. As long as Nuke and Ice are not clumped on top of each other, Vitality have struggled to shut them down. Vitality need to find a way to take out one of the carries easily without the other one getting value, or take out both at once if they're starting to fire off. Well, these fights look a little bit gnarly.
Well, 2 minutes till that Elder, as you said, and I'm going to start looking towards Ice and his Infinity Edge. He's got an enhanced recall. I think we'll see it now. Pickaxe BF Sword. And Infinity Edge, yes, there it is. So 4-item Corki, 4-item Kazi. Still doesn't have upgraded boots, but can't blame him when he's just trying to match par for par. And you know, in this game, you know, Chayak's really got to step up to the plate as well, and it's hard. You know, Namir, it's a 2.5-item Ari.
Yeah, you're a support Ari at this point. You're a support Ari. You're this far behind. It's really hard to do this.
Big mistake. Charm comes out. Paris might be dead. Bullet time, though, from Kazi. He doesn't want to pull it out. Ice is coming to support. This is turning into a full-blown fight. Niski flashes away. The poke from Ice is meaningful. Niski looks for a re-engage. Paris was still caught, is still low, and as the dodge comes through from Chayak, it's great. It's only for a charm, but Nuko is over the wall, and he's shockwave. The bullet time does nothing. Irrelevant might be a mini now, but he can tank it up. Vitality getting sliced and dies. All together, BDS get their grouped up team fight.
Well, Nuke's got a hydrogen bomb and they're against a coughing bee, it looks like.
It's a flash. He faked the flash. Chayak tried to get over the wall, but Nuke is akin to such devilish moves, and he'll delay the back. He'll be a nuisance. He knows he wins a 1v1. And Chayak will slowly but surely die. And this game going to BDS and going to a game 3. Oh, he missed. Nuke is toying with him. He also dodged the charm. It's a skill check at this point. And even if he doesn't die or not, BDS, their team fighting cannot be understated as we go the full limit.
Almost a Civ HD flash to escape. Doesn't matter either way. The Nexus will fall. We will have a 3-game series between BDS and Vitality. Does BDS take game 2?
It's just padding the stats in the end, and Paris a bait? I don't think so. But hot damn, does Nuke deserve respect alongside Ice for that game?
Oh, insane. I really think that Nuke realized how brawny he was partway into the game. He had a lot of HP, a lot of shields to work around, and it felt like they really used that well to play aggressive.
BDS are back, that's what we said. Game 3, right on the horizon.
brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares
Gina here, and I'm joined with Striker during the second game against Vitality. We're 10 minutes in, and something that Nuke mentioned on the podcast in Euphoria was that there are different identities of the players within the team, and you're looking to accommodate for those identities. Would you say that the draft of this second game actually sets them up for that?
I mean, I'm not sure we'll see during the game too, right? I think everyone was really happy with draft 1, but we didn't find the ways to pull the trigger, I would say. So what we try to do is change a bit who has responsibility on pulling the trigger for this game. Here it's more on support and jungle, whereas it was on top and AD. And for top and AD, give them more agency in the early game. So yeah, we're trying this and we'll see if it works. But I think it's the natural adjustment that you have after game 1 didn't work out.
Yeah, and when game 1, I mean, you guys started off really strong and then it didn't necessarily end that way. What can you do as a coach in such a short period of time between the transition to make sure that the players are in that good headspace?
And the thing is, we're playing fearless, right? So the draft won't repeat. You have to select points that are more about macro. That can happen in the next game. This is what we focus on in between games. And then we try to give feedback in terms of execution on things that will matter, no matter the draft here.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time.
Changing plans works here for BDS, and they come back here in game 2. But did it go according to Striker's plan? It's going to be my first question with you guys in empowering other players.
I think it mostly did, in the grand scheme of things, as I reach adolescence in the middle of that sentence. I think, like, looking at this, I think it was the change in who was calling the shots when the engages was a big one. I think Irrelevant didn't look comfortable on the Ornn in game number 1, kind of putting them onto something that was a bit more of a, in theory, lane bully. On the Gnar was going to be better, even if it didn't quite work out as they expected. But even then, just putting that responsibility away from him, I think immediately sets things up better. And it worked at the end of the day.
I really like the trust they put into 113 because every time on the desk we're thinking of him, and he's the one who has, you know, the most responsibility to not end. But now he was kind of the wall, the door holder. I felt like as the game went on, he found his role more and more. Paros as well, they were syncing up well because Vitality's game plan was to kind of create chaos with Linsas and Niski finding creative angles on when to pull the trigger and such. But 113, I feel like as the game went on, he adapted incredibly well.
Yeah, and I think he kind of punished Niski in a lot of situations where Niski maybe gone a little overeager at points because we saw him end up going a bit too far in the bot lane, end up giving over kills. There was a couple of whoopsies in fights as well. He did not have the best of times, I will say, on this Rakan.
Yeah, definitely not. And
look at that.
Yeah.
It's a one-way street.
Well,
and a one-way ticket for
they're just incredibly distinct. Nagnaco is not even there. Chak is looking for an angle to join this fight, and it just feels like they're, how to say, they're not really choosing the areas where they want to fight so well, because I've seen it as well in game 1 where they're trying to find these fights, pull these triggers, but they're just a little bit disjointed because at times it's really easy to get caught up in the sauce, I would say, where as the main engager of the team, you look at a situation, you're like, oh, wow, I can fight here. This is really good. I'm going to catch people. I'm going to CC everyone. But then you go in and you look behind you and there's just no one there because no one is there at the fight. So it's very important to keep this sort of balance and distance between your carries and enemy carries as well, because you can fight a 5-man engage, but if there's no one there, you will just end.
Yeah, and I think that's why the transition away from Niski being that main engage tool to Linsas being that main engage tool started to make things look decent for Vitality. But I think it really came down to those later fights where Nuke had started to come online, because a huge amount of the game plan that it seemed like for BDS was, hey, we are going to trade parts of the map. It'll be Nako who's going to be able to get a ton of gold on the top side of the map, but BDS wanted to trade it for Nuke. And then when it came to the fights, Nuke really stepped up, and it feels like this is kind of BDS putting their trust back into him after fantastic performance against G2. Now here again on the Orianna, he was dictating the pace of so many of these fights.
So what you're telling me is that BDS is just going back to what they've been doing last year.
Yes, they are easy to execute compositions, empowering Nuke, and that's what we want. Actually,
They only got most of the dragons, you know, as well, if you want to.
We take those. We take those, but also they're making things more simple, easier for themselves, and that's what I want to see from them.
Exactly.
So far, for now.
When you're Nuke, it becomes so much easier when, especially your front line, as we see in this clip, does the job for you. You don't really need to fight for your life. You don't need to look everywhere and be paranoid of where the engage is coming from. This is their textbook Nuke, League of Legends playstyle, I would say, where he's just sitting somewhere and he has full avenue to hit whatever is in front of him. And when he doesn't have to worry about his positioning so much, he's dishing out incredible numbers.
Yeah, and you can see in these fights like the difference between when they lock up Linces versus when they don't get their hands on Linces. Linces had a great engage in that first clip where he just absolutely destroys the backline of BDS versus when you have that front line that immediately locks it down. Then enables Nuke to basically play keep away with the Orianna ball. He's having great shockwaves. Like this kind of cohesion in the team is so much easier when there's not this monkey going wild in the background.
Exactly. And the very interesting thing for me was the dynamic change in this game, because it went from, how to say, Team Vitality being the aggressor into Team BDS shifting the mentality into thinking, okay, well, if we pull the trigger first, even if it's not the greatest, all we need to do is just we need to shut down the monkey so that he doesn't wreak chaos on the backline, because it's a lot easier it felt a lot easier for BDS to find, you know, poorer engages in that sense than it felt for Vitality to find this, you know, miracle engage, because it felt like as long as the front line is just sitting there, you have bigger backline damage. You have the Orianna that is completely skyrocketing. And for Vitality, it was always the wombo combo. And when you pull the trigger, even if you don't find a good one, you stop the wombo combo. That's your win condition. And
you have more ways to fall back on your feet, I feel, with a composition like this. But I'm listening to all this and all the impact that the junglers can have. And I'm actually scrolling back a few hours in time to what we said with Sheo at the beginning of the series, with how Linsas, when he's not able to follow the plan that is set for him, doesn't know how to come back and how to fall back on his feet. And if you give enough space to 1-1-3 to roll the early game and find those engages, that's what's going to help BDS win. And he empowered Nuke here. So I feel like that's what we want to see from them in the next game. But
well, I feel like it was kind of a change of roles. I felt going into this game too, where 1-1-3 is the one who needs to keep things stable. He doesn't need to do anything creative, and Linsas was all of a sudden found in the position where he is the new 1-1-3, where he needs to cook up something to create some magic happen. So that I guess is also kind of what Sheo said it was Linsas' issue.
I do kind of want to see Linsas, though, protecting the bot lane. Like, we actually saw him do it really well against Movistar Koi and ended up getting a ton of kills. He ends up 4-0 on the Pantheon. Everything looks great. This time around, the bot lane goes... Well,
okay.
And then he dies again.
No. Okay, so you want that, but can he do it? Because Nisqy... I mean, he was dead at minute 140. So if I'm the jungler and I see that, and I'm like,
yeah, I'm not going to come back, guys. You're on your own.
Nako, you're in. You carry this game.
No, I agree. But you need, like, either you need to go, Nisqy, you're on a leash, cut the crap, or you need to get down there trying to interact. Because in game one, it was actually some good ganks that were coming through from BDS into that bot lane that started to set it up, right? So I think you need to find some way to solidify the bot lane, even if that is just, hey, we're going to go snore fest in the bot lane and there's nobody's going to change anything.
And that's why I'm not really concerned for Vitality, because it really did feel like Nisqy just making some oopsies, right? Obviously, he's not, just getting stomped in, and it feels like they're just these small moments of, how to say, imprecision when the lane phase is about to start, because we saw them do it against MKOI. Linsas went there, he got the early game lead, and then everything went okay. So I have full faith in Nisqy.
Wow.
Try and keep a straight face when you say this,
I mean,
please.
I'm happy the cameras are not on me, but like, look at him. He's locked in. He's locked in. So the thing is just stop this small moment of inting, because we've seen them do it before, and it does feel like Nisqy, when he comes to mid game, he is unleashed. So I just want a more competitive game 3 with Nisqy not starting in game 0-1 and having everyone locked in at minute 2.
Run it up or run it down. Let's see which one it's going to be this time. Casters, let us know which side of the Nisqy coin are we getting this time.
I don't know. I feel like we get both sides of the coin in a lot of games.
Edge?
Yeah, that's right.
Consider that.
He's a rare breed. Now, game 3, here we go. Vitality. I think last game, Nako, his potential was there. He was so fed. He just didn't get it all to line up. And again, with BDS, if there's a will with a way with 1-1-3 setting it up. But Nuke was the carry threat. Let's see what he gets this game. Now, Ziggs is taken away on blue side. Jace, again, is something that just can't be lit. Let's try words. Yeah. Left up, because B1 is just so strong.
Let's try spinning. I hear that's a good trick.
I've tried that, but done that on a chair and tried to cast, but then I wanted to throw up. That was not ideal. What is blindable B1? That's the new question here on game 3.
So,
Malco, gone.
Well, Malco's gone, Sejuani's gone, so do we fall back onto something like Skarner if you want something tanky? Is Scion okay now?
Oh,
if you want to play
yeah.
towards something tankier as well. This is more towards the BDS side of things.
Yorick.
Well, Yorik's really good instant. That's not made its way over towards Europe, but hey, there
could be a day. Hey, it's Vitality.
The big one that's up right now, the big two things which are up right now, Kalista and Varus. One of them is getting through.
Yep.
So they could be quite big. We could see an Ezreal lane as well. We might see the point where bot lane changes up a decent amount. Gwen, of course, gone here too. So I mean, surely it's the Varus first pick. That's been the European.
Kazi's most played, surely.
It's like everyone's most played.
Yeah, really, because whenever they can get it, they'll get it, you know.
And then that opens up so much extra stuff. Varus kind of doesn't lose that much. Really? We really think about
surely not.
Instead, I mean, it's good early pressure, and he was banned away that last time. Gives Linsus very literal tip with the spear to lead the game.
Yep.
Suppose 113. What does he do on the other side? He could go Vi if he wanted to. That's not been played yet, even though it's not really. Well, he hasn't actually played a game of that. I would suggest he go towards the Sky.
You could pull out an Italy draft with Varus. Like, you know, we see it a lot in LPL. Like a lot of teams unafraid. I was going to say because 113, he likes Italy. And so, like, is this going to be the poke draft? Because even though that Jace is not available, there are still things that you can layer with this.
I mean, if he wants to do a slightly different variation of it too, a bit more disengaged, a little less poke, you can go towards the Zyra too, which has been a big pick for him. A couple of the picks we've already mentioned. What flavor do they want to go towards? More frontline, more poke. You know, in Windsor, they were the triple poke team. They played Jace, Nidalee, or Zyra, and they played the Varus. That was the composition they played. So 113 does go towards that Nidalee, one of our best players of it within the league. It does have a good matchup into the Shen's out points too. You can bully him out. So, BDS, good comfort for them so far.
That ulti out. Also, you can just pounce. The gap close is immeasurable. So 113 having that already for BDS. I like the draft direction, but how do you pair up with the Xin Zhao is the next question for Vitality, right? Because for Nuke, do we start going for something like the Lissandra? We saw a pentakill today from Scout, or yesterday, sorry, or the day before.
Yeah.
I don't know, days.
It all blends into one.
But we got dive here. Lissandra works well into dive, but does it work well into poke?
Well, Nidalee weirdly, one of her worst matchups is not actually in jungle. It is against something like that Kai'Sa. I think particularly when we first started seeing Fearless coming into the global scene, Nidalee was answered by heavy dive and stuff like that, and the Rise to be able to realm warp someone in as well, go in for the rune prison, lock someone like that Varus or Nidalee down, very easily blow something like a spell shield from an Edge of Night if Ice goes towards that too, can allow that Kai'Sa to just completely obliterate two very squishy carries in the backside. BDS need some way to cancel out this dive. I'm actually wondering whether either Renata or Poppy are really good here. Stopping the dashes or just stopping that instead. Renekton's good lane pressure, and you get that Renekton Nidalee. Technically a flex as well, but we don't really see it in mid lane anymore. I think that Poppy or Renata, very high value for BDS. They want some way to eject the engagers or stop them from getting in.
I'm just going to throw this out there with an AD jungler. Cannon is one of the best matchups into Renekton top.
True.
It sucks to play as a Renekton. I mean, so does Quinn, right? But Nuko, there's been crazier things before. I wonder how a Nivea is into Renekton. I got a lot of questions. And that's going to be taken away anyway, even though Renekton looks good into it. Maybe that's kind of showing that, as you said, this is still a flex. I mean, to be fair, I've seen Varus top. And
True, yep.
I think it could still be a solo lane Varus.
I think BDS are banning away from composition, right? Because they have 3 run at you, close range, diving kind of archetypes. Vitality right now, first 3 picks sets up for Realm Warp in, Rune Prison, smash him with the Xin Zhao. If the Ambassador was on top of that, it's another person, which makes it very, very hard to make sure that your initial carry survives. If you think back to the first game as well, where everyone just piled on the Ashe, similar kind of thing which Vitality have succeeded with before. What else could they use to dive in? Narco. I mean, he has played something like the Akali top before. It used to be okay matchup against Renekton. Not exactly sure I'd pick that here with the other solo laner of that Rise, but, you know, he wants to pick something which can go in with the team.
Yeah, I mean, any melee option into Renekton, it just always feels bad. Unless you can withstand the burst and get through the laning phase where he excels. Now, Brom's banned away. Maybe it's fishing for something like a Nautilus here, because that's like the last support left and available. You know, Naimiri, you're talking about it before, like something where Paris can maybe play disengage. Also, I'm going to add in engage is an option here. They've already gotten rid of the Leona and Vitality. If there's like a Nautilus ban here, goes pretty hard. Yeah, that's going to be better way. So what do you get? What's left? I mean, you could counterpick mid here, but then you show cards, or you could get a priority support and leave that counterpick to show where everything's going.
It's also a question of what Nuke does as well. Okay, now do you just say, we're going to counterpick support, get something in for Nuke? Does he have anything that can contribute to the poke? There's no Victor, which is fairly long range. He has played the Tristana quite a lot, actually, recently, just to give him something ranged again.
Still a flex.
It's still technically true.
There's 3 flexes.
Look,
no, 4 if you're counting the fact that the Shy plays Nidalee top.
Very likely going to be Necton top, Tristana mid, and then the Varus spot.
Okay.
Tristana's a good matchup into the Rise. Outranges has good wave player, can out-trade him, even though he does get quite bulky as well. Vitality. You don't have the Nautilus for your own Kai'Sa now. The Nico, very lane dominant. Nico support is something which I have loved the world over. Right now, I think it is very lane dominant. We'll talk more about it when we get into that game, as it's likely going down there. And Aatrox has been one of the historically okay matches into Renekton. It's more skill matchup.
Yeah,
you lose a little bit, but you try and outvalue in the team fights.
Whoever gets ahead in that lane, though, takes over. It feels very flippy. But, yeah. I'm going to see that. I'm going to see the skill match up top. I like it. Nucko versus Irrelevant takes a new meaning. Now, where's everything going?
Oh, Blitzcrank's great here. You're against double range. You have a Varus, which is very lane dominant. You can use the Varus E to slow into the Blitzcrank hook. Look, if you're going to play against double ranged, Blitzcrank does become a bit of an X factor. And if you're already playing standoff, look for the range potential. Blitzcrank goes into this, and Paris has been a mean player of this in the past. They're hovering it. I want them to lock it.
They will indeed. All right, locked. Interesting drafts for our game 3. We finalize, and it does feel like for BDS, you know, normally with Nidalee comps, you'd be like, oh, okay, we're on a timer. There's no true tank on that team. You got a bruiser. And Nidalee, as long as you just coast and, you know, make sure you don't lose too hard in the early game, I think you're chilling.
Now, so the thing which I'm looking for now is, how crazy are we going to get with just yeeting the Nico into the team with a Rise ult?
True.
How crazy are we getting with that?
Because that's an interaction.
You can, I mean, look, there are some fantastic Rise combos. You can throw a Nunu who's ulting in there. You can throw, I think you can actually throw a Sion who's ulting midway through as well.
You got to catch him on the right time.
It's wonderful stuff. How much are Vitality going to do something like that? Because if they can open up a really big kind of engage into the middle of the team comp, catch the Varus and Nidalee out while they're kind of flat-footed, that can be huge. Very risky to do that now, though, into melee range Renekton stun. The Blitzcrank ult into a hook as well. That maybe loses a lot of value. I think the onus, though, is on Vitality to close the gap in creative, interesting, and effective ways, whereas the other side, the longer it takes to do that, the more value the range of BDS gets.
Because for BDS, I mean, there's a lot of setup for the Nidalee as well. Like, the only lane that doesn't have hard CC that can lock in place for the Nidalee is mid. But look top, look bot. A good game for 113. He shows up the Nidalee, and Finn would be proud. Like, this is his man in a final game as BDS crest and try and approach the 4-3. Vitality again. We already told you about the stakes. The stakes. Losing my words at the final hurdle.
No, stakes is there.
There it is. I said states though.
Oh, right.
But alas, Vitality. That last game, they couldn't claw their way through any of the fights. But this is the kind of game where it can get real scrappy, real fast, with a lot of dive, with a lot of poke and a lot of all-in. Like, these are the kind of comps that I feel like we're going to get 20 kills by 20 minutes.
I think the margin for error is also pretty damn low, too. You have no Leona, Ral, Alistair, which are more forgiving on that support role. I know we see Leonas die a lot when they go in bad games, but sure, they're still more forgiving than some. If Nico gets caught by a Varus ult or by a Blitzcrank hook, that's it. That's their fight over. They don't get to do much. On the other side, Blitzcrank, if they go too far forwards and they flash for a hook, they're also not going to do that much. And something like that Nidalee is very risk prone as well, but 113 has done very well on it. I argue is even our best Nidalee in the LEC.
I mean, we have some bad and Nidalees in the LEC, or maybe not so good.
This champion.
Yeah, a lot of people don't get the pass because in Europe historically, Yankos. Some people have missed spears. No, look, your Nidalee has still been great. Hey, you got to a World Finals, doesn't matter.
True.
I can say anything about you, and you can say that I'm washed. All right, and you're not washed, Yankos. You're a very nice person. Just don't shave your eyebrows again.
What's it? It's like my friend asked me if the dishes were clean, and I said, hysterics. He smiled because he knew they were washed.
He knew they were washed.
See, I can say that because you already mentioned it.
I'm so clean, you never need to wash me like that. Absolutely unreal. Now, this laning phase has started off, maybe as you'd expect here. The Blitzcrank just hoping for the push and Vitality get level 2 first, so they're zoning.
In the last weekend, we've seen more Nico support in LEC. It has been everywhere, though, over in LPL,
Yeah,
lots in LCK as well. So, I suppose there's some questions about, well, why is Nico support strong? Worth talking about it. Nico is lane dominant because of the Q and the E, comboing up with stuff like the Comet. Gives you a lot of very good early pushing and also early poke. That pairs up very well. Stuff like Varus with Ezreal, stuff like that too. So you can get very dominant lanes, but it can also carry some weak AD carries through the lane too. That's one of their strongest points.
I don't know if you saw, I think it was either Waver or it was either AL, but the Nico turned into a cannon. I think it might have been Kale. And turned into a cannon and took 6 turret shots because that's how it works.
Caps did that famously too.
He did.
It was APA that discovered, well, was popularizing a lot of that tech.
True.
One of the cool things you can do, if you're against someone with the Doran's shield, and obviously apparently this one, so Nuke jumps forward, it's going to get a good trade here, unlikely to get the kill. But you can you can throw out a Q, and then you can turn into a minion, which will stop the Doran's shield. Hang on a second!
Hey, under turret, Nuke! He's close to dying. Chayek has already burned his flash, otherwise that'd be a dead Tristana, but Nuke still has his summoner up. I like the ambition. I ain't talking him down from wanting to dive a rise.
And he still has the flash up too. Chayek loses that summoner. Hang on a second, he might have overstayed now. Linsus and 113, they're both going to call.
They are, but turning into the Cougar first. The knock up there. Linsus the flash. Nuke was scared. Linsus target. Direction beautiful.
Linsus kind of saves the mid lane state, and we can also see the power of cookies, by the way. Scales off of your lower HP. Chayek gets 1,000,000 HP back. No idea why that ruins in the current state it's in, but
yeah, agreed.
Questions for another day. Good route there. Paris going to get that knock. Can get the hook back if he wants.
Paris waiting.
Maybe it was on cooldown.
Yeah, maybe use it off of camera, but mid gets a little bit feisty, and that flash now down. Flash for flash in the end, and as I was saying before in Pick Ban, it does feel like this is a skill match up top, but it's whoever really snowballs and later levels are relevant definitely feels better.
From what I've seen, I haven't seen a lot of Aatroxes winning the 1v. Hang on, I say haven't.
Until that, yeah.
That's pretty nice. Yeah, maybe Narco can prove something wrong. It just feels so hard to deal with Renekton's early game where you don't lose that hard. I mean, you might do against Renekton Nidalee, that changes things a lot too, or Renekton Sejuani, they can change things a lot. But what tends to happen is the Renekton gets ahead, and then it's a question of who gets the most value with the early gold lead or the team fight value of Aatrox and potential resets later.
Nako's trading is really good though. And again, if you get the passive off as Aatrox, feels really good and irrelevant. All you have to do is make sure he doesn't weave his Q between minions. The kite back is even better. The spear thrown out. God, the sounds of that spear sounds like a whip.
Kind of missed the headhunter Nidalee skin. There's did you see there's a new Predator movie being
I did not know.
Yeah, well, the headhunter thing is Predator inspired.
Ah,
it's very, very cool. Yeah,
makes sense. Is that not available in Pro Play still?
I can't remember. There's just a whole load of skins which I like. I remember them very fondly. There's also a headhunter Caitlyn as well, right? I can't remember if and there's obviously Rengar, who is also based after Predator. Like again,
actual Predator champion, yeah.
A lot of people. Hang on a second.
Oh, good stun. Minion wave gone as well. Surprised irrelevant.
Oh, there's level 6 I was actually wondering if they'd stick around. I wonder whether Irrelevant sticks around for level 6 and goes for a Dominus all-in. There's a chance.
Yeah, I feel like if Irrelevant gets ult off, it would just flash W. Knock being an ult won't really matter.
I just saw the level 6 and I saw like a movement on the icon. And I got a bit excited, Jake.
Yeah, I know.
A little bit excited. It's fine. It's all good. He gets control of the wave and nothing happens.
Paris just going to see a clone. Niski now face checking it for real. Linsus has spotted bot. But also 113 is here. The hook. It lands. Actually, Ignite down. I thought it was fake, but Niski, no. Gets out only at the hair of his chin as his Ignite ticking over. He's out of summoners. Paris with a good hook as 113 just flashed. I just watched him flash into River.
Yeah. 113, not getting the most out of that, but Paris, great hook, and this is one of the reasons why, despite the lane dominance of Nico, and hang on a second, we're sticking around, that trap, is that disabled, that trap, that one? Not sure about that one. Actually pops onto Niski. Dragon started.
It's only very, very near sight though, so won't do too much until now. Yeah, Hextech Drake fires very rapidly, so Lince is taking a lot of damage. There's the poke. Lince with the all-in. He flashes for this as well, but the wind becomes lightning, now becomes dead. 1-1-3 with the first kill. Make it a second one. Eventually, Kazi's buying time while Chayak is now into the thick of things, but Irrelevant bursting him down. Chayak wants to get out, but he too is denied. Irrelevant with the kill. Success for BDS. Everybody's dead.
2 hooks hit leads to a bunch of kills, and the Dragon going to the side of BDS. Huge win in that early game. And Blizzard just goes way too far. Doesn't have that Crescent Guard yet. There's no great follow-up. You don't have the priority coming in from mid lane either. Chayak, I wonder whether he should have just pulled the Realm Warp to make this play. If you really wanted to full send it like that, while all this is happening, you don't have an Aatrox coming into the play either.
Well, Dominus going to be used. Tangle Barbzo under turret. Irrelevant's in a lot of trouble. He won't be able to Q heal through this one. He's going to try at the very least, but Kazi with a follow-up. Slice and dice only onto 1. No minion wave means he doesn't get a reset. He might have to turn around, but the Tangle Barbs connects, and Kazi is going to reap the rewards. 1 kill back finally in this game for Vitality.
Both supports making some plays now. Niski just dipping behind that minion to get the double root duration on that E. Gets it off that last minion. Definitely helps take down Irrelevant there, so he'll go down just as he contributed to that bot side play. While all this is happening though, yes, the Dragon went over to BDS, they'll also get themselves 3 grubs, so objectives all on the side of BDS.
Feels nice, this early game. It's the biggest early game we've had this quickly. I mean that with under 10 minutes, it feels like there's been small advantages in lanes, but not a fight as big as that. You know, 2 kills for Italy, and as we said, the poke in this game feels like it's going to be ever so relevant. Because Irrelevant plays weak side for now, and you're just looking at an 800 gold lead with a Leandro who's almost built for 1-1-3. That graphic, thank you again to our production team for building what is an insight into how good 1-1-3's Nidalee is, especially with the lead.
Is there an elephant champion in League?
No, but now that you said that, there will suddenly appear.
I need there to be a game of Irrelevant. Just
Irrelevant.
Just to me. Just like I need Cassante claws. I need that. I need Cassanta.
Okay.
Oh, I also need Shuriman fried chicken is here. The order is given.
But I mean, he's... Yeah, okay,
That's
fair
pretty
enough.
good. We got Birdio.
We do have Birdio. We have KFC Galio.
Yep. I think it should be Shuriman for Azir. It'd be great.
It should.
That's all I had for that bit. We can move on now if you'd like.
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to think of like what else I want to see.
I want Bowl of Rice. Just rice
I was going to say Smurf Rise would be really cool, you know?
Oh,
He's blue.
what?
Oh, my lord. I believe there was Vision? I mean, Vision from mid. Enough? I don't know.
I'm going to assume so.
Let's say no and give Paris the benefit of the doubt, okay? Namira's rewinding. That's
I want to see what happened.
Hang on. I can confirm for you all as Chayak pushes out this mid wave.
Oh, no. I might have gone back too far. Look, you just keep talking.
I'll keep going and you tell me. You give me the definitive answer.
Yes, he had a vision.
Good.
Yes, he had
He had vision and he missed it on a backing target, did he?
Yep, maybe he was trying to predict a flash.
Oh,
maybe.
no.
I mean, that would be mega.
That would be mega. That would be mental. But yeah, look, still good news from BDS's crew as first items are coming on board. Now, Dragons up in 2 minutes, Grubs in 2 minutes the same as well. These spears threatening Linces. 1-1-3 has a level lead. It's about half a level for now. But I have fear for Linces that this will continue growing as so much damage being done by 1-3. These camps are disintegrating.
I mean, particularly once he died and lost his flash, you start to free fall a bit, and anytime you die in this kind of matchup, Nidalee just hoovers through your camps, can't do anything about it, and stays ahead the rest of the game. So yeah, 1-1-3, good player of that Nidalee, gets a advantage from it. That is a worry. Of course, he got kill and assist over onto Ice as well, who is going for that poke build. So the poke core of BDS, it is very much getting close to being online. Vitality needs to be very careful now how they approach fights. If they take too long, you get multiple spears and arrows coming through. That's exactly what BDS want.
Nico is the noisiest champion in League of Legends.
Oh, unless there's that bug with Corki Gatling Gun. Then it is. Or Korean Lysandra. That is also quite loud.
Korean Lysandra is very loud, yeah. I mean, it's like Japanese Tarek. You know, that was loud.
No.
Japanese Tarek. Hang on, that's a right game. That's a right game. Enterprise, whatever you call it.
All right, you go.
That was in the game.
Yes, it was.
That was not me.
The other things are too.
Japanese Tarek is not me. That is the game company I know and love, right games. Okay, that's not me. Okay, that happened. That was the thing.
That is a thing which has been mentioned. Search it at your
at your leisure. Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, look, there's some great setup. Nuke ultis right into the Hearts 1-1-3, but the spear doesn't connect because of it. He'll be on the run. Another spear, hoping, willing. not succeeding.
Second time he's gone for the Tristana Insect. Nako now has Flash, no ult. Anyone else coming down here? There's a Nico. Paris are coming down too. Paris can Flash ult, look for the knockup.
Boy, close. Nako with a good dodge away, but it enables the turret plating to go to Nuke. Niski now spotted out, takes a spear to the heart, and meanwhile, we're getting a picture-in-picture because Irrelevant is just absorbing pressure from Kazi, but 113 is going to start up Dragon number 2.
And Vitality, I guess they don't feel like they have the big items right now. They don't have their one item spike. The Grubs have spawned on the top side, Dragon on the bot side. Vitality, I mean, it's dangerous to give up so many objectives, but can you really fight? You got to hard force if you're going to, because again, the poke and the hooks are threatening already, actually.
Yeah, 113 is also running out of mana slowly but surely. Inside of the jungle, I think that'll become less of an issue as he slowly heals that up thanks to the passive, but as Ice looks for mid-wave, Vitality have a chance to move in the river and try and get an objective of their own.
There is a danger here, though, that if Vitality start this up, well, we'll see if this can test, but they are distracted by hitting the Dragon, and they're pinned up against the wall. It is easier to hit skill shots on them while they're like this. BDS, do they want to move towards it? No, they're not. I'll choose to give that one up. So Vitality.
Kazi, hang on.
Careful.
Flash, is he going to do it? No, minion wave in the way. Paris was thinking about it for sure, as Nuke is going to face check here into an Aatrox after Dragon's done, but he buffers the Infernal Chains. Rocket jump out while Irrelevant. The cost of that, as well as getting Grubs, is Irrelevant getting solo time with the turret, plating as well. Shark might have to use the Realm Warp to stop another wave being denied.
Grubs to BDS. Dangerous when you have a Tristana. Yeah, this is the thing now. You're going to give a lot of plates over while all this is happening. You're just going to immediately bomb the turret. And while there's Demolish used by Nako on the bot side, full turret going to be spread between Nuke and Irrelevant. A lot of plate gold over towards them. And we just saw what Nuke did with a bunch of gold in that last game. He has been a very consistent late game damage source for BDS. If they reach that point, it can peel for him effectively. Maybe a warning sign here for Vitality.
I feel like Nuke on this Tristana just got so much influx. And we are now, as you just said, you know, like, he feels like old Mr. Reliable. Nako's trying to get plating of his own, but the gold is skyrocketing. BDS, 2k gold ahead, but I'm seeing an Italy, I'm seeing a Tristana, I'm seeing a Renekton, all with leads of their own. I'm seeing a Lethality Varus in control of the game as well. All conditions are being met for BDS to, around these next couple of objectives, poke out and one-shot Vitality.
I mean, yes, hang on a second. Irrelevant might go towards something onto Nako here. Just really want to pull
He's
this.
alright,
No,
he's going to walk out.
Just a bit, sometimes I get baited by the camera, even like, you're doing something a little bit more there, observers. You want to, yeah. You're doing okay there, observers, by the way. Do you want to give us a little nod if you're doing okay? You're okay, observers? Oh.
That was a nod.
That was a nod. They're doing okay.
Sensitivity's a bit
We'll
low,
give them extra rations into their enclosure after this game.
We're not letting them out, though. No, no.
No, that'd be fun.
The observers aren't getting let out.
No.
No. Back to the basement, and we'll talk to you next week.
Many concerning things.
I have to say joke or something, I think. Yeah.
Probably, yeah. You know, yeah.
What if I'm not joking? Well, PDS.
Where's the risk?
It's a minute till the next objective. That's top. But I look towards mid, and I'm waiting because Blitzcrank, when he's in a game, you just think, when's he going to find the next hook?
Well, in a 1v3 in mid lane, Kazi's clearing out as best he can, but can't stop him hitting the turret. Niski potentially on the other side here. I mean, Niski has flash, has a chance for a big engage at some point. We'll see when he wants to pull the trigger. Of course, we've seen players like Jun, of course, on GX doing some magnificent work on that. Mickey had a great game on the other day. Players worldwide have been showing that Nico on the flash timing, especially with the boosted lucidity now, giving more summoner cooldown, can absolutely change the game. Absolutely change the game. I think that actually Nico maybe has the highest ceiling to impact a game as a support of any support champion right now, with the ability, particularly when you're building that proto belt, to get huge 5-man engages.
Yeah.
Your vision play, yes, you're also very fragile at the same point. You can't be caught out of position, you will die, and it will kind of suck. So Niski, as someone who's new to the support role, see whether he can impact that a little later on. I think that they'll need him to be that big engage. Yes, there's a Realm Warp to help. Yes, Nako can flank as well, but really looking for him to be an instigator on Vitality.
Well, 113 gets Tangle Barbs up. Nako sees this as an opportunity, but Paris with the cover. A clone out. Niski, we all know that needs to be nerfed. That's there for 5 seconds. What the hell? And it can move.
Yeah.
And Nico needs to be changed as Vitality. Okay, Herald starts off. We focus in, eyes on the prize. BDS will not stop this if they just linger.
Over that wall. Hook misses. He actually he dodged he guessed the right dodge there. Didn't quite get the distance on it though. Niski in the brush, using the clones again, blocking that out. Good route.
Banger Barbs again has been really great from Niski. It just slows down the play from BDS. Mid is open though, and Ice is going to use this opportune moment. Takes down the turret. 3k though, and still not over yet. Paris with the setup of a hook. Pop Blossom though does nothing. Paris set up the static field, and it made it a nightmare as BDS now turn the play. They steal the Herald as well, and Irrelevant is chasing down Kazi in a lot of trouble as the Infernal Chains brings back a target unusable by Vitality. Everything snatched from the palm of their hands.
The Nico's got great power, but it does come with great responsibility to position well. Know that you have a lower HP bar. Gets hit by that Varus ultimate, couldn't flash in for the big follow-up on the Pop Blossom. And that's what really turned this fight. There's a hook onto him. Doesn't actually become the biggest issue you think. That's actually the big issue there. The Varus ult landing just afterwards. If that doesn't hit, you could potentially get a big 3-4 man ultimate and allow Nako to get into the play without committing the flash or something like that. So Niski, bit of a swing and a miss. Doesn't use the flash, can maybe look to use that on the next ult cooldown, but in this battle of kind of flamboyant supports, Paris wins.
Well, Irrelevant might be getting dove as we come back to live though. Look at the wave thinned out, and with the minions gone, a little bit harder to kill, but eventually dropping regardless. Vitality, it's going to be a trade for them because Herald, not only that, sets up for Bob, but it's actually going to set up for another turret. They got 6 grubs as well.
Yeah.
With Nidalee E.
And Tristana. All of that
turret's gone.
They are the demo squad right now. Bring out the TNT. Inner turret goes down, and Nuke Scott Bank, baby. He gets paid. 6 grubs getting up towards the dragon as well.
Oh
Yeah, they just got
God.
everything on the payroll. Nice.
It is a map masterclass here. And Irrelevant, I mean, also getting that top wave too.
What's it like? Zaya gets Rakan, Trinivir gets Ash. What does Nuke get? Paid. Gets everything there.
Tristana gets turrets. Her love language is turrets. I can understand
Wow,
why.
you got me a brick, my favorite.
Look at all the things I can buy with this. I mean, BDS in this early game, it's been pretty clean. Like, Vitality's options have been limited, and I think in these last 2 games, we've seen a recurrent theme that, like, BDS really prioritized dragons. Ice and Paris have had good laning phases, and 113 has been playing a lot more towards bot side, and it's been successful. I mean, their dragon stacking has given them condition. Even in the game they lost, it still gave them, I guess you could use the word momentum, in what later could be used to force their 5v5 fights.
And, you know, Vitality walked away with a very good game one in terms of the execution in their team fights later. Second game, that was, hang on a second, might have a catch here. They're going to stop the back. They should be able to. Nuke caught out, does have ult and flash.
He's waiting to W over the wall. That's Niski, and yeah, he just collapsed the cheeks, I think. That's a fair thing to say.
Is it?
It really is, because there was just...
Look, you can choose the words which you want. I will just occasionally question them. I think that's my right as someone else who has a microphone next to you.
That's okay. You got to keep it in balance.
Sometimes.
You got to make sure that we don't
Everything
both
in balance is all things should be.
Yes, that is a quote from
a
champion in the game. Surely.
I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, do you know what else is a quote? I mean, there's also like coward. You know, I found out the German word for cowards.
What is it?
The other day, Feigling.
Is that what he shouts out when he
I don't know whether it's Feiglinger.
Okay.
But if someone can confirm whether he says that in German, confirm. Thank you, Lena, again. Confirm. That's wonderful. Great. I hope that's made your day better. It's made my day better.
Well, you remember, I mean, I played in Chinese solo queue for 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
And I always laugh because, I mean, I didn't know what I expected with Chinese Twitch, but when he always popped out and said, ni hao, like, every time I was like, oh, that's right. That's right.
I really love it on the D&D skin as well, where everything's just pitch shifted a couple of octaves up. We do have Nico clones flying around the rift a little bit more again. Things go... Oh, this is actually a big point. I should probably mention this too. If you're playing... We talked about mid lane turret in the first couple of games. Everyone knows mid lane's important. It's even more important against Blitzcrank, because now suddenly you've got much more access to walk into these kind of avenues, and out of Fog of War, a hook that can just one-shot you, it can just fly out of there. What that means is that Vitality will have to drop more jungle camps, they'll have to drop more waves if they're not confident in farming all 5 of them as well. And right here, this is terrifying.
Yeah,
There's a chance of a hook going like this.
Pulls him in. A nice pick. Nako pops the ulti. He's surviving for now. Pop Blossom, though. The flash disengaged. 113 not caught out, but Kazi flies through the map. Nicely pressed Vitality. I thought they were caught, but Nako is harder to kill.
Yeah, that was a fish that they couldn't land. Get the Knock on the hook, but they can't get a kill out of it. They
Irrelevant.
lose one instead.
It's not over
actually
yet.
looking for something now.
Irrelevant with the dominance. The hook lands again onto Niski. The first target secured. Irrelevant ran in to get the kill, but he's getting chased by Kazi. He can't deal with the fire. Chayak looking for this front to back, this newfound love of a fight. He won't find anything more. Paris is waiting for another hook follow-up, but Vitality, there's not even a dragon there. They were just looking for the pick. They responded well.
I mean, Niski had already used his ultimate. It's not the worst thing to lose in there, I suppose, if you're going to lose anyone. Kazi picks up a kill. He's very happy with that one. And it's going to close some of that gold gap with that Varus. And yeah, this is the difficulty of playing against the Blitzcrank. You lose that mid lane turret, you lose a lot of damage in that fog of war, but you do bring him into melee range and he does get a lot of healing with that ultimate. Even through that ignite, he heals an absurd amount, gets to survive. Kazi gets to come through with some of the plasma, even though the Nicole doesn't get that much value. After this, you have used some of your bigger tools. Kazi has double buffs, importantly, from this, and he's just kind of railing through the enemy front line. And I think BDS just couldn't close down the carries that they thought they could.
And Kazi got a big shutdown from that as well. BDS cheering because the goal that was sitting on 1-1-3, or rather Vitality up, this goal that was sitting on that Nidalee has been transferred ever so slightly. Third item on the way, Kazi to watch. Here in this game that is building bridges to our mid-game interest. As Dragon spawns in 25.
I just realized why he took so much damage. That's an Edge of Night. I hadn't tracked my Renekton builds. I didn't think they built different stuff nowadays.
I don't remember the last Edge of Night Renekton I've seen.
Yep,
but
me neither. It's been a while since we've seen that one come out. Both of them have the Shojin, which gives them some HP. Nuke will, again, get paid. Yay, bricks. He loves those things. Yeah, Atkan started up though on BDS. Let's see if they can land some skill shots.
Niski's hovering over the wall. It's all about that Pop Blossom. You're right, no flash available. Paris is looking for an angle as Knock has found one onto Irrelevant. Irrelevant has just been tagged into the Dominus. Knock's done his job, but now Vitality have to do their steal. BDS have got an option. They've got to revive. But Kazi on top of Nuke. It's all about how the 5v5. But look at Chayak as well, spreading the love, spreading the demons, and inside at night, he cries and claws because Chayak, chasing down Ice, is ready to relive his past. A death, a death, a death. Everybody loses the Artican. A steal, but Vitality wipe them all.
It's just less gold going over. It means that they're not around for the Dragon. No, this is without your big Niski Nico ultimate. Again, you don't have that flash really available. Not the biggest. I suppose this time he actually does lock up some here. The big thing here, though, is that Nako gets the spell shield off of Ice, gets a load of HP. Nako gets so much value here. That 3-man queue at the end, I think, is what really turns the table in terms of the HP. While all that's happening, Kazi is isolated in his own kind of assassin duels as well. Really, shout out towards that Aatrox, though.
It's just 50-50, you know? Life happens. Any sums?
Okay, Kazi wasn't happy about the 50-50, but whatever, we digress. And
he just looks to his right and says, that's a 0 for Nico,
well,
friend. Maybe we need to put them back into the therapy chair. With
maybe we do. Kazi's going to have to vent a little bit more, but for Vitality, they've wiped off all the Artican. So as far as I'm concerned, even. Yes, Artican, you know, it still happened, but even though I see gold leads for BDS, I'm seeing Vitality starting to win fights again. It's deja vu for game one as Paris is caught out. He flashes away Pop Blossom. It catches the edge of Ice with the Tangle Barbs as well. Niski's done his job. It's all about rolls as Nako. His dive almost successful. Irrelevant with the Dominus. He loses his Edge of Night. Re-engage for Nako, but Linsis is frontlining. He pops the ulti. Kazi reposition onto Irrelevant, carrying the fight almost. Most Irrelevant gets out here. TP to rejoin. Remember, it's about Baron. A pick off enables the start.
That Renekton is very squishy. Was a little bit worried about his positioning when he went for that first play into it. And Kazi very nearly finished him off. Doesn't want to commit that flash thing, obviously so. Both these AD carries, very, very threatening. There's only literally 1 gold between them as it stands. Ice, great disengage. Kazi very nearly turns it around. See that? Neither of these teams have a huge margin of error. This time, Niski actually does land a big ulti. Manages to get that cleanse out of Ice. Even with that Edge of Night, quite hard for him to survive. Of course, Proto Belt, one of the best tools in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's Rocket Belt. It's been many years.
Same thing, who cares? I still call it Tarby. I still call it Gravity Field. I don't know. Bro, I'm going to start using Wriggle's Lantern for jungle items at this point. Even though we don't have jungle items.
Bring back that Fire Garas.
Yep.
the clone going into that too. So, Baron up and available. A little while till we have that dragon, 2 dragons apiece, so no soul points. BDS, you know, they do have a gold lead. Part of it is on a Nidalee, which doesn't... It's not as consistent use of that gold, but we have to mention it anyway, just in case those spears do land, and they start to really, really hurt. BDS have the vision control, trying to catch Niski.
Oh, caught him midway in the air. Doesn't know. It doesn't care. Paris. Beautiful stuff. BDS now with an option in front of Baron.
Nico is fragile. One of the best supports in the game if you can play around the big engage and the big lane potential. I don't think Niski's been able to do that. I think he's been punished an awful lot, and Paris has had a great game on the Blitzcrank, a champion he used to win EMEA Masters before, and now Baron started up without that Nico engage.
And to Tristana, remember as well, even though Ice has lethality, all it takes is about 10 seconds. Watch it now, Nuke with IE, I'm pretty sure it's just going to go down. Baron there, Paris does it again, a great hook onto Chayak, stunned up, but he can play the fight. Irrelevant gets out before he loses Baron, but this is an option for VDS. Watch Nuke yet again onto Lintus, who doesn't land anything, rooted up. Though the ulti, Nuke slice saved by his own device. Pop Blossom comes in, hits nothing. Ice now gets the hit. Nuck goes pulled in, the flash away. BDS's fight so close to going away too. Vitality are outfought.
It's a 3 for 3, but BDS still walk away with the Baron. These Nico ults are so close to getting value, but Nico needs to land some more. Great hook out of the bush. I mean, it gets onto one of your damage carries. There is a lot to break down in the micro here. I think the Crescent Guard gets a ridiculous amount of value. Nuke still gets to jump forwards though. This is the key moment. I thought that Nuke was going to get absolutely blasted. I thought that Nagnako was going to be able to pop off. And the Buster Shot completely changes the tone of the fight. If that Q goes cleanly onto that Tristana, I think Nagnako cleans up. He's had a great set of team fights on the Aatrox. I think he's done very well with it. Very, very nearly gets to carry.
Niski, though, face checking again. That's not good because Nuke is just here. Niski's dead. There's a reset as well. Nuke can get on out. Teleport burn for BDS, but that's because Infernal Dragon number 3 for them, or rather Dragon overall, is up.
Yeah, I don't think
Niski.
I don't think Nico has a 10 death power spike, folks.
I don't think so.
I don't think that's how that champion works.
But Paris is a hook magnet. Well, no, everyone else is. He's the hook.
The hook hitter.
Yeah.
Hook sniper.
I almost said something different. He's the hook man, okay?
Sounds like it's always sunny.
It's always so close, isn't it? Soul point. In that last fight, gotta give credit to Nuck. You know, he's such a pain on this Aatrox. Twice today we've seen great team fighting Aatroxes. So caught in the moment of Nuke Soul, of Ice only just surviving, of making it so difficult. You said it was an even trade, it was. But Baron's still there. There's still a 2k gold lead. Ice needs to be careful. Realm Ward's going to be used. He's got the Edge of Night. That'll buy him some time, but he's rooted up. The Edge becomes lightning, rather. The dive is there. ISO gets damaged down as Kazi fighting from the right-hand side, but here comes Nuke again. They're still diving a mid-tier 1 turret at 30 minutes. Nuke doesn't get the reset. Explosive charge down. This 3.5 item Tristana is cleaning up, and Vitality can't stick around.
Vitality try and look for a snap play, call the bluff and try and get rid of some of the buffs. Nuke still has it though, and he's just really strong. Really strong. That Infinity Edge shreds through the team of Vitality as they dive too deep. BDS still have power on the side lanes to take down an inner turret and top lane. And BDS with a 6,000 gold lead. There it is.
Boom, boom, that turret's dead.
It's just gone. Vitality in such an important game for them. Reminder, at 2 and 3. If they slide to 2 and 4, things get rough for them. They do get rough for them in terms of their playoff chances afterwards. Niski doesn't get into the realm of in time. Mistimed, presumably from Chayak there, I suppose. If you had that Nico ult coming through, which we said is one of the creative engages you can have, does it change anything? I have to say, actually, I think all it does is get Niski killed. Not sure it really changes that much, especially with the tower firing at them, but still, not what they wanted, I don't think.
Man, quick reminder, again, we talked about it before, like against G2, this is just how well Nuke did. Today, I'm sure we'll have a recall in our next BDS game and how well he did in this series, but he's stepping up to the plate big. 1-1-3 on this Nidalee as well. 3k gold lead needs to be mentioned. So mid-jungle, and I feel like I said that last game as well, mid-jungle did really well. Irrelevance had a better day, like Irrelevance getting back to his old ways of having really impactful team fighting. You know, and Ice and Paris, what a day they've had. What a series this has been. And you know, we might not be in Madrid, shout out to Shox, who's stranded there and with
they
with
might
the
just
boys.
stay there now. I mean, good luck getting out of it.
I guess LEC's going to Madrid permanently because Shox, if she's stuck there, yeah, we got to go to Shox. We got to go to GB. We got to go to Jack. Shout out for keeping it strong. I don't know what's going over there.
Español, no es problema.
No, I will learn. But I had a point about this. The games this weekend have been mega hype. Today, not too bad actually. You know, this Vitality BDS series has started warming up game by game by game.
I mean, I look through grand majority of our matches happening in the LEC, and there's something which keeps me in my seat. There's something which keeps me watching these. And, you know, we have two teams here which, yes, they are going to flub some engages every now and again. They are under pressure, and they haven't figured out everything to go right with the team so far, but they are making things eventful. I think that both of these teams have found ways to make plays, to push the pace of the game further forward. I think they've tried to seal themselves into some identities. Vitality, I mean, credit to them, they have cooked. Now, there might be smoke coming out of the kitchen, but they have cooked something. And BDS, I mean, they've fallen back on a little bit of comfort now in this game 3, playing one around that double poke. Nuke on something like that, Tristan has always been, it has been something which has been very powerful for him in recent years.
I mean, Nuke is, and will continue to be, the star of this team that keeps on shining for BDS. How do they enable him? 4 items on this Tristana, and avoid quick blades means that E is permanently off a cooldown. If he stays in a side wave, they lose the base. That's the threat now with 6 grubs. That's what BDS can play towards because, look, Baron's up in 30 seconds. Nuke stays on top even despite having the teleport. Dragon's up a little bit after that as well. BDS are leveraging how much vision they have, how much control they have of enemy jungle right now. With Vitality to step in, need some kind of a monster engage.
These spears are scaring the heck out of
me.
They are pixels off of that blue man in the mid lane. And unlike the percussive group, I don't think this is a sold-out show if he gets hit for that one. It'll just be towards the Morg instead. Minutes all that Dragon is just saying. Fighting over the mid lane push, obviously very important. BDS, they can just play it slow, look for the extra cooldowns. That scares me, man. It scares me.
I mean, that's a rise with HP as well. 1-1-3, like we said, it's just a matter about scaling in this game. Where's the frontline tank? Who can keep face checking? It's going to be Nucko for now. Poke from Ice doesn't mean too much. He loses his passive. Linzes flashes in, but he's all sent away. That's Nuke's ulti, but finally, Nesquik, not just a good-looking drink. He looks freaking amazing on Nico as well. Nucko chasing 1-1-3, trying to predict the remnants of the fight. All it took was one from Vitality, and it finally came due.
When they needed him the most, the Nico lands the ult. Those 6 studs, just forget about them. Vitality might have just gotten what it takes to crack open the game.
Look at the death time. It's 40 seconds, 30 seconds. Maybe it is. I mean, screw the grubs. They've got enough damage between the 5 of them. It's a wipe. Realm Warp in as well. Paris, he ain't sleeping well tonight. BDS had this game, but from mid lane to support, his one moment in the sun shows up big. Vitality, 3-3, knocking the smile off BDS's face.
When they needed him most, Niski answered. It was a rough game. I'm not going to put that in the Hall of Fame for Nico support, but it did exactly what it needed to at that last possible moment. It felt like it was so hard to close it out.
I'm looking at Pat on stage, shaking his hand.
Yeah, us too.
They jumped on Niski. I mean, look, big shout out to the resilience of Vitality in this game. Like, that felt like BDS is right in the palm of their hands, and
I mean, that's crucial. This is so crucial because if Vitality had lost that, they slide to 2-4. This brings them now to 3 wins instead.
Yep.
And I think Nucko had an excellent series. You can vote now for your key player of the series, Nucko, Kazi, or Niski over on X as well. I have no idea how they managed to walk away from that game state. They did. They made it through to a pretty insane late game in what, again, seemed like a BDS comfort position. Double poke, late game scaling.
They know, like Chiang is laughing, they know that game was an insane turn. Like, that was BDS's game to lose, and lose it they did. As Naimira said before, Nucko, Kazi, or Niski. I actually think this is a Niski. Look, hear me out.
Are you kidding me?
Series, game 2, he knows he entered a little bit. But
what about game
based
3?
on game 3, I don't know, one ulti deserves MVP, does it? That's a question.
Just cut the rest of the tape.
Nucko deserves MVP. I think Nucko is insane.
I mean, that Aatrox
guy is insane.
The Rumble, absolutely absurd. I think the Aatrox is absolutely insane as well. I think my vote would go towards him.
I think that's fair. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want more like that, remember, LEC will come to Madrid for 2025 Summer Finals. Tickets will go on sale May 12th, but you can register for the pre-sale now on lec.gg/pre-sale. I think there's an exclamation mark at the end. Pre-sale is live until May 11th, so you can secure your tickets now. Guys, I would go, because Madrid, the energy in that arena, if we're going to that arena, that's 10K. If we're going to a bigger arena, that's more than 10K. It looks good. It looks pretty good. And I have to say, God, I just can't believe they won that game.
Me neither. But that is something we've known to be a little bit the case in LEC. And this is one of the powerful things about this kind of competition from them too. It does feel like you give yourself a competition like that, you give yourself the option to get that big team fight win.
We need an insight from Kazi and Ginny standing by, because Kazi knows that that game looked lost. I'm going to be real.
You know, let's ask him ourselves. Ginny here joined with Karzi, the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. I mean, even when you guys were on the Nexus, your coaches came out running, and I'm not going to repeat what they said because it's not broadcast appropriate, but what was that?
I have no idea. I mean, I thought the game is like kind of lost, but then Niski finally did something after running it down, you know, the entire game, so I was pretty happy about this engage that he found.
Yeah, let's talk about Niski, I guess. You guys, last week had a really good week. Today, a little back and forth. You know, the level 1s are maybe not necessarily up to what you would expect. How do you keep it composed? Because, like, I know AD carries. They're tilt, like, very fast.
I mean, I'm playing with Niski. He's, like, new to the role, you know. He's playing against people that play the role for, like, 10 years, not 10 years, like 8 years, 7 years, right? And he's playing support for, like, 2 months, I'd say. So I am trying to be very patient when it comes to like mistakes and stuff like this, and just give him the space. And he was talking about Nico the entire week.
Okay.
Like we were not trusting him on it so much, but we still gave him the opportunity to play it, and he didn't fail us.
Yeah, eventually, right? So you should be happy about that. You guys have another win under your belt. When it comes to this game and the series in general as well, I feel like Nucko is one of the players that is continuously showing up, and he's really kind of like becoming that anchor for Vitality. How does the role of like you, bot lane, AD carry, interact with that top laner? Because you guys are so far apart on that map. How do you make sure that neither one of you actually tilts and you both come out on the other side victorious?
I mean, I think that we are like kind of chill team. We don't really get tilted in game no matter how bad it goes. And we are pretty good at winning from behind most of the times in like practice and stuff, so we are used to it, you know. I think we are kind of lucky to have Nak because he's kind of always winning his lane no matter what, you know. So it makes stuff a lot easier for us on bot lane.
Yeah, you're talking about just playing from behind and being able to come back. I feel like the resilience as well from the side of Vitality has really shown, and you guys are looking at, you know, we're looking at a chill team. We're looking at a team that even though, I mean, we've seen it, you guys are down in the dumpster, you're still able to keep on going. How do you actually make sure that a team is like that? How do you build the vibes?
I don't really think there is like a real way to build it. It's kind of, I'd say about luck, like how the personalities fit well with each other. And I think we are really lucky because we have like 5 funny guys, you know, that take stuff.
Who's the funniest?
Easily. I mean, for sure it's me.
Really? Do you think they would agree with that?
I mean, I think Niski is quite funny, like his Nico was really funny. And maybe I'm the second after him.
All right. Is there any champion that you think you could play that would make you funny?
My funny champion? I had Corky, funny champion, like last week.
Yeah, I'm glad you remember that. Well, thank you so much for the interview, Karzi. We're going to be heading over to PGL with Lord Odo and Niski. Do you maybe want to say anything to Niski about this, Nico? Do you want him to play it again?
You shortened my lifespan.
All right, well, Lord, take it away.
How could I recover from this? Niski, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Do you hear that often from him?
Yes. I mean, I think today I deserve it. Like, game 3.
But you guys are a match made in heaven, because I also feel like there's plenty of times where Karzi shortens your lifespan as well.
I mean, actually today I felt like it was the first day where I was kind of running it.
That's true.
First day,
but
huh? Yeah, first
at
day,
least.
sorry.
Come on.
I'm sorry.
I mean, first day I was running it, you know. But I feel like we stayed in, like mentally at least. I think, for example, for game 1, when they're playing like Seraphine Ashe. And then,
That's annoying.
Yeah, and then
That's
I'm like, I just
that
have
was
to
painful.
get through lane and we'll probably win. But lane, it's like very annoying.
You didn't get through that lane.
And then that lane looked rough, yeah, when I flashed in. But I mean, yeah, we came back. I mean, I did one good flash and then we kind of won the game. That's usually how these matchups go, right? So.
How do you feel like it's been the transition? Because I don't feel like we've heard from you enough. Because it always feels like, you know, going to mid game and stuff like this. It's obviously a lot of the strengths that you had from coming from mid lane, reading the map, you know, picking good fights and stuff like this. Everything is good there, but it feels like the roughest part of your game has been like, you know, the first 10 minutes of the laning phase. You're kind of locked. You know, you don't really know the matchups because there's a lot of like random matchups.
Stop roasting him like this.
I've been diplomatic. As I mean, me and Niski go way back. I could just like, you know, rip it a lot harder, you know. But okay, Niski, you sucked in lane. How do you get better at lane so far? How does it work?
Legit question, actually.
I mean,
it's her fault.
To be fair, lane is kind of hard, to be fair, because there's like too many combos. And then today, for example, I played against like Seraphine and Seraphine Ashe, like first time I play against it, for example, right?
Yeah,
or like
crazy.
supports that play for 10 years, they know it, probably. I don't know when I can go, I don't know when I can get chased, like can I combo in, do I just die? And yeah, I think that's like the hardest part. I would say also, I think on stage, like the lanes are way different than in scrims. I feel like in scrims, we survive those lanes. Maybe on stage it's actually harder than in scrims. But I think, yeah, we kind of get through lane with Karz right now. I mean, I know he likes to win lane, but I told him, like, I mean, I don't think we're going to win like every lane right now because like I just came to the support role. And yeah, I mean, I also talked with Pad and he believes that like at the end of the split, I should be fine in lane and then he would be happy with that. But I think, yeah, right now I still need time for the laning phase at least. And yeah, I'm working on it.
What do you feel like you got better at since playing support?
I think playing for tempo. I think I did overstay a lot in the first weeks. I think now once a play is gone, I just space and then like I open the other side and whatever. I also think I don't really die for fun as often as I did in the first weeks. And then yeah, I think just generally in the mid game, I think I'm usually on the right side of the map, which is nice, I would say, to have a support that knows what they're supposed to be. And I think just knowing what like enemies do, I think that's something I did a lot when I was a mid laner, and I feel like I implemented that this week as well. And I feel like it makes my life easier because I know what they're gonna do, and then I know what I'm supposed to do as well. So, yeah, just mid game, I would say.
I'm curious a little bit because yeah, you had this transition from mid to support. Obviously, I don't really know how much you're playing. You're planning on staying support for. Do you feel like there's been any big thing that you realize that maybe potentially going in the future when you go back to mid lane is gonna elevate your game? And if so, what would that be?
I would say it's mostly about like the early game. I actually thought that like supports can kind of go mid whenever they want. I mean, felt like it when we played against like G2, for example, when they had like Caps Mickey. I felt like Mickey could be there on like any wave. But actually, like moving to mid is kind of hard as support. Your AD gets a bit behind, or like you lose some tempo and whatnot. And if it doesn't work, like your lane is lost on
you're
bot.
behind XP and
Yeah,
everything.
it's like you need XP, you need your stacks. Like there's a lot of these things that I didn't know before. And yeah, now I feel like I'm getting I get way more knowledge, I guess, of the game as well. And yeah, I think if I would go back to mid, yeah, for sure, I think what I'm learning now would help me as well.
You got Kia Player of the Series today.
I did?
Congratulations. You know, it's so bad because Karzi was like, oh, Ginny was like, well, I don't know. You're laughing as well. I think it's deserved because you got the engage that won you guys the game.
Game one as well.
Yeah.
I did
You
the
did good.
engages. That one was the game, like...
The thing is, I'm
Stop
laughing.
bullying Niski.
No, I'm laughing because it's just, I know the people at home, the chattermen who are all chatting
is
there,
true.
pressing the button to vote Niski, they're all so passive-aggressive. And I know that they're doing it to half bully him or not, but this engage was
amazing, though.
Was crazy. Who cares that you were like 0-6 or
I
something?
didn't like my team. Like like every time I was dying, I swear, like I could feel it in their eyes. Like, what is this guy doing with his Nico? You know?
Is it also the silence? You know, where you like die and no one says
Yeah,
anything?
I'm dead. I'm like, guys, it's fine. I'm up in 15. Like no one says it's okay. Like
It's fine. There's no timing. There's no Drake.
yeah,
Just play
but
for fun.
yeah, I mean, hard Nico game, I would say. I don't know. I wanted to test it, but
To be honest,
We brought the lowlights and the highlights. That was
then
the
this one,
lowlights.
like I didn't press protobelt. Like
because you know, I was watching this and I'm like, surely he didn't have Proto Belt. And I see you use Proto Belt after, I'm like, oh, Nisqy, what are you doing? No, but the engage was crazy, and I feel like even though it's super comedy, right, because you entered a little bit, I feel like it's deserved, because even though, you know, maybe Nagnako had a great game, game 1, 2, 3, I feel like a lot of the time you're kind of the silent hero where, yeah, sure, you were behind, but especially when you're behind, it's a lot harder to find these sorts of plays, right? So that's where credit is due for him.
I think when you're behind a support on stage, you definitely need like some mental, I would say. Because I think you can easily go to like 0-1, 0-2, 0-3, and then you don't engage, and then you're kind of useless. But like, for example, on the Alistar, we said, oh, we want to dive top. I was like, sure. And then I just engaged. And we
I'm just going to go in.
We just killed them, and we ended the game, right?
It might be a little fresh, but now do you understand Hilly's pain?
I do, yeah. I mean, support role is not easy. I mean, in scrims, it's way easier. On stage, everyone thinks about your cooldowns, your flash and stuff. But yeah, I mean, for sure, I think it's not an easy role.
Is there any specific support players around the world that you watch VODs from or like want to take inspiration from? Maybe?
I mean, I watch a lot of The Light, actually. I think The Light is really good. And then I watch Keria. From LPL, I watch On.
Yeah.
And I think as of now, that's only these ones that I watch. I usually watch like a lot of them, depending on what I want to practice. Like if I want to watch some Nico VODs, then I just watch like everyone playing the champ, right? But yeah, Delight I think is the big one.
I feel like it's so hard to research because, for example, if I would be, you know, role swapping to maybe like ADC or support or like even jungle, it feels like all of this, you know, this autopilot that you have when you watch mid lane VODs and stuff, it feels so hard to especially transition this to the support role because you can't really look at laning phase or anything, be like, oh, how did he play lane? What can I learn from this? So I feel like a lot of the heavy lifting is done for you because I feel like most of the VODs you can only watch just, you know, rotations and stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, I usually watch their team fights, right? Because I think, for example, like the way the Light plays Alistar is way completely different than like every Alistar in EU, maybe except June, right? And I feel like there's just these little things like when does he show, when does he like not show, like what does he actually use, when does he use ult, where does he ward before a Drake, like stuff like this, I think can be very like interesting to watch. And yeah, I don't think I can go and watch the lane and see perfectly what he does, right? But I would say just kind of I'm trying to think like, it was the same when I was in mid and I was VOD reviewing. It's like I'm trying to think of his POV of like, okay, why does he do this? And then why does he not use combo there? And I think on support it's kind of harder because sometimes you're in a fight, late game fight, and you're Alistar and you have one combo. Then it's like, do I actually combo the support that's like next to me or do I wait and see another engage, right? So it's just about like the timings, I guess, of the like engages.
There's something I want to show you. We have a couple screenshots that we took. The first one is about communication because pinging it's the other one actually. But actually, we're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this. Let's stay on this one. A lot of banter. Adam chiming in because he has to. He's on the hate watch here. But yeah, I mean, how much did it fuel you to clap BDS today? These kind of interactions because you didn't ask for anything. You're just like. Starting your day, you want to stream, you want to get in a good mood, and this guy shows up.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is so cocky. Like, I mean, I know Striker very well, and like, I mean, today was very important for both teams. Like, this win, I feel like, is the win that kind of brings the hope for the playoffs, because I think if we lost, it would be kind of doomed in some ways, right? So I really wanted to show up today. I mean, I didn't really show up that much, but I think my team did well, and we were still in mentally even when we're behind, and I think we even came back game one. I think we're probably a bit behind that game. And yeah, I'm just happy that we won, especially for Adam, because Adam has some beef with people.
Yeah, for Adam. We had Sheo before the game as well. It was like, there's a whole group. Anyway, the second screenshot that I had, because you talk about support, getting better and everything, I want to talk about communication and pings and how you use them. So let's watch. Yeah.
What is this?
This is what I'm looking at here.
Oh yeah, but
this is your POV.
Riot has to fix this, by the way. I can't ping it.
Or you have to stop pinging 20 times, maybe. I don't know.
Why are you even pinging?
Okay, so for example, I say, oh, someone is here, and then I spam ping where they're coming from, or like, oh, maybe you can like fight Kite to here. You know, it's like, I don't know. I just ping a lot. Like,
there's a reason Riot put a cap, and it's because of people like you.
I think on Tournament Realm they should not put a cap.
Do you agree or no?
No!
Why am I limited to pings to my team? Like,
because you can open your mouth and use it.
I mean, yeah, that as well.
Yeah.
So you know, if Cards is you know kiting and doing everything.
Yeah, I'm pinging where he can kite and stuff, you know.
No, he needs to hear it so he can look at his character.
Yeah, but it's fine.
You're actually distracting your teammates. You're making it worse.
Nah, actually, wait, I ping so much.
Yeah, you do, and that is one screenshot. We have 3 or 4 like this. We didn't grab
no,
all
but you
of
need
them.
to realize. So the thing is, it's from 1645 to 1659. So for 12 seconds, you're still pinging after they stopped you. Like you need to stop.
It happens.
No, it doesn't.
But everyone does it.
Not for 12 seconds.
It's fine.
I would like, yeah, I'm gonna ask my producers to grab me screenshots of other players. I want to see if it's a Niski thing or if
Make a
it's
ping
a player
competition.
thing.
See who's
Yeah, we
the
should
most,
make a ping
the
competition.
craziest pinger.
That's a good segment. I'm gonna take the note.
True.
Let's take a look at the schedule for Vitality. I was about to say BDS, but for Vitality, because guys, it's not gonna be easy.
Yeah, next week is a banger.
Yeah. Next week you have G2, and then it is going to be the roadshow at Evry Courcouronne in the house of Carmine Corp. You're going to face off against KC, and your last game is going to be against SK. One game after the other, I guess, is the approach here.
I mean, for sure, I think we probably need 1 win.
Yeah.
Out of these 3.
G2 looks bad, though.
For sure. Yeah, I think. I mean, you scrim them look kind of rough, but but yeah, G2 doesn't look that great, I would say, on stage at least. But we usually with G2 is like when they play bad, they come back very strong. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's like, are you going to be the ones?
Yeah, maybe, you know.
Oh my
It's
God.
like Koi, you know, like we beat them and then they just like 2-0'd after. So
Yeah.
I mean, G2 I'm excited to play because we haven't played them on stage yet. So I want to see how like Labrov and Miki plays on stage. And then for SK, I think we're happy playing against SK. Hopefully it's one of our wins. And in KC, it will just be a banger, right? Especially at the arena.
I know.
It's shaping up to be interesting for playoffs because, I was talking to Niski a little bit before we started. I'm not sure if teams can make it with 4 wins in. I feel like it's going to be a lot of tiebreakers, especially because a lot of teams are just chilling at, 3 wins right now. The only shame is that you're playing G2 not in a big stadium because, I feel like G2 in a big stadium, well, now they kind of suck.
And you beat them 3-0 in a big stadium as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it just feels like another, day of G2 at international events because it's a big arena. So it just might be, just they think they're at an international.
That
and
made
they
me
suck.
sad a bit, but like, yeah.
And that's the reality of our situation,
True.
guys. They
Yeah.
get okay. Think about it. It's practice at home for them. You get to rent out an arena in Europe ahead of Worlds. You fill it up with people, and then you practice to see if they're gonna be good or not.
That's true. Actually,
just training
yeah,
weights.
it's going to be a good way to find out which teams are good on stage and which teams are not. And I'm
How
really
many games do you
actually
guys have
excited
in,
for you guys.
We have 2 games. We play KC and SK
Yeah.
in the arena of
Ooh,
KC.
and that's the final.
So
yes,
it
it's-
might be that the SK Vitality game will be the decider if we're in playoffs or not.
Time to bring out the Vitality fanfare. If
They will. They will.
That's gonna be hype.
Definitely. Yeah. I'm super excited
Stakes
for
are
that.
high. Me
But that's
too.
in 2 weeks. That's in 2 weeks. Before that, we have week 6 of the LEC. Can we take a look at the schedule that we're going to have for that whole week, if we have it, or for the first day? It is coming. We're going to open with Fnatic versus BDS and KC versus Rogue. On paper, complete mismatch on the first day. In theory.
I
but
mean, Rogue
given
is gonna
how-
win.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the mismatch.
honestly, it would be the most Rogue thing to do. I don't see it.
I mean,
I don't see it, but
I don't see that. But the last set of games has been quite alright.
Yeah.
But I think KC wants that first spot, right? So I think they probably really want to win. I mean, BDS looks rough. They have Fnatic and then Giants, and that's it, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Doable.
BDS, I think
It's
with this
quite-
loss today, looks rough. I was talking to Nuke before the game, and he was like, the team that loses today is probably doomed. And I was like,
Yeah, it's gonna impact the mental.
That's the thing.
of
The
the
strength of
team, I
schedule for all of the teams that are still fighting for playoffs is not really. There's no one clear winner outside of Heretics. I feel like Heretics is probably the clear winner when it comes to.
Can you show us the standings, please, production, so that we can talk about all this?
Thank you,
Because
production.
as you said, it's gonna be tricky. The road shows changed. The road trip,
Holy!
changed everything.
We're
honestly,
6th place,
for a
nice.
lot of teams. Yeah, you're doing quite good.
Well, stop the count and you're in this game.
Nice, I'm in. Actually, we have a high chance of making it in.
You guys are fine. I'm getting worried for SK started strong. I'm getting worried for them now, and GX.
I
As
mean,
well.
GX, I think, is doomed. I think they have good teams left still.
Yeah.
So
they have a
your
really
strength of
difficult
schedule is
schedule as
actually probably one of the better ones when
Yeah.
it comes to it. Because Heretics, now that they're at 4 wins, they still have one of the easier ones. Because I don't think they have any perceived very good teams left. So now, even though it looks hard with G2 and K Corp for you, the SK win might snatch it for you guys, given how it looks. But it's hard. It's gonna be interesting.
I feel like in this league right now, anyone can beat anyone. Like I can see us beating like G2 and then losing to SK. You know, like it's.
So is that because the league is very good?
I feel like the league is.
Yonkos was the one saying it's actually really great that teams can now match G2. It's actually sad that it's because everyone is bad and G2 got bad and not the rest of the league got better.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know if everyone got worse or if people are getting better. And for example, like in Square, I feel like they played bad, but we also played really good. I think today, for example, I don't know, both teams were like not that great, I would say. And then G2, I think, just played really bad on stage, for example.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
It's crazy. We
What's
have
going on?
5 weeks of competition and we still don't know what the league is about. Maybe next week is going to bring us some answers on this, because that's all for us here from today. We'll be back next Saturday with Reddit Check, starting at 4:45 p.m. CST, and we'll be looking out first teams into playoffs. And with everything being so close now, as we said it, everything really matters. You do not want to miss it. Niski, thank you. Odo, thank you. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you next week. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Going to get in the way though. The charm though used a little bit too early. A solar flare rather than play to follow up as the dogs are back on in. Bukana re-engages and makes Team Heretics life a living nightmare.
Let's go. Gwen has CP, no ulti. I'm thinking. I'm TPing. I need to TP far, okay? Can we see Rumble? I'm coming.
Enough. I'm going. I'm not there again. No barrière. Double inhib, okay, double inhib.
Yeah. Okay, you win this?
I'm on now.
Win. Ah, yes.
Nice, good job. Bro! Was it better?
Yeah, it was.
No,
it was terrible. It was terrible, Penta, bro.
Yeah, man.
Oh no, it was actually terrible.
I think Penta. Wait, ticket. Go second, guys.
Cleanly done. Kazi gonna sit there and get the fourth shot, but it's not worth it. Lethal tempo still there, and Ice takes him to town.
My bad, bro. King ball.
I will ult them. Watch me. I'm ulting. Nice. I'm hitting for it. Looks good. You win. I said no, okay?
Combine 5.
No, you stop. Dash.
Yeah, let's do nice.
Oh my god, thank you, babies. We can rush Nash. Shockwave. I get it. You can play this. Yeah. Yon will come.
Arena E.
I flash. He's here. He's dead. MF. Just from the side. I'm fine, I think.
No.
One back. I'm behind them. You can't no more. Kill them. All no flash behind them. We Philip. I get it. Play to fight. I kill Nico. He's on flash.
The mean too much. He loses his passive. Lizard flashes in, but he's all sent away. That's Nuke's ulti, but finally, Nesquik, not just a good-looking drink. He looks freaking amazing on Nico as well.
G2, the perfect team fight! They take it all! Here comes the Crow Storm! Knockback, instant combo, puts a quest, this big oh my god! Claps! Everybody, you know the story, you know the legend! Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the light. find harmony in mayhem.